lines and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly. Fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills,
but is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's. Solitude stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO Sam that'll be able to save them. And
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
Losing 1 for 4 points. That is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshots from.
Olo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of X-Set.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot up the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addition. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take. Find the shots. P in a 1v3. What can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one. Let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. They do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure. They'll get that revive. X-Set full sending again. This time into Ogilvy. J7 is not. Kill switch is done, and Thurston.
Aynısını söylemeyeceğiz. Son HP Vesi'yi çekecek. Sonrasında uzun mucizeleriyle beraber tabii ki Erangel'de çok güzel puanlar toplamıştı ama ikinci bir mucize yüksek ihtimalle gelmeyecek burada.
And their careful approach, their caution, their patience, it's paid off. They've had to wait a couple of months for the package to arrive, but the circle's here finally. But jumps out of the vehicle. Now it has to be a really slick movement. They've controlled the lower floor. This is really well played, getting that. I mean, there's nowhere for him to...
Come on, Mad Bulls, you can do it. The advantage in terms of position, they push on forward. Effect is trying to help him on the sideline. Saltgate gets a knock on the yin yang, and Effect can do nothing about that.
У них серьезные проблемы. Вивигар продолжает душить, но эффект падает ног с помощью осколочной гранаты, которые слетят масоны, потому что Сузи очень агрессивно въезжает. Yin-Yang с двух сторон будет прострел. Чат по сути.
Продавили они в меньшинстве. Коллектив Мэджи Прайд.
It's going to cook up a nade. We've seen the next phase pop up. It's shifted down to southeast. It is going to be that coastline finish. Rip 7 takes a hell of a lot of damage, but yet to get confirmed. So this is going... There you go.
Rotasyondaki rakibine oldukça iyi headshotlar yekta. Hemen burada Timur görüldü. Kudur. Bıra almak isteyecek. Bedava bir puan var burada Kudur için. Hepsi kaldı.
Açı vermek isteyecek orada Dark.
Vermek istemiyorlar Fenerbahçe'ye. Rip 7'da bombasıyla çok güzel bir bombası var. Araç var. Evet, araç aracı çarptı orada. Bir kıvılcımlar çıktı. Rebellion ne yaptı? Ne?
24 players alive, and Savian tries to make something happen for Papara. But the blue is ticking away.
Beautiful nade from Lavaz, and that sealed the deal for Fenerbahce. Now we see Supermassive Blaze, but power coming in. Tron!
Around
and I'm gonna take the buggy, and that's how it ended up. Meanwhile, amazing spray coming from Fresh, finds one.
Continues to put pressure on the last player, 12-18. Lin jumps in.
What kind of a situation it is, and Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made.
Force has gone towards the wall. Eastern side once more, and unfortunately, it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip dive dodge missing. This is definitely where we say don't give the points over, because Team Queso, as we know, are also struggling. But actually saying that a double not coming through for Manin, it does not just previously have given that up towards Navi, who weren't even in the vicinity coming in.
Exactly. Exet though again. Just unfortunate things happening to Exet again. And it's a prime example of that kill switch, and Polo got taken down. I feel like Polo has always been the man who is the first one to go down, no matter what kind of a situation it is. And Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made. Bullock looking really strong in this fight.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, that zone, of course, has gone towards the wall. Eastern side once more, and unfortunately, it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip dive dodge missing. He's found two. Can he find three? That's the surprise factor you were looking for. And unfortunately, Team Queso is feeling like it's lights out already, and have only just got back onto Miramar. And this feels darn dastardly. That's the double lobby we were looking for. Goodbye, my cheesy friends. The Yala will be the final one to drop to second place. They can survive and get those 12 points. But here comes the pain train to the mad fools. It's just like the Spanish fool fight. They're gonna charge their way up, and there's no escape. There's no jumping over the wall. They come up with that miracle game, but it's not happening this week. Gonna have to sit out. You gotta believe, Exil. It might just be able to survive both for now a little bit longer as Eastern Stars.
Ready for abstract.
first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Hello and welcome everybody to PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League. It is of course Super Weekend 1 and now we're on day 2 officially. Going to be making it to the halfway point here and we're going to end up seeing who's in good standings and who is not. So hello everyone, I am your host Audrey Luce or Span Cargo, and with me is of course our analyst Zute and the 7 Worlds Gaming. So we do know, I already said it, this is day 2. Day 1 already happened, and I mean just right off the bat we just have to talk about what happened in day 1, I have to say, because I gotta say a lot of it is drastically different from what we kind of got used to over the league play. Zute, like you kind of were pointing it out, talking about it right before we ended up going live. You identified one of the questions I wanted you guys to go over. Some of the teams that were at the top of the leaderboard during league play are kind of finding themselves towards the bottom of Super Weekend and vice versa.
Yeah, it's just completely opposite of the results from league play. Now I did say, like, you know, you can't judge league play and Super Weekend, like it's gonna be different, but I didn't know it was gonna be like this. This has got to be one of the first times that I've seen like the top teams, like a majority of the top teams, struggle in the first day of Super Weekend. A majority of the teams that struggled in the league play, completely opposite. So I know I'm an analyst, I should be able to read more into this, but this is the first time I've seen something like this, and it puzzles me. I got no answers. Maybe 7 does. I'm gonna throw this one over to 7 and piggyback off whatever he might say here.
Really quickly, I will say, really quickly, I'm going to point out the teams so that 7 can kind of build on that. It's Unicorns of Love, Ghost Gaming, Navi, that are kind of all towards the top now, that we're at the bottom, and for the opposite, it's Alpha 7, Black Dragons, and Mad Bulls. So yeah, 7, you can kind of expound on those 6 teams.
Sounds good. With Navi, I mean, it came down to just reps. They kind of know exactly what's going on. They kind of know exactly the power balance that they currently have with Alpha 7, and I feel like they're just getting used to it. They're now being able to get used to just adjusting and doing rotations that they weren't comfortable with. With Unicorns of Love, I mean, this is the team that I was expecting to see here, and another team that actually has surprised me a lot, Alpha 7. We'll talk about them a little bit more here in a bit, Audrey.
Okay, yeah, but first let's talk about the format just really quickly. I think maybe talk about the format will kind of reveal it, you know, because Okay, first of all, we start off on the weekday plays. As we can see there's 5 matches per day, Tuesday and Wednesday. Top 16 move on to where we are right now, the Super Weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday games, 5 matches per day, and this is where the points really 100% matter, because the top 16 from there, over the course of the 3 Super Weekends, will then go ahead, move on to League Finals. So we already kind of talked about it. Zute already kind of alluded to it. League play, that's where you just need to get in the top 16, not necessarily needing to get a specific spot, while Super Weekend is kind of a different scenario. And we can see that also by the prize pool, $6 million, and of course the points. It's just clearly some people aren't getting used to their strategy or gameplay that they're being forced to be going into based off of the games.
Yeah, these are the teams right here, the Super Weekend teams we have on the screen. It's day number 2, right? We're coming into day number 2. I think things should adjust, but I wouldn't be too surprised if, the pace keeps on, like the teams that have been doing well keep doing well. Maybe Alpha 7, Seven mentioned it. We expect them to do way better. I think that is a team that will switch things up, or at least perform better than they currently are. And the points, you got to get the points somehow. You mentioned it. Points have stayed the same this entire year, but these points are definitely eluding some of these teams, Seven.
They definitely are. I mean, I'm pretty sure once we see the actual overall leaderboard for yesterday, we're going to see S2G at the top and by a convincing lead in a way. So with S2G, I mean, we're talking about some of these teams that are kind of towards the bottom. I want to talk about some of these teams that are currently towards the top. I want to see if S2G is going to be able to come out today. I don't expect them to get back-to-back chicken dinners and then after that get a second place. I think it will, in a way, it will be unrealistic for me to expect that. Not going to say I'm not wanting to see it, but I just want to see how consistent they're going to be able to be today. They have shown me to be consistent during week of league play. Coming into yesterday, I mean, in regards to consistency, that team was able to just absolutely destroy everyone except for the first game where they ended up in 12th place with 3 kills. But after that, as I just told you guys, first place, second place, 5th place. And all those first plays weren't just like first place in regards to placement points. They were backed up by a lot of kills, 13 elims, 11 elims, and 15 elims. So I want to be able to see that consistency out of that team again. And talking about that kind of consistency, another team that we kind of saw just completely switch it up from what we saw in regards to week of league play has been Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming was able to secure a 2nd place yesterday. They were able to secure a 4th place, and they were able to secure the last chicken dinner with at least 12 elims. So those are the teams that are currently at the top that I'm going to be seeing how they come out today, Span.
Well, kind of building on that, right? We just talked about S2G. They are very consistent. They usually go ahead and go for rank points, but they have definitely been adding on to their eliminations. They have the most in both right now, obviously, but we kind of talked about how they're similar to 2 other teams when it comes to their gameplay, and that is, of course, both Papara Supermassive Blaze. So they go for placement points, right? What is the difference between those 2 teams? Because one of them, S2G, has obviously kind of figured it out and is able to succeed with it, and Papara Supermassive Blaze usually is able to go ahead and find that success, and they haven't been. So, what's the difference of some of the team's successes and others' failures when they usually go for that same strat, Sute?
Well, it's only been 1 day. It's 5 games. When we look at the bigger picture in terms of these teams that play in these tournaments, it takes way more than 5 games to really determine which team comes out on top. If we stop the tournament short at 5 days for every tournament that has been ever played, I mean, the top teams will be drastically different than the top teams we would think we would see over the course of the, PUBG Mobile history, right? So, once again, it's only been 5 days. S2G, though, we did some, map rotations on them. We paid more attention to them, especially with how well they did. And yes, they have a lot of potential. They play really well. But on the other side of things, you mentioned Supermassive Blaze, right? I think they could do just as well. It just so happened to be that day number 1, the ways the circle shifts, the way, all the RNG factors lined up for the 5 games, it just didn't favor them as much as S2G. Of course, there is skill involved too. Maybe S2G was just more on point with their comms, with their team synergy, with remembering their homework, the VOD they did, and etc. So that might have been the difference there, Seven.
I mean, it definitely was. Some of the teams that I'm going to be looking at here, I mean, we got obviously Alpha 7 in 11th place with 22 points. I think I'm going to go all the way towards the bottom. I'm going to go to Furious Gaming with 6 points. Out of the 2 leagues that we currently got going on between East and West, this was the worst performing team out of both leagues. So I'm pretty sure this team is going to come in here and try to prove something, because remember, there's other teams that didn't make it to the Super Weekend, like Team Queso, like Exit, and some of the others like Blue Chatan as well. Those teams are currently looking at that leaderboard and they're just salivating. They are so happy that that team is in a way absolutely throwing, and I'm sorry to put it that way, but it's kind of what it feels like after one day. They're just excited. They're like, okay, we might have a chance, because remember, out of this Super Weekends, only 16 teams are going to be moving to the finals and then the grand finals. We'll get into all of that, but with Furious Gaming, I mean, I need to see some life out of them. And as Sute was saying, it's only been 5 games. We can try to dissect it as much as we want to. It comes down to just some teams getting it right, some teams getting it wrong. I think on this one today, then we'll get a better picture of what's going on this Super Weekend. Sometimes teams just have a very bad Super Weekend. The good thing for these teams is that they are at least here on this Super Weekend. They're not currently sitting at home watching like Exit is, like Team Queso is. So for some of these teams, they need to take advantage of that situation. I mean, Alpha 7, I definitely want to see more out of them. With Furious Gaming, I definitely want to see more out of them as well, Sven.
Yeah, definitely Furious Gaming, though. They have 6 points total right now. You already said it. Those 4 teams that are currently sitting out definitely are salivating at the thought of that. If they continue to stay with that low points, they're going to obviously be very much easier to catch up on them next Super Weekend. But of course, as well, we got to do a quick shout out to our sponsor, 1+9 and 9 Pro, because you guys know already, with flagship performance and an immersive 120 Hz display and hyper touch technology made specifically for gamers, the 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboard. And okay, talking about climbing the leaderboard, so we already kind of talked about those teams that are going more for placement points, right? We already called them out. Another opposite side are those teams that usually go for kill points. And again, I feel like there's people all across the board, right? So we have Alpha 7 and Rise usually go for those kill points. We have Knights that usually go for them as well. And as of right now, Knights currently in 5th place. They're still working out for them, currently with 26 eliminations and only 19 placement points. And then you look at Rise, also with 20 elims, 18, and then Alpha 7 even lower in 11th with 13 elims, 9 placement points. So again, like, those are the teams that usually go up for those high kill counts, and obviously some is just working way more than others. Another thing I'd like to point out real quick though, before you guys expound on that, is that Rise, with those 18 placement points, they got a chicken yesterday. So 15 out of those 18 was just from a singular game.
Yeah, the results are just kind of all over the place. I would say that's pretty normal for 5 games, as far as when it comes to looking at, you know, if you really want to dissect a team, 5 games is not enough. And you were talking about, so we're taking a little bit of focus on placement points versus elim points, right? Alpha 7, yes, they really focus on the elim points, same as Rise, but I feel like those elim points really stack up as we play more games, right? Because all you need is that one game where the circles kind of shift in a way that allows for all those elim points. Right now, I believe Alpha 7, they've just been getting really difficult circle shifts where usually they could fight in pretty comfortably, maybe take an isolated 4v4. But now with these circle shifts, you know, they're being gate kept from inside and another team coming in from maybe behind them. We saw a lot of problem, you know, yesterday between Alpha 7 and the Na'Vi rotation, so that plays into it too. And there's just so many factors. But that's why we have 3 days in a Super Weekend, and we'll see after day number 2. I think things will, you know, start making a little bit more sense. 7.
They definitely will, and I'm glad you guys, especially you, Span, I'm glad you brought up the elim situation for some of these teams. If we go back to what we saw in Weekend League Play, right, let me give you an example. Ghost Gaming was that team that really, they kind of just, they were at a point where they had to secure those placement points. They weren't really worrying about those elims. They figured if we try to make it at least towards the final circles, we'll be able to get those elims. A player from Ghost Gaming that had an outstanding day yesterday, that's usually not one that we expect, was the problem. the problem child HH24. He was able to get 14 elims. He was able to get 1800 damage, which for those stats for me, it shows me that he might be waking up, which if that's the case, that's going to be a huge advantage for this Ghost team. We usually tend to rely a little bit more on Tensa or Spec, and Ghost just being able, and Beowulf just being able to be the IGL for that team. But if Ghost Gaming can get HH24 to kind of keep up this form, I will expect to see them getting a lot more elims throughout the day and not just having to worry about those placement points. I think right now a lot of teams, kind of going back to what I was saying in regards to super weekends, are not guaranteed. A lot of teams might be just trying to play it a little bit safe on the first day of what we're able to see, and it might have just backfired. I mean, going back to Miramar yesterday, the only Miramar that we played, we saw Supermassive Blaze try to hot drop on Ghost Gaming, and in a way, nothing happened there, but it took too long for Supermassive Blaze to rotate out of that hot drop that they ended up getting caught going into the actual circle. They didn't even leave Picado. So a lot of these teams are just trying to figure things out. We mentioned it over and over again. A lot of these teams tend to do completely different stuff here on Super Weekend. And Sute was saying, and I completely agree with you here, Sute, second day is going to show us a lot. Second day, we're going to be able to see which teams are actually, now that's their strategy. Now they're just not doing that for one day. Now they're trying to do this throughout the whole weekend. So it's going to be interesting to see first game, like who's going to be up there.
Yeah, you're right. So it does seem like there's a contribution of obviously the team's better performances, but then also individuals. And let's see if anything will change just based off of our first match here on Erangel, throwing it over to Highland Wolf and Necro.
Second day of the Super Weekend, Necro. We're here, we're hitting it, slapping it down on Erangel for the first game, and I'm looking towards yesterday, right? And I'm looking towards who had those good points, and S2G, they had a big dog stepping out of the front from those first 5 games.
I mean, they're definitely the big dogs, but guess what? Teams like Supermassive Blaze, Mad Bulls, and Furious Gaming, teams we expected to be on the top, are all the way in the bottom 3. Supermassive are right there. Then you have Mad Bulls as well on second last, and then on the last position, you have Furious Gaming, which had quite a decent performance in the league days as well. Now, today is the day where all these teams in the bottom, they need to step up. If they don't, they're going to be having a lot of pressure on the final day of the Super Weekend, week 1.
Still, though, a Southern playing path, I wanted to see it, and I wanted to see these teams be tested, because there were some issues when it came to actually deciphering how teams were going to be tested versus the zone. And that's one way to try experiment with this issue. We've not got that similar straightforward playing path, and we've got a zone that finally shifts opposite. This is the first game that we see a situation like this actually in the entire competition, and now we look towards how fast are these teams going to rotate into the zone. We sort of touched on that yesterday in Game 5 when we did see a very heavy Southern shift initially in Phase 1, but it wasn't to the extent because the playing path was still mostly towards that center point. This is very far off.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of far off, right? The playing flat path started all the way from down south, and now the circle is kind of tilted up north. It has definitely screwed a lot of teams over. Knights and Furious Gaming already catching each other's eyes, but it seems like both the teams don't really have any intentions of fighting each other. Scream is the only man with the scar in his hand, and he as well. I mean, it's pretty understandable the rest of his squad doesn't really have any kind of weapons to defend themselves. So Furious Gaming first, they're going to be trying to make it in the zone, make sure they're comfortable inside, and then go for that loot.
Still, though, not uncommon to see all of these fighting coming on the early stages. And I think this has been, quite frankly, the difference between the east and the western side here, Necro, is in the west, we have fighting earlier on. In the east, it's much more, all 16 teams, they handshake, they don't fight towards that third, fourth phase because their positioning is further set back. And instead, I think that because of the nature of a zone like this, and to head back towards that point and expand upon it more, is actually, we are probably going to expect a lot of teams to try and make that initial earlier rotation in this format in terms of these teams, and then coming closer in towards that second, third phase, we're actually going to see probably a couple more teams that are expected to drop. Maybe we start to have phase 4, phase 5 be a little bit quieter, see that chaos earlier on. And firstly, for one, I'm not opposed to that, seeing a little bit of bloodshed earlier on in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. If you take a look at the left side of the map, though, there's a lot of teams, kind of drop there. And as soon as they try to make it on the right side in the circle, I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of fights taking place, maybe some casualties as well by hand. But then we have teams like Ghost Gaming coming in. I mean, first day, did pretty well. But again, we don't know how they're going to be performing in the second day. What do you think so?
I actually think that Ghost Gaming, they had quite an admirable performance, right? Especially considering you look back towards their first game again, and they got smashed by Team Queso in that first round match. And I think, to be fair, to come back from that, and for their mental state, coming out of the first looks, they've changed a lot when it already comes to this tournament so far. And I actually think that Ghost Gaming are probably, if not one of the favorite teams, if definitely the favorite coming out of the US scene and the North America scene, because you'd actually seen the way in which they play is still very much calculated, and they still have that tendency to try to push back in terms of fights, but they don't push back as much as a team like XZ does and just give up positioning. They're very respectable about their opponents, but they still keep a position in which makes it awkward for those opposing teams to come forward. And a beautiful shot, actually, as we keep this fighting coming through from the earlier stage, and we saw how that played out on this more southern side, that chaos on the south end of Military Island. And I think to head back to that, definitely positioning was something there that Ghost Gaming really had a good control of, and in fact actually came out, of course, with that win.
Exactly. I mean, if you compare them to the league days, right, in the Super Weekends, they seem pretty in sync. And this is what we like to see, right? As you mentioned, even in every single game yesterday, especially that Erangel game, it did seem like in the end they were quite in control of the positioning, how they were playing. Each and every single player did seem quite in sync with the team. But now Ghost Gaming already on a move. We do know how they like to play. They like to go in the center of the zone, and they will just try to hold that compound down. Another team, H2G, sitting right on the top of leaderboards. They have 93 points on their name. I mean, of course, today they're going to be breaking that 100 marks barrier.
Still, though, S2G, right? I mean, the dominance should come through from yesterday. It was ridiculous, the amount of points they had overall. I mean, you're looking at almost, as we said, that 100-mark barrier. This first game, you expect them to break it quite easily. But also, I think when you look towards other teams who are challenging S2G, Unicorns of Love, a massive team coming through, quite frankly, from their league stage play, where, yes, they might have not been trying so hard, but still were very close to not even making it here. And then coming into the first day, they took the first chicken dinner in quite a command skill fashion, and then actually maintained that through some spectacular plays. Especially you look back towards that fourth game of Roll Kids, right, on Sanhok, who was able to heel strat up towards that third position, still grant his team 10 points where everyone else was getting smashed by S2G. That's what is keeping Unicorns alive, actually, in the second place and above teams like Ghost.
Exactly. I mean, Unicorns of Love, you had to talk about this team, you know, in the past, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now. Aton taking a couple of shots on the players of Supermassive Blaze. Nothing really found, though. No connections being found yet, and it seems like they found themselves those individual compounds that they're going to be calling it home, at least for now. But there are still a couple of teams closing in the same site, including Ghost Gaming, and this is where Supermassive Blaze might just not be happy to see Spec over here taking a couple of shots on them, but Spec instead is getting that return fire onto himself. But there is the cover fire available from the side of Ghost. Savian out in the open is quite low, barely survives though.
Right, it's all about down to their Spec keeping themselves alive, because HH24 had clear open shots. Supermassive Blaze actually overextend to try force the kill, but we don't respect the fact that the rest of the team could have been across our road and still in the open, easily able to fire down upon Supermassive Blaze. And rightly so, SMB, they get punished for their over-aggression and have to force their position back. But actually, even worse is now they've given position away, and their position to Ghost away. They know that where Supermassive Blaze will be, and actually makes it easier for them to look towards one side to control, because they know where the enemies are going to be coming from now.
Oh, Ghost, it seems like they're challenging a lot of fights over here. At the same time, Supermassive Blaze and now Fenerbahce. One man falls down. Flaky, but it shouldn't really be that big of a deal. He should be back up on his feet in no time. Fenerbahce, of course, one of those teams that have been doing pretty phenomenal up till now, and I do want to see how things are going to be looking like, at least moving in forward in the second day of Super Weekends. Ghost Gaming, though, yep, the damage has been done on the side of Supermassive Blaze, and as you mentioned, the presence of mind seems kind of lacking over here, Jake.
Still, presence of mind, I think it's difficult when you look towards those barrel hills, right? Because you are in those barrel hills. It's quite tricky, of course, to navigate upwards. You can't really come back into Yasnaya Polyana, which is the way in which they are wanting to go because of this northern zone. But actually, when you're looking towards heading back down south and you're looking to wrap, the problem with the barrel hills is that you are in this dip, you don't have the information of where those other teams are coming on while you're there. If you pop your head up, you suffer the problem of ghosts shooting down upon you. You have the problem of other teams rotating up from that south side, which is going to be the general consensus. And as that zone does continue to shift further towards the northern side, I actually think teams who have already made that wide far north rotation, such as A7, such as S2G, these are going to be the winners out of future possible rotations, because they don't have to worry about navigating around the trickiness, as we say, those fields set to Yasnaya Polyana, but particularly don't have to contest Yasnaya Polyana specifically, which is going to be quite infamous in this game, particularly for not actually allowing players who enter in on this location to be able to easily escape from it further up, because you don't have, again, that ability, even on the northern side. Still looks flat, still on the east, the west side, there's a problem with a bridge, flats on the opposite side. Yasnaya Polyana is safe, and you will expect teams to go there, but the problem is getting out.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, the problem is getting out. I mean, you can already see the splash of colors in Yasnaya Polyana, right? It's a city, of course, each and every single team wants to be in there because you're going to be having the best of the covers you can possibly ask for. But Black Dragons, one man falls down. Is he falling down, though? He's down quite low. Seems like, yes, he has been knocked out. The Smokes are there on board to try and get them back up on the feet, but it's going to be such a tough task. Aton are not going to let that happen. Milo, it's just, Milos just peppering down a few bullets onto the fallen man, but he's trying to confirm the kills. And the kills will be confirmed. Golden is there in the close lines, and Black Dragons, they're trying to make sure that Aton aren't really overstepping their boundaries. But again, the damage was dealt, but it seems like the funnel man is back up on his feet.
Still, Adult, where do we go, right? I mean, this is again the difficulty of rotating further north is that Aton, they've taken their time. And in a situation like this, where the zone does, as we say, shift so far up, taking your time, being patient, it might work in other areas, but you'd have to show that confidence. You have to be able to rotate that little bit further in, that deeper point inside of the second phase now, as it has continued to shift away from them. Mansion going to be fairly difficult, being that they are a thousand at least from the center of that zone, judging by the shift. And they're going to be, a lot of the time, for a team like Aston, roaming up, but not actually having priority in staying, having that information. As you see the problem with here, Navi rotating up too. It's the same as them versus Next Warrior. Is it Next Warrior who've held onto his compound? Navi, they tried to go slowly in, but actually in a situation like this, they should have actually crashed it. As a result, they are so split, none of them can even cover each other, and actually Next Warrior, they just walk up out of the compound and just take the kills.
Yeah, exactly. That move definitely did not seem insane. Kitsune, the only man alive from the side of Navi. The rest, each and every single player has fallen down. Meku single-handedly, I mean, the kills will be confirmed with no problem. But Navi, yeah, somehow they managed to screw things up, and next Ruya, they're going to be finding themselves those kills easily. Tixi is trying his best to crawl away, but I feel like that's not going to be helping him save his life. Yiktha is on his way to find it, and yes, runs over the man, confirms that kill for himself. And there we go. Next Ruya already off to a good start inside this game. Navi, a team that yesterday had a pretty decent performance on 6th position in the overall rankings. Today, in the game 1, it seems like things are falling apart for them.
Yeah, it seems the synergy a little bit off here for Navi coming into the first week of the PMGC West, but that zone is definitely in sync with keeping on the difficulty level of the PMGC West. So prestigious, so difficult RV zones. But you look towards the Yasnaya Polyana, you think, well, okay, that's fine. We're in the Yasnaya Polyana, we don't have to worry about rotating out. Well, what's the problem now? Well, the problem is that actually you're still at the fields left open, and that's a very scary point. If this now further rotates down towards the south end, teams have to make this decision now. Do we stay in towards those barrel hills? Do we try to defend, or do we try to take Yasnaya Polyana? Because Knights, they certainly can't hold it. Mythic, they just walk up, they execute through one, but it's a return back 1-for-1 for now. Can Xenox make the 1v2? He executes a vision line that was coming from the back, but it's still not enough as Mufasa, they still hunt him down, and they grab the 1-2 trade up here for Mufasa.
Knights still alive in the game, though. That means there's still a possible threat for a team like Rise. They want to make sure they're taking Knights out this game, and that's not going to be that easy of a task. Rise, Nunes trying his best to at least find a man. Alucard's position being revealed. He needs to try and play things out a little safe. Xenox is the priority over here. He needs to get the res back up onto Xenox, but Rise is also a team that's not going to let that happen that easily. Knights, again, they're just holding things down. They're not really overstepping it. They're not really getting overconfident in this fight, which makes quite sense because the damage on the damage that Knights have gone onto themselves is not really looking good. And take a look at this. Alucard getting charged upon by Nunes is going to be taking him down instantly, and the kill will be confirmed. Oh, the thirst is real.
And this is the difficulty again with Knights in their position. They are very split across these AC compound side here from Yasna Poliana. And actually, as a result, Knights, they could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming through. It was a little bit of a dodgy nade coming through from Goose, but this is again the problem. You make these sound cues, and they find you because of through the sound that you are making. And Knights, they just get slapped down by through Rise. And now, actually, as a result, Rise, they have such immense control over this, and because of the fact that they purposely didn't actually lose all that much in that fight. They only lost one player, keep in mind, as Unicorns Love equally going to struggle here versus next Warriors. They see Night Pain Train roaming their way throughout the zone. They executed Na'Vi and they're on the neck.
Oh, they are, and now Unicorns Love as well. They're taking quite a lot of return fire from the side of Kudur from next Ruya. GK first falls down. Trades are happening back and forth, but again, the damage on Unicorns Love is quite a lot. Next Ruya, oh, they seem like they're on top inside this fight, at least for now. Rolkis is on his way onto the Fallen Man. He's going to try and get the res back up onto Fresh, but Kudur is the man who's not going to let that happen. He's going to be pretty jealous of that fact. Kitsune as well, he's there in the backlines. I saw him in the radar right there, but it seems like he can try and play the spoil sport over here. He can try and go for the third party, but is that what he's going to do? Because he's the only man alive from the side of Na'Vi, and he wants to make sure he's staying alive for as long as possible. He wants to get those positioning points.
Uh-oh, bro, look at where that zone went. It got up towards those telepoles and up towards that northern end of Yasna Poliana, and that is going to be such an open expanse to come out. You're looking now at teams positioning here, Necro. You're going to want to head in towards those tops on the eastern side. You can go towards the north, but I think that is the other strong point here in this zone, where you have the coverage of the high ground and also those big concrete slabs that hold those telepoles up. But still, that's still not going to be all that much compared to the hills. And the hills going to be far superior, so you still keep your high ground, but the dips in between those ridges, that's where it's going to be also powerful. These teams are looking to try control. As unfortunately, Unicorns Love, they did try to control, they were back onto that fight. But next Warrior, they did find, of course, another kill on their merry way through. Fresh going to be their second one confirmed away from Unicorns.
Yeah, exactly. Unicorns Love just giving up on the Fallen Man Fresh. There's no way they're going to be able to get that res back up onto the Fallen Man. The manage clearly looking pretty heavy on the side of next Ruya, and now Unicorns Love running straight into Rise's arms. Lin falls down. Nunes is the man who finds the opening onto that. And on the other side, I also do see Mad Bull's taking quite a lot of damage onto themselves, and Unicorns Love, just like that, if I'm not wrong, they're out the game.
Yeah, they are. They're good. Good is gone here, Necro, in that first game. There's no unicorns left standing. There's no horses. It's an extinct species now. As footballers have moved their 30 further forward as well through wars. A7, and A7 actually trying to hold that exit down from Stalber. Keep in mind, they're all the way up towards that Stalber hill on that second phase shift, and then they had to move down, and finally they have met that wrath of footballers. The nades don't land though, and Lutz is trying to hold out the base through from those nades. He's trying to drive away those sound cues and get rid of the artillery, but Lutz goes a little bit too far, takes a few more shots, as now also Solke will wrap around. Eats a couple of bits of zone, but it's Ram here that is core player. Ram will, in the meantime, continuing to get closer. Can he find those executes though?
Nade parade from both these sides, not really dealing that much amount of damage. Rom in the clotheslines finds one. That's a huge knockout on the A7. The one man falls down. Marcus is down. Perio down quite low as well. A7 Senatexa is there in the back lines trying to keep things together. But footballers as well, they're taking a lot of return fire onto themselves. A7 down to just that one last man alive. Senatexa trying his best to hold the position. He's trying to confirm the kills as well. Footballers They're crumbling down one by one. A7 as well. It's the same thing onto themselves. As I mentioned, it was just Senatex and Revo, 2 players alive. Footballist Lutz is still alive in the far fray. But again, getting the res back up on ROM is going to be a little tough task.
Yeah, Footballers, they tried to go into the charge, they tried to drive in, but they didn't have the position of the camera fence correctly on Senatex. The tree was just a little bit too awkward to dance around, and Footballers, yes, they keep themselves alive, but it's a failed engage where I actually think Footballers, had they been more in sync and drove in together, it would have been much more difficult for Senatex to just pick them off by one, and actually as a result, they could have potentially actually first down A7. They could have found those revives back on to the Footballers members. Their Black Dragons are trying to do the same, they're trying to drive over, but they also fail versus Eastern Stars as Nate executes for squeezing, and with a left on an opposite island to the rest of the team, they execute them out too, and it's down to just one for Golden.
Oh, Black Dragon, as you mentioned, just have one last man alive, and it's going to be Golden from the side of Black Dragons. But Eastern Stars, Octavian just driving around, trying to just gather that attention from the side of Black Dragons. Octavian getting himself a little bit of high ground over Black Dragons. Maybe he can try and pepper down a few bullets onto them. And guess what? Milos from the side of Aton. He spots out the players of Black Dragon. Golden, oh my god, I can already imagine the amount of pressure this man has on his shoulders. He wants to get the rest back up on the fallen man. He should be able to do so. But again, the wall of death is moving in, and it's going to be dealing a lot of damage onto them.
He should barely find it. It might be, no, it won't be the case.
No.
Actually, the squeezing does get annoyed, taken down there through by the blue zone. But Assen, they're making that big push in, and there they go. They tried to execute a vehicle, but too fast. Didn't put the brakes on, and Asta executes himself out of the game. A second shoot here as Cardi's so low, and only Milo's trying to be the Hail Mary plays, driving through the entirety of the zone to Choco there, but Choco goes down too, barely keeping themselves alive. I mean, they drew all the attention as we head back towards that south end. Where did Atten come from? Well, from this fight in between Furious Gaming and Supermassive Blaze, they dipped out of it and left actually Supermassive to find that revive onto Salvian. They should find it, as we say, this time around. They don't have the zone to worry about. But we do have 4 members of Furious Gaming who are slowly assaulting their way further forward. That nade won't land either, as it does go wide.
Oh, Scream was quite close to Nate, but okay. Now back to safety. Supermassive Blaze. If Furious Gaming wanted, they could have charged in forward when the man was falling down. But now Supermassive Blaze, they're down. They're up to a 2-man squad. On the other hand, Furious Gaming down to just that one last man alive. That nade came in clutch. It was a game-changing nade. Now Trigger's in, trying to get the rest back up onto Trigger. Is that going to be possible? That's the question. Savian falls down from the side of Supermassive Blaze. Furious Gaming definitely do have a lot of pressure. Same thing goes with Supermassive Blaze. Furious Gaming with that res, they should have their confidence level boosted up.
And they're walking forward, they're healing back up. Now they've got the assault ready. The revive's barely there, but the molly on the front door. They'll burn them down. They do not find a full flush. Savian, he's trying to heal up in the midst of 4 members right now. He does manage it.
Oh my god.
He dodges out, executes through. Can he find the next? He dips into the bathroom. But you can't take a toilet break now, Savian. You've got to go out and fight. As he does, he takes down a second. Can he take the full hat trick through? No, he cannot. As Big Milo defends his team from death.
Oh, Furious Gaming, that's not how you play that fight. He almost single-handedly clutched that out against him, Furious Gaming, but the damage has been dealt. Oh, this is not really looking good for a team like Furious Gaming. But again, I do want to see, because the circle shifts away on the side of Ghost Gaming and A7. A7 are right in the smack center, and they also have a little bit 1-1 spread going in inside. That means they are covering the most amount of land inside that one. If S2G makes their mark inside the next zone, they will have the man advantage.
Still, that zone, it has moved away as a whole from even the north exits of those telepoles, and now it's gone even further towards no man's land, heading in towards Starboard. That's why even those who try to take both positions we talked about are going to struggle. It's gone into such an unlikely spot, this zone, where you are seeing teams actually be hesitant to move. They don't want to go into zone. You can charge like Atten, but it is so risky, as we've seen already, and that's why a squad like Mad Bulls haven't made that push. They're trying to hold on as long as humanly possible. But now that that zone has shifted away, you can see the cars, you can see the smoke road, but they're so sporadic, these smokes, it shouldn't defend all against that much.
Oh man, defending definitely is going to be quite tough over here. Mad Bull's one of those teams, Jake, that we have our eyes out for. Of course, really struggling on those overall rankings. And here comes the push. Here comes the charge in from the side of Mad Bulls. Do realize there's one man in the front lines. They're trying their best to take him down. Revo walks straight into Effects crosshairs, and he's not going to let that go this time. But take a look at this Beowulf from the side of Ghost Gaming. That's a clutch nade coming in from his side. Another nade is going to be taking them both down. And Mad Bulls, oh, this is not looking good. That push is perfect. But if you talk about the hold, that was not on point for sure.
Oh, he gets 3 in a row. Beowulf, he eliminates Mad Bull single-handedly with his explosives. It's now, yes, it's all down to Ghost. It's down to Beowulf in a 1v3. I don't think it's going to happen. And we talked about breaking 100 points, but S2G already heading in towards their 3rd chicken dinner in just 6 games here. Absolute dominance. Yes, it is not over to the fat lady sings, but Beowulf, I don't think he's singing anything. I think he's going down to the grave. As Timber, he does step forward. He gets put down. A little bit of disrespect coming out of S2G. But still, that was just a bait. Now they found him. The vehicle's blow him up. S2G, they strike their 3rd.
Oh my god, 3rd chicken dinner already. What's going on? S2G, you talk about a team in form, and the S2G is the right example of that. Just absolutely delivering, man, all the time, no matter what. They're always there in those late games. If you talk about the most consistent team, S2G is the team to look out for. I mean, as you mentioned, 3rd chicken dinner already, and to start off the 2nd day as well. I am speechless.
Yeah, I think the S2G have really headed up the standard here inside of PMGC, but it's from a team, right, that was unexpected. As we said, it was from this Turkish team who, yes, Turkey as a country and as these players as a whole entering into BC have looked all individually strong. It is actually S2G who have surprisingly not only looked strong, as we said, but have looked head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. And this is scary considering, actually, even though we're only on day 2, right? What is it going to do to their table? Because there's only 6 teams, as we mentioned, that go through into the January global finals. And now that if S2G, they start continuing this trend of rolling away with their points, now about a 50-point lead above 2nd place, they're going to really make the pressure count on those lower teams who, as a point sponge, are going to have to try scrap for those points.
Exactly. I mean, if you talk about a team like Mad Bulls as well, Jake, I mean, in this game, they had quite a decent showing, right? I think so, if I'm not wrong, they were like top 3. Yeah, the nade from Beowulf from the side of Ghost, they kind of screwed them a lot over. But yeah, in the end, a decent showing even from the side of Mad Bulls. Gotta say, Supermassive Blaze were already off to a bad start, but still, they were able to, at least stay alive to those late game situations. And somehow, in the end, they got caught off guard in that rotation. They needed it to rotate inside Yasnapol all out in the open. And, well, a team like Rise was just waiting there with their open arms just to welcome them, and Supermassive Blaze went down. But Rise, this is how things really went down against a team like Knights. And yeah, as you mentioned, the nade right there inside the house was quite questionable.
Yeah, I think that definitely it comes down towards the pushing. I think this is something that pushing into fights has been very difficult for teams to, I think, hit right inside of the PMGC West so far in these teams so far. You see it in Navi, you see it in, I think, Unicorns of Love, particularly in the league stage days. I think you see even to an extent here with Knights trying to defend against Drive, or Mad Bulls even trying to find their position on the end. There is a plethora of problems coming from these teams when it comes to approaching the team fight correctly and actually positioning correctly in advance of this fight. You see these mistakes come through in these positions, and actually as a result, because of this, the fights end in a way before they even started. And you could also argue, actually, because of the fact that these top teams are actually falling down to these mistakes, it has led the way for a squad like S2G to take their position at the top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, S2G, I mean, it's like they have cracked the code. No matter what kind of zone it is, you're always going to be seeing them in the top 5 or either just take the chicken dinner no matter what. It's like if you see S2G in the top 2, there's high chance that they're probably just going to seal the deal and just take that chicken dinner. At this point, as I mentioned, they've just cracked the code, and it's pretty much looking like it's impossible to stop them with the performance they have been able to show. On the other hand, teams like Na'Vi as well making quite a lot of mistakes. The rookie mistakes being shown from the side of Na'Vi in that previous game. That split coming in from their side, it didn't really seem like each and every single player was even communicating in that fight.
Well, we've solved one puzzle, S2G. We've got to see if the analyst desk can solve another puzzle. Of course, what happened with those higher expected place teams? We'll check them out.
Well, y'all, you know, one of the questions that I did have at the beginning of the show that I ended up not asking is S2G stoppable? Is there any stopping them? And after that first match, I feel like so far that answer is no. There's still time, but 7 just S2G.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just S2G. At the beginning of the show, I was saying it's not realistic for me to be expecting another back-to-back chicken dinner from them. Now it's getting a lot more realistic. This team, the way they're performing, the way they have been able to improve, we've always been saying a week of league play doesn't really count, but just the improvement that I've seen out of this team, from being a team that was just pretty much going for placement points, trying to see how they got into the final circles, to the first day of the Super Weekend, then we started seeing some elims, and then here on this first game of day number 2, they just send out a massive statement to everybody, being able to collect a full total of 30 points, 15 elims, 15 placement points. So what a performance. We will be breaking more stuff down from them in a bit. But Ghost Gaming, I mean, we got to give props to this team as well. This is another team that we were talking about earlier, that it was just completely different team. And here on day number 2, they're able to start it off with at least a second place finish. We saw Bale being at least able to collect some of those elims there towards the end and being able to collect a lot of those placement points too. And something with Ghost Gaming, it seems like they're just able to kind of, in a way, clutch up and stay alive when they need to.
Yeah, Ghost Gaming keeping that consistency coming in strong. 3 teams I want to shout out real quick before we go to the next page is Mad, A7, and FG. FG just got more points in one game than they did all of yesterday. A7's back up in there. And Mad Bulls looking like, you know, some actual Mad Bulls now. They don't look too much like Sad Bulls. So really good first game for a lot of these teams. And then Unicorns of Love, a team that did really well, 0 points. The Knights, 1 point. It's like we got another little mini flop, but S2G, they maintain that dominance. Ghost Gaming maintains that consistency. Bayo definitely clutching it up right there. And Na'Vi also with 1 point. Hey, A7 did good, Na'Vi did bad. Maybe it's still a pattern to be seen. And we do have Rip Savine here as the MVP. 664 damage and 6 elims. This S2G team, they don't get that much camera time. That's something I noticed. I feel like their rotations and their positioning and zone control is just so good that they don't have to like do anything crazy that catches the eye of the cameras, so to say. And then by the time the game's over, hey, they got another chicken dinner and somehow have 15 elims.
Yeah, they seem to kind of, you know, just hang around the outskirts of the zone and then only really move on stuff that they know that they have to go ahead and take advantage of in the end. So you're right. That is something they're kind of just like lurking in the distance, figuring out what they have to do next. But another thing with S2G is, oh man, I don't know. We talked about them already, right? And how their usual game style is that way, and how there are other teams that usually go on ahead and do that as well. Just obviously S2G, they've figured something out that's a little bit too different here. And it also looks like, just a sec, S2G Rip Savine going head to head against Myra from Alpha 7 Senate. They both have a good amount of damage, but it's really S2G that was still able to turn those into more kills, as Alpha 7 unfortunately was taken out a little bit too early. Gotta say, that end zone there was pretty difficult, 7, for these guys to really go on ahead and have anything happen for them.
It definitely was. I'm glad we're able to see Senatexa here from Alpha 7, though. I feel like he clutched big time for his team. And something that I love that we'll be able to see in a little bit is how bad you could see Alpha 7 wanted to get some points. And I saw something out of him that we'll be showcasing it to you guys here in a little bit. With Alpha 7, I mean, you can start seeing the crazy difference in playing style. Sute was just talking about it with S2G. They don't really get that much face time. We don't really often see them here throughout the game as much. But with Alpha 7, we're always seeing them because they're just so much more aggressive. S2G being able to maintain that first place and expanding on that lead to almost 42 points. The good thing here, now we have Ghost Gaming being able to move up to that second place. That's going to be great for them. It's going to create a lot of cushion for this team towards the top. Unicorns will love maintaining those 66 points. Fenerbahce being able to have those 55 points right there. And we do see Navi and Knights moving down, as we do see Rise rising up, being able to collect even more Elim points, being able to collect some placement points. And something that I'm loving out of Rise right now that I gotta give them props is that they are kind of starting to create a great marriage between those Elim points and those placement points for a total of 47. But back to what I was saying in regards to SGG, they're just so patient. They know when to actually go for the action. They don't have a rush to kind of just hunt anybody down, and so far Sute, I'm loving that as we go here towards the second page.
S2G, they have the most amount of elims, but probably one of the, as far as the elim to camera time ratio goes, like, we're not seeing a lot of them, but they just get the kills, they get the rotations, and they also get the chicken. Coming into the second page, Mad Bulls, I see them moving on up. Next, Ria also having a little bit of a better start to their day, moving up a position. Alpha 7 still stagnant. Furious Gaming still last, but they got more points in just one game than they had pretty much like all of yesterday. So I think all the teams definitely coming into today changed up their game, you know, did a bit more research, whatever the case might be, but everyone's playing a little bit better. Of course, some teams, you know, that game in particular might have had some slip-ups, didn't perform as well as they would have wanted to.
There's also a lot of teams on that second page of the overall that end up doing really well in this last match. So Zute, I mean, you said at the beginning, 5 games definitely isn't enough to really go on ahead and determine how these teams are going to do over the overall of the Super Weekend. And we're already seeing that just in match 1. And more on that, y'all. As fans, you guys can have favorite votes, by the way, as you watch. So go on ahead, launch PUBG Mobile. You can go on ahead and play it, vote for your favorite PMGC teams, and go on ahead and get rewards. Yeah, I'm pointing down there towards it. You can get a voting ticket, log into the game, watch live in the Esports Center, and of course share the voting page with your friends. You can also find more information in game and go play PUBG Mobile to get rewards, various pink level permanent items, everything you could possibly think of, all during this time while watching PMGC League. Of course, more on that though is that there's also treasure boxes. As a PMGC exclusive, there are treasure boxes in the Esports Center as well. So all you have to do is watch PMGC live on YouTube or the in-game Esports Center, get the PMGC token that is shown, and of course go on ahead and redeem it to get more permanent items in the PUBG Mobile Esports Center. Additionally, there are 2 more treasure boxes coming up during PMGC, so go on ahead and stay tuned for that, and you can find more information in the game. So a lot of information there, y'all, but we just basically, there's so many things that goes on ahead and builds on top of these teams right now. It's so hard to know who's going to go on ahead and do well. So go on ahead, fan favorite everything. And it's time for that more details that Seven was talking about. Zute, go on ahead and take it away with the beginning of our recap.
All right, we're going to head into the recaps of that match. There was definitely a lot going on. We saw a lot of early action, too. It was like teams came out to play today. Today, everyone was looking pretty strong, pretty aggressive. We're actually starting off with the S2G map rotation. I mean, we don't see them on camera as much, so we're going to highlight their map rotations, Seven. And maybe here, Seven, we'll get a chance to see where they picked up all those kills. I'm looking for all those little red X's to appear.
And that's what I was talking about. Like, here we're being able to see it perfectly. This team is and this team is completely different than some of the other teams in regards to the metas that we see. They don't really split out as much if they don't have to, especially in stones like this one. And they kind of, it feels to me, Sutia, at least from what we're seeing here, they wait towards the end. They try to position themselves for those final circles, and they just let the elims come to them. And that's something that we've seen it over and over again. They do end up losing somebody there, but they're able to kind of move I mean, they're able to kind of move up here. You see them being able to secure some Illims as they're moving up. And all those Illims, at least most of those Illims, come towards the end as you're able to see them here. Now they're just moving up slowly. I love that one of the players had that high ground, which earlier, by the way, they were able to third-party a fight that we're going to be showing you with Alpha 7 and Footballers. And overall, S2G has just been insane. And now this fight right here. I mean, talk about Rise being aggressive too. Rise brought on the heat on this first match.
Yeah, Rise just crashed straight on in. Usually in this type of situation, especially with these apartments, we always see teams just share it and they just, you know, stay next to each other. They become neighbors. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this, Seven, where we just have two teams just waiting for the next circle and they're not doing anything because it's so difficult to fight in these buildings. So many corners to check, so many angles. But Rise Esports, they really just took it to the Knights, and even the casters were talking about it. I think the Knights weren't expecting it. They got a little bit dazed, confused. We saw that one grenade that almost knocked thirsted their own teammate out from the Knights. But the spotlight here is definitely on Rise, just ramping up that aggression. There's that grenade we were talking about. I think might have been strategic, made Xenox crawl a little bit faster. Like, hey, yo, if you want to get revived, get over here quick, because Rise is coming. But that grenade did not stop Rise one bit. And let's see if they, shoot the box. I think Rise were definitely feeling it. And this is the fight you wanted to look at specifically. You wanted to look at Alpha 7 versus Footballers. Well, we got it right here for you, 7.
Yeah, this fight, I feel like it could have gone either way. You see some Footballers players being able to kind of just be passive. Something that I've always loved about Footballers is just how many grenades they're able to throw, okay? They didn't get really lucky with any. They were able to cause some damage, which was huge. And something I want you to keep in mind is Lutz. Lutz right there is going to be kind of driving around, trying to get an angle, and you're going to be able to see that that's going to become very important here as we go on through this fight, because they are going to full send it at some point. You're going to see Raoun being able to, I believe, get a knock here, and then he's going to get challenged. Actually, he's going to get challenged by Carrillo. He is going to be able to get knocked. And then another player, if we're going to be able to see it here, you're going to see Footballers. There you go. Trying to run him over. They come in with the cars. And this is when I was talking about that Senatexa clutch up when he needed to clutch up. He's able to get the knock. He's able to, right away. This is something that I love too. He was able to get those elims confirmed and get those points in their pocket. And the reason why I love that and why I wanted to highlight that is because yesterday, Alpha 7 ended up with 2 matches and 0 kills. Something that we're usually not used to. Maybe we're used to maybe 1. I would say 1 max. But 2 matches in 1 day. So today you can kind of see at least Alpha 7 wants to make sure they get any points because they want to be able to move up that leaderboard and not end up behind Navi at the end of the day.
I mean, a lot of these teams ended up going on ahead and doing something really interesting there. I love that you guys chose those 2 clips to go on ahead and highlight. Of course, S2G will go on ahead and take that first game, and we have 4 more matches today. We're going to go into Miramar next, then Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. Didn't really talk about that at the beginning, but that's because it is exactly the same. But our singular Miramar game going into this one, I mean, S2G, didn't they take that one as well the other day? No, those Erangel and Sanhoks, but S2G, at this point, will they just go on ahead and take all of them? Can they be stoppable, or will we start seeing these other teams that are obviously so capable at chain fighting be able to go on ahead and get those wins? Zute, how are you feeling about Miramar next?
Miramar, I believe they did win yesterday's Miramar. Yeah, they did. 7, I remember 7 was playing it out. They were just, just played it very patient. Once again, if you guys missed yesterday, they did win Miramar, and they played the end game extremely patient. I think even the casters might have got it a little bit wrong. I remember the casters saying they need to push off that knock right now. They need to go. But Seven and I were sitting here, and 7 was like, no, they just need to play it patient. And that is the strength of S2G. Another thing I want to mention about S2G real quick is, so far, all of these zones we've seen across the different maps have all ended in a very different place. That was the first time on Erangel we saw a really northwestern zone in. So this team, S2G, they know the map inside out. They know their rotations inside out. No matter where the zones go, I feel like we could very easily see like another chicken dinner here, or at least a bunch of points out of S2G span.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Not for long, though, because we're going to jump into a very short break, and then, of course, back into the action in Miramar. We'll see you guys shortly.
Ready for extract.
Aynısını söylemeyeceğiz. Son HP Vesi'yi çekecek. Sonrasında uzun mucizeleriyle beraber tabii ki Erangel'de çok güzel puanlar toplamıştı ama ikinci bir mucize yüksek ihtimalle gelmeyecek burada.
And their careful approach, their caution, their patience, it's paid off. They've had to wait a couple of months for the package to arrive, but the circle's here finally. But jumps out of the vehicle. Now it has to be a really slick movement. They've controlled the lower floor. This is really well played getting that. I mean, there's nowhere for him to...
Come on, Mad Bulls, you can do it. The advantage in terms of position, they push on forward. Effect is trying to help him on the sideline. Salke gets a knock on the yin yang, and Effect can do nothing about that.
У них серьезные проблемы. Вивикаш продолжает душить, но эффект падает ног с помощью осколочной грабли, которые слетят масоны, потому что Сузи очень агрессивно въезжает. Гим-Янг с двух сторон будет прострел. Сейчас пасут.
Продавили они в меньшинстве. Коллектив Magic Pride.
It's going to cook up a nade. We've seen the next phase pop up. It's shifted down to southeast. It is going to be that coastline finish. Rip 7 takes a hell of a lot of damage, but yet to get confirmed. So this is going... There you go.
Rotasyondaki rakibine oldukça iyi headshotlar yekti. Hemen burada Timur görüldü. Kudur. Bura almak isteyecek. Bedava bir puan var burada Kudur için. Next kaldı.
Açı vermek isteyecek orada Dark.
Vermek istemiyorlar Fenerbahçe'ye. Rip 7'da bombasıyla çok güzel bir bombası var. Araç var. Aracı çarptı orada. Bir kıvılcımlar çıktı. Rebellion ne yaptı ne?
24 players alive, and Savian tries to make something happen for Papara. The blue is ticking away.
Beautiful nade from Lavaz, and that sealed the deal for Fenerbahce. Now we see Supermassive Blaze for power coming in. Tron!
Run, gonna take the buggy, and that's how it ended up. Meanwhile, amazing spray coming from Fresh, finds one.
Continues to put pressure on the last player, 12-18. Lin jumps in.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Okay, y'all, welcome back to PMGC West League Super Weekend 1 Day 2. We're about to be going into Miramar, and I asked what they wanted to talk about right before going into this, and Seven, he just said a singular word that we're going to go ahead and expand upon. Hot drops. Seven, go for it.
That's pretty much what it comes down to. We saw in the first hot drop that I really want to talk about, Ghost Gaming and Supermassive Blaze. Now, this is not the first time that's going to be happening. I hope it happens again. Sue, do you agree with me on that one? Just a quick yes or no?
Yeah,
Does it happen
I think
again?
it's going to happen. Yeah, yes.
Yes. All right, sweet. The next hot drop that I'm going to be looking at is going to be Next Ruya versus Alpha 7. Yesterday, we didn't really see a bigger hot drop out of those two teams. I want to see if Next Ruya, with the way that they kind of performed on that first match, if they're going to be kind of feeling themselves, feeling a little bit confident and try to challenge Alpha 7, knowing that they're currently kind of in the same position when it comes to the overalls, man.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Alternatively, do you think that maybe since... Okay, there's two ways, right, Zoo? I want you to answer this. They could go on ahead and continue with the hot drop because both those teams obviously need those points, so they could just go on ahead and commit to an early fight and potentially just get those points early on, or do you think it'd be more worth it to kind of just ensure that you're going to kind of play into the late game and get your points that way?
Well, as far as the hot drop goes between Ghost and Supermassive, we saw yesterday Ghost try to play aggressive, Supermassive backed off in a really good defensive manner, and then Ghost was just like, okay, if you guys don't want to fight, we'll just leave. And I don't know what happened to Supermassive. They took so long to rotate and leave that Na'Vi eventually rotated into them, and Gate kept them out and picked up some kills. So that might cause Supermassive Blaze to be a little bit more aggressive this time around. Ghost Gaming definitely doesn't look scared to fight based on yesterday's footage, and also Ghost Gaming, I think they're back in form. I mean, to be honest, like, I doubted them a lot, don't get me wrong, and I think I had good reasons to doubt them, but Ghost Gaming, they just always kind of start pulling through when it really matters. So Ghost Gaming, definitely not scared to fight. I think we'll see a fight break out within the hot drop between those two teams.
I'm kind of excited to see that instead of just eventually backing off of each other after not really fighting for a while. So, I mean, we'll get to know shortly. But another thing, I guess, as well, is you mentioned Na'Vi, right? Last time, yesterday in our Miramar game, they ended up crashing onto a compound, taking a fight. I can't quite remember the team, but they ended up taking that away just immediately, played it very well. So we realized, hey, they're being very aggressive on this Miramar game. They were successful for a bit. Do we think that maybe Na'Vi is trying to turn Miramar into that map where they can go on ahead and get some points this time? Their rotation coming out of that fight wasn't the best. They didn't have a good spot. So do you think maybe now in this Miramar, they clearly had the confidence last time, with a better circle, do you think that they're going to try and turn this map into their next big play, you think, Seven?
With this one, I mean, the first thing that I'm going to be looking at with Na'Vi is how long are they going to be taking to actually get to the circle. We saw a different change in them yesterday where they were kind of looking to get into the circle before Alpha 7 did. I know we keep bringing this up, but it was just such a clash, man, of stuff that you guys might have not been able to see to detail. But that's the first thing I'm going to be looking at. If they do decide to be the first ones towards the map, I'm going to be looking at how they're going to be playing that, right? Are they going to be playing towards the outer circle, or are they going to be playing more towards the middle? Because if they play more towards the middle, then they're going to be playing a lot more defensive in a way, with teams crashing them, and they're just looking to pick up some people here and there. Now, the other team, going back to what Sute and you guys were talking about in regards to the hot drops, you got to remember, now Ghost Gaming has a bit of a cushion in regards to points. Now Ghost Gaming's got that second place confidence. So I am going to be looking forward to seeing what Supermassive Blaze does and what Ghost Gaming does on this next Miramar.
You're not wrong, so yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to add real quick, like, this is only the second Miramar game that we're going to see from the Super Weekend. And as you all know, Miramar is huge. And it all kind of comes down to where that first circle goes, because we were talking about Na'Vi and rotations, right? Na'Vi, they drop up in La Cabrera. You see that way up in the northwest. So I feel like as far as Na'Vi's performance goes, it's going to really determine on where that first circle pops up and the shifts that follow. We haven't had too many games of Miramar with these teams, so it's not like they can really figure out what positions to optimize, what positions to take. It's going to kind of be a learning process, and the circle RNG, I think that's going to play one of the biggest factors when it comes to the results of this upcoming Miramar match span.
And, you know, we also already talked about how so far every single game has gone to a really different part of each map. Last time it was in La Bandita, and since this is the only second time playing this map, obviously there's a high probability of it going somewhere else completely different, kind of hoping for a little bit more interesting terrain. Maybe a lot, I don't know, Miramar is like perfect for those long range, super mountainous terrain gameplays. So like if there was a spot that you kind of hope for going into this, where would you want to go? I know that's kind of a basic question there, but I mean just a little hope. I definitely have a preference, so Zute.
I think the most fun and interesting maps that provide really good competitive edge, like in terms of like if teams can figure this one out, they'll be highly rewarded. I would say it's around that Minas Generalis zone, like somewhere around there with a shift. There's a mix of compounds, hills, low ground, high ground. You got all the mix right there, Span.
Okay, and then obviously we know that these teams, especially S2G, although in that first place position, is obviously really good at getting into those difficult circles. So we're going to see if they can do it once again on Miramar. Once again, throwing it over to our casters for second match of today.
Oh, we're back, Necro, and I look at it, the style. I'm seeing that Megadeth rocket handing down onto La Cobreria, but I'm looking also towards one team. And that is S2G. I mean, the analysts have mentioned it, but I think we need to lay it on a little thicker. I mean, S2G, 3 chicken dinners in 6 games, over 100 points, and they're only just starting with the first Super Weekend. They still got the entire tournament to go.
Exactly, as you mentioned, they still have much more days to come up forward, and they can try and make a lot of things happen. And we were also talking about, you know, the drop clashes the analyst desk were having a talk about it. Another drop clash over here, A7 and Knights this time. Quite an interesting one, but yeah, I really do want to see what's going to be happening in Picado as well, because yeah, as Seven Walls Gaming mentioned, that now Ghost Gaming has that little bit of cushion to going forward. They can, of course, try and make that push happen against Supermassive Blaze and try and play that spoil sport.
Minas Generalis, Black Dragons, and Mad Bulls, they are set it up for the first time here together inside this more central compound. Of course, all of them going to be heading past Minas Generalis, so in towards even further, that western side of the zone. The first time we talked about diversity of these zones, that we're going to see a western zone here on Miramar, and let's see some love for El Pozo and Monte Nuevo and co, all towards that western wall. I actually think that we're going to see a big change in the way that we see these teams play, because we've never seen them be forced into this position by 4. We've not actually even really seen the western side of Miramar as a whole.
Yeah, exactly. And the circle as well, as you mentioned, playing an interesting factor in here. A lot of teams on the right side, they're going to be having to move inside, and that's when a lot of fights will start to happen. Ghost and Supermassive Blaze, again, these two teams clash against each other on Picado, but what I am really having the question is that are Ghost Gaming just going to fully commit onto them this time? Because on the previous time, we do know even the league days, Supermassive Blaze were a team that was always coming out on top in this fight, but now as Ghost Gaming have a little bit of mental edge over Supermassive Blaze, they can always try and take him down as early as possible and make sure they're not really able to get a lot of points in their hands inside the game of Miramar. Over here, though, Mad Bulls going against Black Dragons. And both these teams are on a struggling phase in the overall rankings.
Well, there is a problem here coming through, of course, not only with Mad Bulls and Black Dragons, but I think I was looking past just near this location was, of course, S2G, their rogue member, leaving themselves out towards Minas Generalis side. Actually had to take a vehicle back further towards the north end of Javier de Pastelon. Is also going to run into a little bit of trouble, though, when it comes to Supermassive Blaze. Also going to be a solo player outside of Picado. And I think this is also why, actually, as you mentioned, Supermassive Blaze are at that disadvantage over the Picado side. But head back, of course, towards fighting. There is going to be another knock on Yin Yang, heading back through for the fire of Black Dragons. GC God is going to confirm that one down. And down to 3 members, Mad Bulls will go as GC God is on that far flank. Has also been found out, though, by effect and won't be allowed to get far away with this one, as they do seem to escape for now. But actually, Mad, I like their position a little bit more. Black Dragons, yes, they're finding a knock, but they're still very split when it comes to their position. I think that if they can continue to pick off these players, and Mad continue to misposition, then clearly Black Dragons win out with these type of wider positionings. But actually is mad as long as they stay together and as long as they can try to push out. I think you've really got to look at that front line there, which is right next to Agri against Black Dragons, and then push further from there.
But again, I also like the high ground positioning coming in from the side of Black Dragon, right? They have a little bit of high ground on the players of Mad Bulls over here. There is one man all the way in the far fray, and Monkey kind of pinned down outside this little house he's got. He's down quite low, but again, it should be really hard for him to get to himself or at least patch himself back up as we talk about things not really panning out. Mad Bulls, they are having a casualty on their name. Black Dragons as well, they have a casualty on their name. Same thing goes. It seems like both the teams now are in the equal page over here. As Mad Bulls, one player falls down. Black Dragons, I really want to see, are they going to be charging in forward? Because for now, Black Dragons, yeah, it seems like they are, but again, they're thinking it twice, which is quite understandable. As I said, GC God's position all the time. He just has the high ground no matter what kind of fight it is. GC God always likes to go for that high ground. And now Black Dragon's looking to confirm that kill. Monkey trying his best to deny it. But Golden isn't a man that's going to be backing off that easily. Effect down quite low. Black Dragon, it seems like Mad Bulls, this game's slipping off their hand. Monkey falls down. Effect is low. It's just that one last man alive.
It's just almost positioning through from Mad Bulls, and it's actually beautiful timing coming through from Black Dragon. It's actually waited on the push for Squeezed and Golden for GC God to roam their way up towards the top of these silos, and then actually push in, make that push after GC God has a high ground to cover him. And I think it's that short in the moment patience through from Black Dragons, which is clearly why Black Dragons in this situation are the playing as the better team. Mad Bulls, they're trying to play as that squad, but they just can't find that open angle. They can't deal with GC God in the high ground, and as a result, they're left to go for the hills.
Oh, the final man's on the run. Mad Bulls trying to play things a little safe because they do know on the overall rankings, things aren't really looking good. On the other hand, Supermassive Blaze and Ghost, again, they caught each other eyes. Beowulf down quite low, but he's going to be survived, so at least that's a good news for Ghost Gaming for now. Should be able to patch himself back up. Supermassive Blaze, on the other hand, though, it seems like they're just pinned on one side of Picado. They don't really have a lot of things to loot around. Tron's movement being spotted. I'm pretty sure HH24 can hear the footsteps, and he's well aware of what exactly is happening. Supermassive Blaze giving a lot of sound cues away, and Ghost, they're of course going to be having a little advantage as we talk about, of course, that mental advantage coming inside this. And in general, Ghost Gaming, it seems like they're just well positioned.
I just think it's very one-dimensional though, Necro. We've seen this team every single day, every single time. They've always been up against each other in Picado. I actually think the Supermassive Blaze and Ghost are very slow if fighting out in this location. We've never actually once, as we say, seen a fast engagement or disengagement coming through from these two squads. And particularly in a zone like this, where you are going to be left behind in Picado, you can already see actually positioning coming through from S2G over towards Picado Hill, in towards La Terriere, and also you've got if Furious Gaming, even further ahead, past S2G, now also Fenerbahce, they're closing back down, heading further north too. So there's not going to be an easy route for either of these teams heading into the zone. And actually, I admire now why Ghost are trying to go for this push. They've actually identified the Supermassive Blaze, and always the way that they play this, have always put a solo on this 5-stack in this hotel. And you can see now that Ghosts are picking up on this problem. They might lose Beowulf on the backside, but it's certainly got to land this kill and this assassination onto Tron.
Oh, Tron, I'm pretty sure he hears that he's getting pushed right from beneath. But Ghost, I'm pretty sure they're not just going to straight up charge in forward. Savian's position as well is well known. He's in the motel all the way across. If any of the players from Ghost decide to step out in the open, they're going to be meeting their makers instantly. Ghost, though, as you mentioned, Beowulf almost touches his death, but he's not close enough. And as we talk about that, Supermassive Blaze, Tron falls down. A beautiful push coming in, beautiful timing, as we like to call it. Ghost able to take down Tron now. Supermassive Blaze in a man disadvantage, and that's not going to be good news for them because they're only down to a 3-man squad, and they really needed a good performance in this game, Jake.
But unfortunately, Supermassive Blaze, it's as we said, every single time it's Ghost to come out on top. And when is the moment with Supermassive Blaze say, what's our other strategy in the Miramar? Where are we going to go elsewhere than Picado? Because we see this problem where teams fall into the trap on one map, not having a different drop spot, being so reliant on one location is not working out for them. And then as a result, they're shooting themselves in the foot because they're not being diverse enough. And particularly in PMGC, you have to have a secondary drop spot to be able to answer that when a better team, quite frankly, or a team keeps you there for too long, that it may affect you later in the game to be able to then find success later on in the future of the tournament as a whole.
Oh, Aton with the high ground, peppering a lot of bullets on the Eastern Stars. A lot of damage has been dealt. Kapahala as well falls down. 2 men short. Eastern Stars not looking good in this fight. Fenerbahce, Flaky, man. Flaky's the man in the clotheslines. Eastern Stars now, we do know. One of the teams, as Jake also mentioned, Miramar is their home. They really like to play on the map of Miramar, and they have been having like pretty good performance as well over here. But again, this kind of a start isn't really going to be helping them to get the good performance in their pockets. As Octavian being spotted with that rotation, with that buggy, he took a little shots on himself. But again, no connection being found from the side of Duke and Machine.
Dilemma, of course, where do they go? Because they are trying to rotate wide away from the fight, but Aton's behind them. You've got S2G even further in front, but there's no easy way in. And you have to actually admire that the zone isn't fully available to these teams. There is part of that western wall that we mentioned is going to be an out-of-bounds area. So this zone does feel slightly more towards a phase 3, and it is going to be more compact, therefore, for these teams to enter on into, given also by the fact that you've only got, realistically, Monsignor Waiver available that's a strong compounded team, and you look towards S2G's positioning. I actually love that spot because they've got a high ground over the compound and the crossroads all connecting into Monsignor Waiver close towards the center of that zone, but they've also, in additionally, able with that high ground to look behind them into all of these teams, making those wider rotations down through towards the south. Is fortunately Black Dragons, they were trying to rotate later into that game, and Supermassive Blaze, luck has struck them. They're staying in Picado, unlikely as they do strike in 2 kills.
Oh, that's a huge one as well. And Supermassive Blaze, at least they are going to be able to get their confidence back up with those 2 kills that they've found on the players of Black Dragon. Tried to rotate through Picado, but it seems like that was not really a successful rotation from their side. Footballist spotting out a couple of players from the Knights. And again, Footballers, we did see them take a couple of shots onto them. They were able to find, or not really deal insane amount of damage onto them. But now Unicorns Love in the clotheslines of Rise. Our rise of where Lin is. Unicorns Love is really close. And if Lin finds the right moment to strike, I'm pretty sure he can deal a lot of damage. Has the nade in his hands. He's cooking it to perfection. Mufasa is just unknown, but he's quite lucky. He moved at the last second, Jake.
He moved. He got lucky with that one, no, Necro. I mean, Lin, you can feel the frustration on him right now. You cook that nade, you wait till it explodes right at the perfect moment, oblivious to what's about to hit him. He steps away from his vehicle and survives. It's Lin now giving his position away. Nunes on the backside could be the executor of them, but you also see Unicorns of Love, they're closing in on this one. You've got Rolkins on the flank side, what you saw already, but also GK first on the opposite end. They're pinstering him in from 3 different locations, and Nunes, who steps out of church, he wished to go back in for another song because the hymn is only bad of Unicorns of Love, singing him into the afterlife.
Lin playing his positions to perfection, kept his position anonymous until he spotted Lin and he got himself that opening frag. And now again, Nunes, as soon as he fell down, that's not really a good sign for a team like Rise. Mythic down quite low as well. Rise now down to a 3-man squad, and they also don't really have a lot of breathing space to work around with. They're just pinned inside this little compound. Unicorns of Love can try and engulf them like an amoeba.
Still, no, Lin, further forward, does dodge out a nade for now. Rise, they step further back, they do try to fight from range, as Lin will dodge out a second, but GK first, fresh, having none of it here. Necro, as they do move further forward, another missed grenade though. Is the door not successful, but on the flank side, the shots go wide, and Mythic down to half HP as they are engulfed by the blue zone. Mythic knocked, and now Rise down to only 2.
Oh, down to only 2, and Unicorn's Love just charging it forward. As I mentioned, Rise just didn't really have a lot of breathing space to work around with. They were being trapped inside this house, and Unicorn's Love playing that fight to perfection. And just like that, Rise suffocating their own death, and Unicorn's Love come out on top in that fight. A7 and Na'Vi going head-to-head against each other. These two teams, each and every single viewer has their eyes out for, and A7 as well. Oh, both the teams have dealt kind of like equal amount of damage, but still Na'Vi, it seems like they look in a huge disadvantage because as you can see, clearly the separation from them isn't looking good. Kitsune all the way in the back lines and the rest two in the front lines. A7 might just have a little advantage inside this one.
Opposites detract here on Miramar too, as also Na'Vi and A7. They found each other again. Na'Vi eats a nade, Kitsune for breakfast. He's already going down. As A7, they take down a second as Meku will join him. It's a party here in the deathbed for Na'Vi. As A7, they will lose one in return. Matic does find it and will execute away Revo too. He's going to make sure that at least they lose one. They might lose two. Matic steps for a down, but as he jump over the top of the hill, the Senetexa takes them down. Na'Vi, 4 kills, and they're only looking on Creo did survive. As Footballists, they are heading further forward into this rotation too. So A7, there's not a lot of time. You can see, of course, Footballists capitalizing on a broken A7 will take down the seconds.
Football, as you mentioned, just third-partying this entire situation, capitalizing on the A7's position. Career already falling off. This leaves A7 with only 2 men standing. One man being spotted out in the open in far phrase. Luz trying to take a couple of shots onto him, but it seems like no connections being found yet. And guess what? The fallen man has got himself a hand. He's going to be back up on his feet. But again, the Blue Zone's dealing quite a lot of damage onto them.
Oh, but look, he's gone all the way towards Fenerbahce. This is Fenerbahce's game to lose in. I remind myself saying something like this just yesterday here, Necro, and we got to see if we can hold up for the win this time around. As Footballists, they will lose one. A7, they're not quite out of the woods just yet, though. It's Footballists, they will lose another. Nado atop, will it land? Yes, it will onto Mafioso Lut. He strikes through. Will it land onto Carrillo? Yes, almost takes it down. The Bullets, a final push through. It lights the 2v1 in the back as Footballists. Some turning at the tables here for the lower teams.
But they also need to realize that they still need to make their mark inside the zone. If they don't, the zone's going to be dealing quite a lot of damage. And again, the blue zone will be moving in quite slowly now. Unicorns a lot pushing against a team like Aton. Asta falls down. Malus as well is already fallen down. And while Unicorns a lot, Rolkis is down crawling. Aton, are they going to be able to get the rest back up in the fallen comrade? The answer is pretty much is going to be no, but Footballists, they're going to finding themselves these 2 kills. The confirmation will be there without any problem. But they also, as I mentioned, they also need to make their mark inside the zone. Asta will be bleeding to his death.
Yeah, they're trying to keep him alive, trying to see if the rest of A7 will go in for the revives and bait him in for the final execution, but they are too sneaky for that one, as Senetexa will be able to survive, goes for the wide flank round, and they'll meet S2G later on, but to look at that zone, what a dicey space between those 2 mountains it is. I mean, S2G, Fenerbahce, they're the ones in control here, and they are the gatekeepers, quite frankly, when it comes to this phase 4 zone. How are they going to defend here? You are looking now, can S2G decide to move forward? Are they going to try to keep away the stragglers of A7, Footballist, also next Royal, or are they actually going to try and make that push early on? Because I think you are looking at SDG, who should play this patient. You're looking at Fenerbahce, who should be able to, again, stop those southern stragglers out. And there's not really much I think that other people can do in this game. I think we might actually have this, again, 1v1 be down to S2G and Fenerbahce.
Oh, exactly. S2G, though, again, they have found themselves a compound, at least for now. They're going to be calling it home. But again, it's on the edge of the circle, and that's not really the best position they really want to be. S2G, of course, one of those teams we do know, no matter what kind of position they have, they're always going to be in there in that top 5. One of the most consistent teams out there, and Fenerbahce now going against Unicorns of Love. Both these teams have been doing pretty good up till now, but let's just see who comes out on top in this one. And as we were talking about A7, how they got third party about Footballers, it seems like Senatex was not really interested in fighting Footballers. Instead, he preferred to make it a rotation inside the zone, and now he's looking pretty safe right in the smack center. But the fight between Unicorns Aloft and Fenerbahce, it seems like it has turned out to be a stalemate.
Still, I actually think that here is A7 approach course up towards that southern side. Senatex is looking pretty darn in the open, pretty darn dead. There's not really much where for Senatex to go. They still push anyways. It's a lost effort, as Fenerbahce will keep them there in position. The tree is only as far as Senatex will come, and Atom are behind them. But to head back towards that zone, it shifts away from everyone. There is actually 0 people in this phase 5 on the shift at a time. Only now, yes, on the edge, Eastern Stars, Ghost trying to make this push. Ghost down to a solo player, though. It's all down to HH24. Can he defend against the 3-man wrath of Eastern Stars? I don't think he can. He's stepping back outside, but he still stops him on the front side anyways. In the porch, he uses him with a welcome mat. Blood is not enough to strike down Bazi as he will return the favor. They will find a revive, and actually Eastern Stars given a strong position in this phase 5 as they hold out the only compound on a hillside.
Oh, Eastern Stars able to put the final nail in the coffin for Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming now knocked off the way. S2G's only possible big threat inside the game. Still alive. Unicorns of Love as well are feeling themselves in the game of Miramar. And all these teams, including Unicorns of Love, is the only team, including Nextruya, they're all 4 players alive, and this is where the man advantage really does come in handy in those final circles. And we know what happens when you pretty much have all 4 players alive. You of course have the higher chance of winning the game as well. Fresh down quite low, still makes a bold rotation happen, and luckily didn't really catch any bullets onto him making that. But Aton, Cardi gets spotted, and Unicorns of Love, all 3 players charge on them. Eastern Stars being pressured from the side of Knights, but guess what? The utility utilization from the side of Eastern Stars just seems like it's better. They're able to flush Knights out.
And there's nothing that Knights can do but trying to play on 2 different fronts again. Coops is left as a solo. The third is far out on the flank, but we're playing inside the house. And this is the crux here for Knights. They can't fight equally, and they lose out initially. Xenox on the grenade, on the pop, and the extra bullet outside. And Knights, there was nothing that they could do from that point. They fall down in 8th position, but we're still to look towards his zone positioning. Unicorns of Love still sneaking their way in, fresh in the backside. They can take advantage, actually, of Fenerbahce. Unicorns of Love, they could sneak this one through as Fenerbahce on the outside. They're trying to be dispatched by Unicorns of Love, but they also take out Footballers. They're fighting on 2 fronts.
There's not really a lot of cover to work with in the final zones. That means a lot of teams are just going to be stuck out in the open, including one of them are going to be Fenerbahce for now. Look at the Fresh. Look at Fresh. That's quite a risky rotation still. Not really catching any bullets. What's going on? Fresh, is he invisible?
He executes them. He executes Fenerbahce, right? And that's the thing. He takes out the Nox. He takes out the Fenerbahce team. There's nothing they can do. They come outside. Unicorns of Love, they've still got 3 members on the opposite side just to stand up and shoot them all down. So that's why Fresh gets across. It's actually a brilliant play from Unicorns of Love, as they were already fighting, as we said, on 2 fronts, taking down Footballers too. They've opened their space into zone, but it's still not over. It's that shift all the way opposite of Unicorns of Love's positioning, as they still have so far to go.
Oh, that risky rotation from the side of Football is not quite working out. One last man alive, also being spotted from the side of Unicorns of Love. Now Lin is the man who's just moving around in the vehicle, takes quite a lot of damage, but Lovizin now falls down from Brolkis, is the man who puts the final nail in the coffin for Footballers. And Unicorns of Love, they're just rolling through this lobby. They're looking really confident in this one. These are the final 6 teams alive in the game of Miramar. Fenerbahce again, they were up with all 4 players alive, but guess what? Aton now playing this point sport. It's Coco dealing a lot of damage on the Fenerbahce and also helping Unicorns of Love in the way.
This is why you cannot stay silent. Fenerbahce, they weren't aggressive enough to stop those roaming in on the zone. And now they get punished. They all got leapfrogged by every single other team, by Footballers, by Atom, by Unicorns of Love, and they paid a price for it. Now even next Warrior from the far reaches of the north punish them too for the mistake. His Aton will fall first to the hands of Next Warrior, but it should be Fenerbahce soon to follow. As Next Warrior, they do now look towards their next potential kill. Unicorns of Love. They set out the stage, the smokes are there. As they dissipate on one front, they move further forward. They have potentially a way to get across this road, but from past this road, where do they go? They need to actually use and utilize vehicles in some form, or at least find a knock like that onto Next Warrior in the execution onto Kudor too. That's what you're looking for as Unicorns, to actually get your way into zone.
Exactly, and another circle as well shifts out in the open. Not really a lot of cover to work with. Eastern Stars is the team that is on the edge lines, and S2G has found themselves right in the smack center. Unicorns love getting charged up on by Fenerbahce. Two men falling down from their side. Fenerbahce, one last man alive, Rebellion, but he's also getting shot at by another team. It's going to be Eastern Stars. It was Octavian playing that small sport for a team like Fenerbahce, and unfortunately, Unicorns love that were looking really strong. I mean, he just single-handedly, the player from Fenerbahce just single-handedly playing that small sport for them, and now Unicorns of Love, suddenly they're not really looking the dominant one.
Oh, but look who's looking dominant inside the shack. Is S2G? It's going to be back-to-back games for them.
How?
Like the Eastern Stars. Is Octavian's going to join the rest of them? Bazzi is out on the far right edge of the zone. There's nothing left for him. Silas Pew's going to go in and assassinate down half the jump. It was done to 100% completion. And Bazzi is going to be next to fall to the edge of the blue zone. As it creeps further forwards, Eastern Stars eliminated. Kelsey is knocked, and Unicorns of Love. Lin is doing everything possible to try and draw this game back for him. But with that knock, they found him. They execute him down. Surely he dodges out one time, but I don't think he can dodge out a second. There's S2G, 2 out of 2, 4 out of 7 games won by them. Is there nothing that they cannot do with the event, bro?
They're just such a brilliant team. They're like, all right, let everyone else just fight, and then we're just gonna, you know, pretty much just take him out of the game. And in the end, oh my God, it's like no matter what you say for a team like, for a team like S2G, it's just gonna be less, man. They're just so insane. They're always able to put on a consistent performance.
Oh yeah, I mean for sure. When you look towards, I think here, you are spying S2G. Not only reaching 100 or so points, but you're looking at them going even further. You're looking at them breaking complete dominance through not just this Super Weekend, but if they can get into future ones, not only taking, as we said, those points away, but now also looking further at what is left in terms of points for these other teams. Because if S2G are taking the kills, they're taking, of course, these chicken dinners, it's going to be a big, close fight for all of those other 15 potential teams, especially as we head further into this competition to try scrap, as we said, for just getting into those 2nd through 6th positions.
I mean, and we've just like started through the second day. That was just the second game, and already S2G, they've gotten themselves like 4 chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. I mean, I don't even know. It's like a huge statement being made from a team like S2G, and just the brilliance, just the sheer brilliance that they showcase in those end moments. They're like, all right, let everyone else fight, and then when we find a right moment to strike, we're going to be striking. They just know how to keep quiet in those moments. And here are the highlights as well from that previous game, how Black Dragons and Mad Bulls, they've started that fight, and how, like, in the end, Mad Bulls just fell apart. That game was really important for both those teams, but somewhere down the line, some questionable mistakes were being made from the side of Mad Bulls.
Yeah, I think as well from Black Dragons, they come in 11 minutes. I mean, to be fair to them, they don't expect someone to be in Picado at that time in the game, but still, they didn't respect there could be, and they fall down too. So there is a game positioning and entering into a possible fight. The problem that teams still need to decipher, as we've talked about coming into this day too. And I think as well, when you look towards this zone, it was a lot of the exiting out of Montana Way. There was a lot of entering in onto these open ground final zones. That was the problem for these teams navigating, because positioning was so difficult for a lot of these teams when they'd actually put themselves in so early of actually a position. But it was these outer teams like Eastern Stars, I think actually like S2G, as we said, in Unicorns of Love, who are playing more towards the edge of that zone, who weren't so stuck when that zone did hard shift away from them, that they could find the flexibility to roam around the edge and actually surprise those who didn't have a position to move, like of course Knights, like of course also Fenerbahce, and then be able to tighten themselves through to of course those final zone in the 7th phase 8 before they could actually close out the win. S2G, I think they sold of course the dominant spot, which was that shed in the center.
I mean, gotta say, though, Rebellion almost single-handedly took out the entire squad of Unicorns of Love, right? I mean, he got so close in the end, but then Eastern Stars were the saving grace for off Unicorns of Love. Rebellion was able to just tear through them, and luckily, as I mentioned, Eastern Stars were there in the back line just to give that, you know, cover fire, as I would like to say. Unknowingly, they saved Unicorns of Love in the end. But yeah, Unicorns of Love, as I mentioned, that was a banger of a game from their side. They were definitely looking really kill-hungry in that one.
Yeah, I think for Unicorns of Love, big step up for them, of course, keeps them in contention to try catch up to S2G, but S2G, they're rolling away with a stomper of a lead, as we have to, of course, break that lead down, guys, because it's a big fat one on the analyst desk.
Yeah.
S2G, I mean, just... We talked about already, right, that they were just able to figure out a place to play inside zone no matter where they came from, and there was just yet another example of it once again. So just that entire zone, I will also have to point out as well, Zoo, that was a hard zone to try and figure out a place to play in. So like at that point, everybody kind of was just going chaotic. Like, how are you supposed to play a zone like that?
Not only was that zone difficult to play in, it's also one of the more least commonly played zone far on that western side. I've seen it like a couple of times here and there, but definitely it's one of the rarer ones. And S2G, well, you asked me how should teams play that one. I'm just gonna say just do what S2G did. Like they are just winning like everything back to back, Seven.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, dude, they're making me eat my words. I said that I wasn't really expecting a back-to-back. They're doing that. Are they trying to do what they couldn't do yesterday? Are they trying to get that 3 in a row, that back-to-back-to-back? To be fair, though, Unicorns of Love being able to secure 12 elims, being able to secure that second place, 24 points for them total. That was an impressive performance, and this was a team that we were kind of calling out earlier in the day as well. So it's great to see them being able to perform like that. Eastern Stars, 19 points for them. Fenerbahce being able to collect 10 points is good too. And then as we go a little bit here towards that 6 and 7, Knights being able to collect elims as well. This is, even though they didn't really get the ranking, for them to be able to collect elims, that's what I love to see. Same with Alpha 7. We saw a huge fight between them and Navi. You can see there, Navi currently with just 1 point. Rise from the start, from an aggressive start that they had earlier today, only being able to collect 0. And then Ghost Gaming, Sute, guess what? They ended up winning that engagement against Supermassive Blaze.
Yeah, they ended up, I don't know if Ghost Gaming hunted them down or if Ghost Gaming's rotations just happened to coincide with Supermassive. You know, when teams drop in the same area, their rotations seem to follow each other pretty similar. And Navi, once again, not doing too well. And Alpha 7 on the flip end did pretty good. S2G, though, once again, MVP of the match. Another S2G member, Silas, with 856 damage, 6 elims, and oh, we got MVP points now up on the screen, and wow, 62% team contribution. S2G, they just do not stop.
I guess they have one of each member at this point that's going to be popping up on the screen. Will they be able to go on ahead and grab another Erangel? Because that's next, and they already won our first Erangel map up today, so they're obviously capable of it. Something that I'd like to ask you guys point out a little bit more, though, is that Unicorns of Love and S2G, obviously both at the top of this match, they both played that match very differently. If you guys want to go on ahead and expound on that a little bit more, Seven.
Yeah, with that one, I mean, we saw S2G how much they were able to just be patient and wait, right? Wait for the right moment, wait towards that circle. When you kind of saw Unicorns of Love, you saw them getting into so many fights and just fighting everything out. So overall, the rotations that S2G is currently doing, I mean, they're just impressive. And I don't think I've ever done this before, especially this early on, but if this team, I think they're going to be going to the finals. They're going to be going not to the grand finals, at least to the finals for West, so they can make it to the grand finals. So impressive. That's all I can say. I'm very, very impressed with how this team is currently playing. You can see some of the stats right there. Even though Timber wasn't able to just secure those elims, he was able to secure a lot of damage for his team with 844 damage. But you can see Silas Pugh, he was pretty much a one-man army when it came to elims by being able to collect those 6, man.
Yeah, I don't disagree. You know, we kind of were talking about as well, S2G, we noticed one of them in that shack the entire time, and the other two kind of were playing up on the side of the hill, just watching over them until the very end, until they were forced to move. And then Unicorns of Love, yeah, on the other hand, just having to just completely run over everybody. The chain fighting immaculate, though, and that means that they're going to go ahead and actually jump up into that second place position there with 90 total points, up to 41 eliminations at this point. Still S2G, though, just absolutely running away with it. The last game, they broke 100 points, already at 145. Zute, a lot of these teams at this point still just, man, we're not seeing too much movement. I feel like on each screen we've seen so far today, it's just been about 3 teams.
Yeah, the points are getting pretty close. Like, I see pockets of points, right? Unicorns of Love and Ghost Gaming, 4 points difference. Second and third, pretty around like the 90-point mark. And then you move on to fourth and fifth, and a bit downwards, it stagnates down. Of course, first place, I don't think anyone's touching that this Super Week. And S2G came into today in first place, so they didn't need the points. But they just got 2 chickens in a row. So it's like kind of like slap in the face, right? Like, yeah, we're first place, and we're going to take the first 2 wins. What do you guys think about that, right? S2G just continuing to dominate. And Alpha 7 doing better and better. Na'Vi falling down a little bit. You see that arrow moving them downwards next to that 9. And now Na'Vi and A7, 1 point difference next to each other. It just seems like every step of the way, whether it be the rotations, whether it be the engagements, whether it be the points table, these 2 teams cannot seem to get away from each other. So that's actually quite funny to see, Span.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and we're actually about to be going back onto Erangel again, where, you know, we kept talking a lot about Alpha 7 and Na'Vi and how they're always near each other on Erangel, especially when it comes to their rotation. So depending on how it goes, maybe this could be the game where they do make that differentiation with each other from the points if they take one out, or if they're just going to continue to stay in the same place. But y'all, you guys watching, gotta go on ahead and do another reminder, because of course there is something called a fan favorite vote that you guys gotta go on ahead and get the action in on. Just go on ahead and launch PUBG Mobile, where you can vote for your PMGC team, and you guys can get rewards. You can get a ton of rewards, including various pink level permanent items only during the PMGC League period. You can go get voting tickets by logging in, watch it live in the Esports Center. Go on ahead and share the voting page and find more information in there. But go ahead, just do it, get that reward, go ahead and vote. And of course, along with those rewards is the treasure box. Again, a PMGC exclusive. There's this box inside the Esports Center. What you need to do is just watch PMGC live, either in the Esports Center or of course right here on YouTube as well. So go ahead, get that PMGC token, redeem it, get the treasure box, and keep watching, because there are 2 more options for it later on in the PMGC cast. So find more information in game. But again, go back into the action. Let's jump into the recap from this last match, Zute.
So for this recap, we're going to start it off with something that we've been talking about this entire week. Alpha 7 and Na'Vi, right? Well, this time we actually see them fight for, I think this is the first time we've actually seen them directly decide to engage each other. Well, there was earlier in the league day on Erangel, so this is the second time. But this is a super weekend fight, 7. So this fight in particular really stood out to me, and I think we both thoroughly enjoyed the way the fight played out.
Oh, we definitely did. I think we've been all craving this fight to happen, especially in Super Weekend, especially between these 2 teams. I mean, and the reason why we talk about so much about these 2 teams are as we're seeing the fight currently happened on the screen is because they were the champions. I mean, Alpha 7 champions out of Americas, and then you have Navi champions out of EU. So we want to see it, be able to see this fight. It's going to be able to tell us a lot. Right here, Revo, oh man, I wish he would have waited a little bit longer for them to actually get the angle. Magic, though, we got to give him credit because he was able to defend himself there for a second. We thought he might be able to clutch it up. Senatexa being able to clutch that up once again for his team. Something that we don't really see after that is they do get third party, and you kind of hinder a little bit of the performance right there, Sue, from Alpha 7, or what they could have done.
Yeah, the footballers team came in third party. It's so sad to see, right? With two teams that are juggernauts, they finally fight each other, and then they get third party. I almost wish there was a rule, like, right? If Alpha 7 and Navi are finally getting into it, let them be. Don't third party that. Let them slug it out. Let them deal with each other. And of course, we're back to S2G once again because, well, they got the chicken dinner once again. So let's take a look at their rotations. How do they always manage to do this? One thing I noticed is they prioritize kind of like the higher elevation. Sounds simple. Yeah, take the high ground. It's better. But we saw in Erangel, they did the same thing. They rotated in from the north side up on those giant hilltops, and then Miramar right here, they went up to the north once again, up on top that high ground. And based on these two games, I do kind of have to say they are getting a bit favored with the zones, but we see teams get favored with the zones and not end up, finishing the game out. We saw that happen with Navi and League Day, right? They got that circle right onto them. So S2G, they are getting favored by zone, but it still takes a lot to close the game out. And of course, they're picking up elims as well as 7 total elims. First game, they picked up 15 total elims. So it's not like they're hiding somewhere and everyone's, getting eliminated around them and then they win. They're getting them, or they're getting the elims and fighting their way to that chicken dinner 7.
Yeah, and something that I would kind of, in a way, have to disagree with you a little bit is their positioning. I think their positioning that they're putting themselves in is allowing them to kind of favor them with the zone, especially towards the end. Something that I've also noticed as we've seen this match and as we've seen the previous match that we saw in Erangel is how much S2G decides to just not take fights until the end. That's when we start seeing all of the kills coming in towards the end. They like to be so much passive than all the other teams, but they're able to turn it on. As soon as they see an opening, they're willing to take it. They're willing to get into that fight. Right here, we're able to kind of see both of these players being able to kind of finish it off, get that chicken dinner. But yeah, I feel like with this team, we've seen them not really get the zone. We've seen them being able to get the zone. What's impressive to me and what's really outstanding to me from that I've seen from many other teams is just how quickly they are able to adapt. And you can see they're in sync. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. When they're rotating, it's not just, I mean, it is just one player, but they're all, you can tell they're all working towards the same goal. It's not just one player going into the nether and then coming back and pretty much losing him. So overall, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of SGG in regards to rotations. And if they do keep getting Zone Bliss, I'm cool with it because they're taking full advantage of it.
Another thing I would like to ask you guys about, though, is obviously S2G said they can turn it on when those fights when they absolutely need to. And in this match, though, I really feel like Unicorns of Love very much obviously show that they were capable of getting kills, getting eliminations, and succeeding in fights. They got a ton of eliminations, just chain fighting the entire thing. And then at the very end, they kind of made the decision to go on ahead and turn around and fight a team behind them on the southern side against the zone. They had vehicles. What are the odds, Zute? Like, was that the correct thing to do, or do you think maybe even just going full at it and just crashing on a S2G's shack would have potentially had a different outcome?
Well, they perform well either way, right? There's always those what ifs. What if we did this instead? What if we did that instead? You'll never know the result of it until it happens, but you do know the result of what you did do, and if that played out pretty well in terms of points and whatnot, like, it's stick to it. Right? There was probably maybe more minuscule details or minor mistakes that could have been changed that would have made the result even better. But overall, I think every team that did get to that end game still had a great finish. And Miramar, one of the more difficult maps. That zone, one of the more difficult zones. So everything about that game, not easy for any of these teams, Span.
I don't disagree. Just wanted to go ahead and ask about that a little bit. And now we saw that match, all the schedule for today. 2 into S2G. We're about to be getting into our third match on Erangel once again. Like, man, what are the odds that S2G is just going to go on ahead and take this next one as well? I mean, all I have to do is go on ahead and wait and see. But 7, like, at this point, was there a team in that last Erangel game that you think could go on ahead and kind of hold up against them? I know you were kind of talking about Ghost Gaming last time as well.
Yeah, I mean, towards when we're going into Erangel, I would love to see what's going to happen once again between Na'Vi and Alpha 7 now that we kind of finally got that first engagement out of them, especially here in the Super Weekend. It's going to be interesting if Na'Vi is going to be looking to kind of retaliate, right? Let them know, hey, now you got one up on us. Let us get even out here, and that usually tends to happen. You got to remember this player's got that ego. This player's got that pride, and they don't want to kind of be looking down upon. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. If they do get into a fight, the next thing we're going to be looking at, and something that happened in the last match, is who's going to be looking to third party it. We saw Futbolis being able to do great in Miramar and kind of just stopping Alpha 7. I feel like, and 7, Suzy, I could be wrong about this here. I feel like if Alpha 7 wouldn't have been stopped after that Na'Vi fight, with that momentum going their way, if teams would have let them recap, I feel like Alpha 7 could have easily won that match.
With the way the zone shifted, they would have control of the north, right? Say Futbolis wasn't there to backstab them and they could work in from the north. Definitely, I think Alpha 7 would have had that full reset going in for them, so could have been a completely different game. So now that you brought that up, though, does that mean Alpha 7 and Na'Vi should look to fight earlier, get it out of the way, before, going into the later game and fighting and then having the risk of a third party come out? So we might see that, strategies start evolving over the course of the Super Weekend. We are only on day number 2. We've only played 2 matches. So there's still a lot of games left to be played. And both Alpha 7 and Na'Vi, these are the top dogs from their region. They are not used to being this far down in the leaderboards. They want to be in that top 3. And if that means like sticking it to each other, like, hey, we're just going to take you guys out now, then I think we might see that start developing over the course of just today even.
So they could go on ahead and potentially just target each other to try and go on ahead and capitalize on those points. What's to say, though, instead of doing that, why don't they just go on ahead and potentially take down some teams that are further below them on that leaderboard 7 instead?
It just comes down to the rotations. I mean, every single time, and kind of going back to weekly league play, every single time Na'Vi and Alpha 7 plays, it is within that 10 to 14 minute mark, as it happened here in Miramar as well. Now, the next thing that I'm going to want to see is how these two teams are going to be challenging S2G. Are they going to be looking to readjust their rotations? Are they going to be looking to readjust who's controlling that center circle? Because I notice S2G tends to go towards that center, or if not, they play like towards the edge of it, but enough to where they can just rotate easily. I would like to see, with what Sute was saying, I would like to see a hard shift for S2G and seeing how they react to that. I think that will give us a really good view in a different scenario for S2G, but I would also like to see how Na'Vi and Alpha 7 are going to be readjusting to what we're seeing right now out of S2G.
Probably used to their drop spots as well. Probably like the rotations. Don't want to change it too drastically during this time, because this is where the points obviously matter. We already talked about that. So we're about to be going into our third match relatively soon. But first, of course, is our video break. So we'll see you guys back here in a moment.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Sidelines, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly. Fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills,
but is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's Solitude. Stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody. Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them, and
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
Losing 1 for 4 points. That is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshot from.
Polo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot up the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addiction. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take, find the shots. P in a 1v3, what can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one, let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. They do not want to lose a player, and oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure, they'll get that revive. XSET full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not, kill switch is done, and Thurston.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back to PMGC West League. We're about to be going into our third match of today, and that means it's going to officially be the halfway point for this very first Super Weekend. I'm Spancargo, Zute, and 7 World Gaming here. Going to go on ahead and get into our third game, which of course is on Erangel. We already talked about S2G's absolute domination so far, having 4 chickens, a lot of them of which have happened on Erangel, half of them which have happened on Erangel so far. And I mean, will they go on ahead and basically do it again is what we're going to be finding out very shortly. But of course, Zute, going into this next one, is there anything else that you want to go on ahead and potentially discuss while we're waiting for this match to start?
I think the one thing we kind of need to pay even closer attention to now, especially since I know we've talked about it a lot, but especially since Alpha 7 and Navi actually took a fight, just straight up took a fight, that might be the turning point in you know, when it comes to, are they just gonna just start slugging it out now, right? Like they've made it into the Super Weekend, and most likely they're gonna make it into the Super Weekend next week too. So just finish it out now, so you guys both could part ways if need to. Like, figure it out, because this back and forth, it's putting both of them down in the second page span.
Yeah, maybe this first Super Weekend, they're a little bit more bold going on ahead and continuing to stay on top of each other, basically. That's a good thought. Maybe it'll go ahead and change over the Super Weekends. Before we start our next match, though, again, gotta go ahead and talk about the flagship performance and an immersive 120 Hz display and hypertouch technology. You guys already know it, OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, made specifically for gamers, and of course is your best shot to go ahead and climb these leaderboards. At this point, the leaderboard is so. You kind of talked about those shelves, I believe 7, where it's just S2G all the way up there at the top, and then the next two, second and third place people, just kind of duking it out as well. At this point, would you even continue to try and go on ahead and grab those top positions, or are you just going to go on ahead and just try to start fighting for that top 16, I guess?
Oh yeah, at this point, I mean, on this first Super Weekend, you got to take advantage of the teams that aren't here. If you're here, you got to score as many points as you can, whether that means it's via elims, whether that means it's via placement points, or if you're STG and you just want to absolutely dominate, go for it. Whatever works for you, but I feel like this teams definitely need to secure those points, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because I'm going to be calling out some teams. Supermassive Blaze, Furious Gaming has had a better day than what we saw yesterday, but I feel like they need to take advantage of them being here. Next weekend is not guaranteed. Some of these teams, I mean, with the way they're playing here, if they continue to go on this slump, it could hurt them in a way mentally. We have seen momentum get taken away from some teams. Sue, you as a pro player, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on this or not, but do you remember if having a bad Super Weekend affected your team going into the week of league play?
Ooh. How much time I got? All right, okay. I'll do
seconds.
it real quick.
Go.
I'll do it real quick. So, I played comp last year. We made it to Super Weekend. We didn't do too good in Super Weekend, and that led to disagreement within the team. I got subbed out in the league play the next week, and then in that league play, we didn't even qualify. So yes, 7. The results in Super Weekend matter a lot. You do bad in league, but you qualify, you can turn it around. We see a lot of these teams turning it right around. But if you do bad in the Super Weekend, going back into the league, I mean, you might struggle, your mental might be down, and everything might fall apart, Span.
Definitely not an ideal situation for any of these teams. So luckily, they have a couple more games left today to hopefully turn it around before the halfway point. Of course, they have tomorrow, but let's jump into our second Erangel match of today. Take it away, Highland Wolf, and of course, Necro.
We're here, okay, here Necro on Erangel once more, and to be frank, I'm actually looking forward to this. I've got high hopes, okay, but we're not going to see SUG win this game. I don't want to cast a curse, okay, maybe they do win. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I want to see a little bit diversity when it comes to who's taking chicken dinner, because at some point, the bellies of SUG, they're just going to explode eating that much turkey.
I mean, hey, come on. I mean, I definitely am eyeing off for S2G, man. Come on, that would be kind of cool, right? 3 chicken dinners back to back. Yeah, I do understand. I also do want to see that diversity. But again, if S2G do get that 3rd chicken dinner back to back, I mean, that would definitely be one of the most, like, incredible moments, right? It would be kind of cool.
In the PMGC West,
yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, back to back 3 chicken dinners. And, well, they will also have, like, 5 chicken dinners up their sleeves already, man.
I mean, also, I think it's been down to, yes, some of the zones have been given to them, but at what point are we going to say that the zones aren't just being given to them, that it's actually them consistently making it into these top positions? I mean, look at that lead. It's a mega lead, 55 points. 55 points between them and the 2nd place team. You heard me right, not the 5th, but the 6th or the 7th place team, then Echo, the 2nd place team. Yeah. That's at least 2 big games worth of a win of just even 2nd, only to catch up with S2G. That's such a cushion that they've been able to get themselves so early on as well.
Exactly, and at this point in time, SUG might as well just start targeting teams that they don't like, right? I mean, what do you think, Wolf? I mean, if I was in the shoes of S2G, if there's a team I am really jealous of, and I feel like they can be a possible threat in the future, I would just start targeting them.
Who would you be jealous of if you're S2G?
Unicorns of Love. They're doing pretty good. I'm jealous if I'm S2G. I don't want them to be anywhere close to me, neither Ghost, and I would just start spoiling their game.
Do you know what it is? Is it color pink? Is that what it is? Are you opposed to pink unicorns?
No, it's nothing like that, man.
Pink
Come on, they're on
fluffy
second
unicorns?
I just don't want unicorns love. I mean, if I'm S2G, I don't want any of their team on that second place getting like closing that distance, right? I, of course, want that team to just stay there. Any other team that is down there. I mean, but yeah, S2G again, it would be kind of better if they just keep on focusing, as you know, if they just try to rack up those points as much as possible. But again, as even the analyst desk mentioned, they have a huge safety cushion now. They can always go for that bloodthirsty games.
Also, there's a big difference when it comes to, of course, we said the taking out of each other on this leaderboard. You can see Na'Vi and A7 rightly on 9th and 10th position. I mean, if you coming into the Super Weekend, day number 2, we're going to have Na'Vi, we're going to have A7 both past the halfway mark on the leaderboard. I would not be inclined to agree with you. I would pay you money to bet that at least one of them would be past 8th position, but I would be a poor man to you, Necro, right now, because that is not the case. 43 and 42 points respectively. Yes, they've been taking each other out. I actually think it's been not just that, though. As we said, it's been these mistakes coming through from A7, from Na'Vi, in these team fighting. They've not been playing as a cohesive whole, and that's been something that actually has been picked up by these other teams, and has been a reason why they've not had this success. Now coming in onto this third game, I need to start seeing Na'Vi, A7 at a halfway mark of the first Super Weekend start playing as that team. They need to be making plays, even if they're bad, as a 4-man team, because splitting up and making 4 separate good plays is easily taken out.
I mean, I do understand where the disappointment is coming from, right? It's just like A7 and Na'Vi not really living up to their name. I mean, coming inside the East, West region over here, of course, like they were one of the most strongest teams, right? At least that's what was considered. And now they're on like 9th and 10th position. This is not what the fans would like to see. Of course, we wanted teams like Na'Vi and A7 to be like the first 2 teams. I mean, let's be honest. That's what we expected over here. That's what we were expecting. But now, I mean, as we have the overall rankings in front of us, they're on 9th and 10th. And now A7 and Na'Vi definitely will need to step things up. And as we mentioned, this is the second day. If you're not really able to step things up on the second day, that means the third day you're going to be having a lot much more pressure compared.
Yeah, pressure as well when you talk about the mentality of these teams. You can definitely feel it. Maybe these teams rushing in too far, making these mistakes, not actually playing on their best line. I think you saw it as well in some of the games yesterday, right? Some of these more simple mistakes, just even pre-firing or just firing on target, were even difficult for some of these players to make it. It's not because they're bad players, it's because of the pressure of the tournament. What actually lies in terms of the rewards of this tournament and what is at stake for these players to garner. But this song is going to be nicer for them and relieve some of that pressure off of them, as it is going to be a more central first phase for all of these players and centered around these apartments and the school area. It's been quite infamous, though, of an area in PMGC so far, that school and apartment side. Been a lot of bloodbath coming through from that specific location.
I mean, yeah, I gotta say as well, I mean, Mad Bulls kind of half-stepped things up, right? I mean, came inside the day with, like, pretty bad positioning, and now they have moved up to 12th. At least I would say a little bit of a better performance today on the second day, but they still need to step things up to at least have that cushion on their back, because they're having 12th position, only 27 points, and not really far away from football. It's only 1 point difference. That means Mad Bulls are in quite a vulnerable position, and they should at least they would want to end the day on, like, top 10 and have a decent amount of points racked up on their back.
It's actually the way in which they rotate through this zone. I think that's something that has an effect on Mad Bulls, is they try to take these further outer compounds and they're not playing closer towards the center. So we've got a lot of moving to do from the beginning. This zone going to be slightly easier for them to do, but gaining their position at Quarry, they're not actually taking advantage of the strength of this location. Yes, Quarry is going to be far out. It's not going to be where you kill people, but there are locations heading in towards Gatka, actually taking out Black Dragons, who always cross over that western bridge, actually pinning them down over on those Erangel 2.0 hills just above Fairy Pier. That's where Mad Bull should be playing. That's the opportunities that Mad Bull are missing, and as a result, they're allowing all of these teams, as we say, to go past them and actually halt them in their own rotation because they are also playing very slow. I like the rotation coming actually through, however, from teams like A7. When you talk about having those sort of plays, is that on? Do potentially lose one out here versus Fenerbahce? To go back to my point here, rotating round wide, and A7 should be able to defend against Na'Vi up towards that more northern side, as Fenerbahce do continue to hold on that front against Assen. They won't go for the fight, and I think this is another smart move, considering they're actually positioning very vital here. You don't lose that, considering that there are a lot of teams beginning to circumvent around them.
I mean, Jake, look, all this time I've had my eyes on STG and how they're rotating, right? And it's like they don't really position themselves right in the smack center. They kind of like, they're almost in the center, but it's still not in the center, if that makes sense. They're kind of like separated out from all the teams that are in the center, right? They like to keep that social distances going and forward. And it's like, and then they just like try to figure it forward, like how they're going to be making the moves of the next zone, even if the next zone like takes a drastic like curveball. If the circles like moves away from them, they just like try to make a safe rotation in the zone. There are quite a lot of chances if they might just be caught off guard in those rotations, but I just like that adaptive nature that S2G shows in those rotations, right? They're always able to adapt what's going on around them. The intel they're able to gather all the time is just absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, I mean, a team like, of course, Fenerbahce, keeping respectfully that 2x100 meter distance away from their opponents. I mean, it's a lot of maths. I would expect a player like Maxman not to be able to calculate up to 200, but there is the answer, Maxman. It's okay. Don't have to worry about it. It's that phase 2 zone. Speaking of twos, there's a lot of them. We'll be heading up towards that northern side, and it goes back towards Severny, Asnar, Polyana, and actually we talked about that A7 positioning over towards Severny, and I actually think that A7 playing a little bit too far apart. I would actually like to see teams camp these bridges, actually come further down and try to stop these rotations, because there's a lot of potential to, yes, you could still roam back, but you could also pick up so many of these crucial kill points that you need to be grabbing into your pocket. So you need to be making sure you are getting to catch up with such teams like, of course, S2G, and even to an extent like Unicorns of Love, who are starting to roll away with these super weekend points.
Exactly, and now we also do have Na'Vi, as we were talking about, camp these bridges, and that's what exactly Na'Vi is doing. Having that high ground, but we do see Football is trying to get real up close and personal. Matic falls down. Meku as well, taking a lot of shots on himself. The damage has been dealt. Soul K comes out on top in that fight. Footballists are able to single-handedly make sure that Na'Vi is getting handicapped. Kitsune moves in the clothesline. Soul K now decides to back off a little bit. And with that, Kitsune will also have that little bit of high ground. Instead, Kitsune trying to play things a little slow, trying to play things with his teammate. The communication definitely seems like it's lacking on Navi's side, though. Tixi is all the way out in middle of nowhere.
Na'Vi, Tixi, they could not defend, and I think it's again this problem of Na'Vi. They're not playing as a squad, and you don't expect Na'Vi in their caliber again as these players to fall to a team like Footballers, but it's well played by Footballers on the opposite end, because they are keeping on that wider, more outer bridge rotation. They're then roaming up, they're using the hills coming in towards Na'Vi to actually slowly pick them off, and at that point, because Na'Vi are trying to play too close towards the more inner bridge, they actually get picked apart where they go to try turn around and take Footballers down. They lose all but one of their members. Tixi does get away, but he's in no position to fight, and actually in no position really to actually get back into zone, because Footballers, they should be able to take him out very shortly here.
Yeah, definitely. Footballers, they're on a hunt. They're trying to find the final man, but again, Tixi is just hiding in those water right underneath the bridge. On the other hand, S2G lock their horns against Black Dragons. The damage has been dealt on their side. Golden falls down. Golden being knocked off the way. That's like one least thing to worry about. And what's going on? That's a little bit stunts being shown from the side of Black Dragons. A heroic entry inside the scene from Fukuzen from the side of Black Dragons over there, is trying his best to stay with the team. But again, Black Dragons, they're just taking a little too much damage.
Still, they're in the center. This is why you see teams don't play towards the center. I mean, it's been death the moment you tried to go in there so early on. I mean, A7 as well. We talked about their strength with their wide position is finally coming to fruition as they do catch out Eastern Stars don't know why the Yasnaya Pollyanna swap rounds passed out by Hill. They do lose one player as they try to rotate save him. It's going to be executed out in there. Tixie is able to actually punish away one of Footballist to sneak his way back onto land. And I think that Tixie is playing with death, quite frankly, as well, though, too, because you are looking at a situation now. Had he not fired, had he got away, he might have been in a better position. But now that he's given his position to Footballist, they're going to clearly be able to execute Tixie out of this first game. And yes, you might have got 1 point, but Na'Vi, they should have been going for the placement points, not that one extra.
Oh, there's no way Tixie is able to make it out alive from this situation. If he does, it would be just a complete miracle he's able to pull off. But on the other hand, next three are frozen out in the open, not going to be spared this time. Black Dragons is the one. Just get that knock for themselves. Knights going head-to-head against S2G, and we do know S2G, we all are eyeing out for them to get this third chicken dinner back-to-back. And S2G found himself in the same compound as Knights, and Knights clearly do have the man advantage and also that positioning advantage coming inside. S2G seems quite uncomfortable. They will need to make sure that at least they're getting that comfort zone inside this compound they found themselves in. But Knights, for now, they look like the dominant one.
Still, though, Knights, they hold up against S2G. It's going to be a little bit more action-packed towards that school and department side. Still, to be fair, though, Knights, they're playing that patient game. Is they don't want to move from their position again. Keep in mind, sound queue is so important here. The more that this sound gets made, the easier it is for S2G to decipher exactly where the front line is. Alicant spots around the back end on the small screen as well. Rise going to blow up the building there of Mad Bulls is in a little bit of a tricky position. There goes a kill on the small screen, as we said. Mad Bulls going to lose one key. Not there, Yin Yang split away, and again his positioning coming through from Mad Bulls, letting him down.
On the other hand, Rise as well engaging in a fight. Found themselves knockout. Rise, another team that haven't really been able to show themselves up in the kill board up till now. Nunes was able to get himself that one kill. And, well, it seems like Mad Bulls, again, off to a bad start inside this game as well, getting caught in the rotation. Rise is a team that's not going to let them pass away that easily. And Rise are making sure that they're punishing Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls are feeling the pain of those 30 bullets, but now, on the other hand, it's just that nade parade coming in from both the teams, right? Nade usually is being utilized from inside of Knights as well, trying to find that initial opening. As soon as they do, that's where the go call will be made from Knights.
Knights still holding up, and I actually want to touch on the predictability here of some of these teams. We've not the first time we've seen Knights hold up here versus S2G in the vicinity, but also we can't see it. But on the more south side of this fight, Unicorns of Love, another one of these teams, you talked about to me, S2G, do you want to take out a team? And you do want to take out Unicorns of Love? Well, every single time rotating from the very small side of the southwest in on towards Potato Hill, they make that rotation and then they move up. And move up, but we'll have to do furthermore because has zone. Oh boy, it goes up towards the fields of Yasnaya Pollyanna and those bridges. And actually, trickily, it's still in on that more northern side. Yes, only by a fraction, but it's still there on the north end of Yasnaya Pollyanna and past those bridges to the north of Erangel as a whole.
Yeah, and A7 are controlling the most amount of zone as well. There is a massive split coming in from their side. And guess what? Furious Gaming now ramming their vehicles in the compound of Knights. Xenox being separated from the rest of the pack still is able to find Nerves of Steel this man has, and he's able to find that kill and instantly try to retreat back, but he got found as well. Trigger is the man who's not going to let him go that easily this time, and Scream is the man in the clotheslines of the rest of the players of Knight. Now is the situation. Now it's 3-on-3 Furious Gaming as well. They're down with only 2 men alive. And guess what? S2G now joining the fray as well. Here comes the third party from the side of S2G. They found the right moment to strike, and they're going to make the most out of it.
Is what they do best here, Necro, though. They wait on the far flank. Oh, but a nade! It strikes true! There, though, Knights will fall regardless. Is S2G, they climb up one fight, but can it take a second? Is Furious Gaming a more difficult opponent here? The nade going to put a stopper in the push for now, as 7 will be revived, and Furious Gaming some time to move their way backwards in this fight, as S2G, they do need to make that more aggressive push. To nade, going to land onto Milo, but it won't damage him wholly. As Milo smartly does move back, Milo's so crucial in this situation. The front line must stand, because if that front line goes there, that push so easy there for S2G to continue on with.
But I also do see Mad Bulls closing in from far frame. Monkey is the man who is there. But again, S2G, as you mentioned, they're looking quite the dominant one, and I just like how brilliantly they challenged those fights. On the other hand, Ghost Gaming now going head-to-head against Unicorns Love. This is their second and third team on the overall rankings. And guess what? The nade from Fresh catches 2 players from Ghost, and that's not really a good news. And while he's also going to be slowly and steadily confirming those kills, Lin falling down, Fresh trying his best to get the fallen man back up. GK first closing, trying to get real up close and personal, and the rest of the players from Ghost Gaming decide to take a leave.
It was a beautiful bait coming through from Fresh. He goes in onto his fallen comrade. They think he's going for the revive. They step further forward to execute him down, but Fresh is actually cooking a nade. He's cooking a surprise for Ghost, and he blows him up the moment he tried to step forward to punish Fresh. So actually, it's about the war of the mind here coming through with Unicorns of Love. It grants them that success onto Ghost, but Ghost, they do dip further away. They do find themselves closer towards that central zone. There's also Egg 7 heading in towards their location, but it's not over yet. On that south side, Unicorns of Love, they fought off one team, but we've got to take down Atten as they do drive all the way further forward in. They're going for the full frontal approach as Choco pushed back. Cardi already down. There's a blue zone hitting up behind the backs of Unicorns of Love, and you can see the damage that Phase 5 puts through. There's a second almost knocked down. Milo's Asta so low, so he tried to separate back.
It's time to face the second wave. Unicorns of Love trying to sweep their way inside the zone. GK Force quite low. Aton trying their best to hold on. Coco being the last man alive. Asta, oh, he smoked himself and he's inside the vehicle as well. As long as he doesn't get spotted, that would be good news for a team like Aton. And look at this. What? Within an instant, Unicorns Love are able to... What just happened in that fight? I just lost track of it. What was that, Jake?
Lin's a bit confused. That's what's happening, and his team's going in. They lose the 2 front line. They don't have anything left. That's what's happening overall, and there goes goodbye. Lin to Rise as the extra third-party nade cooks him into oblivion. Is now Rise. They move further forward into the zone. Atten as well, taken out by Rise as well. They clean up the entirety of the rest of that fight, but you're moving even now towards Supermassive Blaze. And Supermassive Blaze actually, yes, that zone goes away from them. It's a shame because actually they had such a good position and they could have stopped Rise, but it's actually Ghost who are the one stopping Rise right now as they take out 2. Beowulf does the damage to keep his squad in the game.
Oh, Beowulf again, the final man alive from the side of Ghost, but I got to talk about that Unicorns Love moment. Those 2 players in the front line just got shredded to pieces. But now if you talk about SoulK over here from the side of Footballers, they have locked their eyes against Next Ruya. Yikta is there inside the compound, still alive and good looking, but again, the rest of the players are quite weak. Next Ruya, it seems like they're not going to be able to successfully hold this compound because, of course, the man advantage is not really looking there. They don't really have the manpower to try and hold on. He's trying to get the res back up on the fallen comrade. But again, is that going to be possible? That's the question. SoulK trying to gain as much as intel as possible from behind the wall. He's able to spot a couple players out. The next Ruya, Yikta gives his position away with those gunshots. But again, somehow next Ruya will need to make sure they're trying to play the situation as safe as possible. Love is still in the water, trying to cross his way.
Next Ruya, they've been spotted. They've been rumbled. Footballers over roaming around and trying to stop them on the exit, not on the entrance into the compound themselves. Yeka, Wyatt, that zone going to push them further forward into Footballist, and that fight will happen later on. Fenerbahce, who's also got Dolken Machine in the flank, going to also take advantage of next Roy, but towards our center point. A7, what a position they've got inside this center here to punish. Senetexa does find one, rightly so. If S2G roaming in across the edge of the riverside, Carrillo as well will be there to do the same. But look the players coming in on that zone from them. Yes, they've got a center, but it's 360 surrounded by all of the rest of these 7 teams.
Exactly, yeah. You've got the center, but you're also the center of attraction at this point, A7. You have a lot of things to worry about, a lot of angles to take care of, and Supermassive Blaze, it seems like a little glimpse has been spotted from their side of Ghost. I mean, again, these two teams have been clashing in the map of Miramar, and again, it seems like the same thing's going to repeat. But Ghost, they're not really willing to fight. Of course, they don't really have the man number. They don't really have the man advantage going inside this fight. So, of course, trying to play for those positioning points is probably the safest move they can go for. Supermassive Blaze taking a couple of shots. It's Keth in that rotation. Eastern Stars as well, looking quite good, but they still need to make their mark in the next zone. And A7 are looking the kings of that next zone.
They are. That zone shifts back to them once again. And I think crucially here for A7 is the positioning. It's those small little holes in between the hills that they're using to hide, to allow the attention onto them, rightly so, to dissipate, to then allow the draw of fire onto each other from the outskirts of those zones. And then they'll party up together. They'll take the third party. You can see as S2G, a repeat there once more of them landing that S2G kill. Is actually... We do head back further towards now, those smokes dissipating with S2G. And I have my concern here of equipment, of utility. So far to continue going in here is Mad Bulls, the 8th gone. Who is going to be the next? Because they are going to fall soon. They have to make the push with the cars because they don't have infinite smoke supply.
They definitely don't, but S2G are barely making it inside the circle as well. They're right on the edge. They can try and play things a little safe, and as long as they're forced, maybe in the next circle, if it moves away from them, that's when the pressure will be building up on a team like S2G. But on the other hand, Supermassive Blaze, a man falls down, but there's still 2 men up, and trying to get the rest back up on the fallen man, it's going to be quite a tough task for them. Supermassive Blaze will be sweating at this point in time in the game. As I mentioned, as I mentioned, A7 right in the smack center, and that smoke as well. Yup, beautiful timing on that to provide that cover from the front lines. And A7, look at that, so many teams are getting up close and personal, and A7 are just the center of attraction at this point.
I actually believe that smoke came from Eastern Stars, and it's to block out the vision of Supermassive Blaze as he approached upon the hill. You could see them trying to fire down on the first person that came over the top. And Eastern Stars, they know better than that, and they actually put Tron in a position where they have to turn around, and they have to take out the other fights. Yes, the smoke will defend Tron too, but it allows Eastern Stars to move up, and that's more importantly position for them to then catch out Supermassive Blaze at a later point. It's unfortunately Fenerbahce. They've been spotted by Zenetexa. There go 2. And he goes in for the first. It'll third jump over the hill. Dokkan Machine tries to strike revenge, but it's not going to be found. Finally, it does come in the form of Kelsey onto Zenetexa from the back end, who also wants to take down Dokkan Machine. But with all that attention, they have to find those kills. They do find another onto Eastern Stars. Kelsey trying to find a way through, but look at those in the front. It's Ghost. They're the ones who next drop his footballist, and Ghost equally down now to a solo.
Exactly, but keep this thing in mind as well. S2G still need to make their mark in the next zone. A7 are crumbling down, and that's what you get. They were right in the smack center, not really able to play that position successfully. Had a lot of eyes going up on them as well, and A7, they are just crumbling down slowly and steadily. S2G, one of those teams trying to make their mark now, utilizing those smokes, creating that smoke pathway in. Kelsey has already made his mark in, but again, the problem is the circle's out in the open. You don't really have a lot of cover to work with. That means smokes are probably the main utilities you really need inside a circle like this. Supermassive Blaze down to just that one last man alive. Keth, a lot of eyes are on that man. And Eastern Stars, look at the separation coming out from their side.
They don't have smokes on Necro. They've been using them for the last 3 zones. That's the difficulty of coming into so late a game when you've got no utility left. You're using your vehicle, you're using the pro, you're using the grass in A7. They don't have anywhere to run anymore. They don't have any grass. We can still use the bullets to try to defend, but it's not enough. Kapahala uses the rock as a meat shield to execute away A7 as they will fall. And Eastern Stars left only to Kapahala. This is the only option and the only chance Supermassive Blaze and Ghost might have of coming further forward is Yes, it will be Supermassive Blaze trying to go forward, but they lose out, and now it's Ghost, the solo player. Tensa, they got your number. What are you gonna do? Here is still the revives will come through, and Eastern Stars, they play this slow, steady. This is gonna be a free win for them.
But Korea from A7 not really able to shine through bright from that situation. He falls down, and now we are left with only these top 2 teams alive. Ghost and Eastern Stars. We wanted S2G, at least I wanted S2G to get those final, just 3 chicken dinners back to back, but it seems like that's not the case. Instead, the nade from Kapahala is not going to be missing the mark, and it just crawls right behind the man. And unfortunately, Ghost were not really able to come out on top. Eastern Stars just steal it away from them.
I mean, Eastern Stars, they slowly came in that zone. It was beautiful positioning through, as we said with the Snokes. You blind out your opponents from that one angle to get that positioning further in. And from that point on, Supermassive Blaze were put on that back foot by Eastern Stars. Eastern Stars were able to actually capitalize on that moment that A7 actually went in onto those kills and then went way out of position. A7, Senatexa gets knocked down with the help of S2G and A7 crumble. And I think that is to be said that I think had A7 been a little bit more patient, had they not gone for those first and just left it in the knocks, they might have been able to come out of that game slightly better.
Exactly, you beautifully pointed that out as well. I feel like Senatexa really did overextend himself in that fight against Fenerbahce. He should have tried to held back a little bit. Yeah, he did got those 2 initial knocks. He wanted to wipe them out single-handedly, but sometimes, man, you just gotta hold back. You just gotta hold your horses, because not all the time that aggressive play can work out. And as I mentioned, they were right in the smack center, had a lot of eyes on them, and that's what A7 should realize. There's teams in the back as well. There are teams in the front, left, right, all across the field. And A7, if they would have played that out a little bit more safe, I'm pretty sure we would have at least seen them in top 2.
Yeah, I think that A7 definitely should have been a little bit higher up, albeit they did do a great job of at least controlling initially. In Eastern Stars, I think, to be fair, you could see the fights even from A7. It wasn't easy for them to get in, and you had to complement that bit. The way in which Eastern Stars slowly approached their way through onto zone, they tried to stay further back, not, as we say, that off-center play, but close enough to the point where it could come in and you could snatch away that position later on, in just making sure that you are keeping up with the zone, but not enough to draw all the attention. Like that of A7, I think you head back also to some more disappointing results of those like Knights, who I think were a team, particularly coming through from League Station, I think even to an extent in the first Super Weekend day, who looked fairly strong. And in today's games, it's just been noticed by me now, actually, that Knights, they've really actually been underperforming in these 3 games so far. They actually haven't had a good result in any of them. I mean, you look towards the previous games, right? They were finishing in the first match along with Navi, and of course those else at the top in that 14th, 15th, 16th position.
Exactly. I mean, in the end, yeah, I feel like Eastern Stars just really played that to perfection, right? Ghost, I honestly feel like Ghost would not have been able to survive this long, but they were still just able to, hold their nerves. They were able to keep their position anonymous. They were making sure they're not really giving away a lot of sound cues. They're not really giving their position away. And in the end, I feel like that's the main reason why Ghost were even able to make it till top 2, right? At least they got themselves a decent amount of positioning points. And this is how football is. Things really did went south for them, right? A late rotation not really working out for a team like Football is, and they had to pay the price for it.
Yeah, Footballers as well, another one of those teams who have been really struggling in the leaderboard, will need a lot of points, going to need those big games to really set them further forward, but we're not seeing that from them, and they have felt a little bit silent, you could say, a little bit off of the screen when it comes to making those big, flashy plays that we want to see, particularly here in the PMGC West. I think S2G as well, they tried their best to get further in onto that zone, but there was no getting in. Despite the fact, though, that they didn't get in, you have to acknowledge the fact that S2G also again another big kill series of games for them, because actually they still picked up second, third, for first place, so should I say, worth of kills, at least 12 that we saw there on the highlights.
I mean, that nade, man, I gotta say, that nade was definitely impressive, man. I just can't really get it off my head, right? It's just perfectly bounced off the car and then landed right behind the final man of Ghost. Unfortunate outing, though, in the end, as I mentioned. And yeah, teams that are struggling, Mad Bulls as well. Rotations, definitely, they need to try and figure out a new way to make those rotations happen, because the communication, team synergy is definitely lacking.
Still, team synergy lacking. There's definitely something to talk about, though, on this side of S2G on those kills. Heading over to the Alice desk with, of course, Zute, 7 Wells Gaming, and, of course, our host, Picado.
Thank you, guys. Let's go ahead and start talking about that match, though. Again, on Erangel, and it looks like S2G's win streak was just broken. It looks like Eastern Star is going to go on ahead and grab that one. And also, in second place ended up being Ghost Gaming. I know that there was a note about it, 7, that Ghost Gaming, they're getting themselves in some pretty interesting positions.
They definitely are. I mean, we've been pointing it out throughout the day. In the first Erangel, we saw Beowulf being able to survive to that second place finish. I think it was in a very small little divot, as we do see the match rankings here. And today, once again, like in this last Erangel, they're able to just kind of do a full push, as you were saying, Sue, and just wait it out and be patient and be able to survive. They're starting to show us like what Ghost Gaming used to be like in a way.
Yeah, Ghost Gaming, their rotations are, we'll take a closer look once we do the map rotations of Ghost. But yeah, sometimes though, when they keep 4 alive, that's when they close games out and they have those big numbers. But if they can't do that, you see right there the rank points, 12 rank points, 4 elims. They just get their points through their rank points when, you know, they lose players on those, you know, more risky rotations. But Eastern Stars finally showing up here. I do want to say they came in from the east side of the map, so maybe, you know, sticking true to their name. Looking good right there with the chicken. S2G as consistent as ever. A7, 12 points. Na'Vi, 2 points. I think Na'Vi has had, I believe, 3 bad games in a row now. And we heard the casters talking about it too. Same with the Knights. The Knights, I think on Miramar they did better than this, but the Knights definitely not really showing up today like the way they did on day number 1, and definitely not like how they did during the regular league play, right? Also towards the bottom, still we see Furious Gaming and Mad also right there.
Yeah, seems like some teams are still kind of getting stuck, or new teams getting stuck additionally, like the Knights. But also, we got to shout out Solke from Football is, of course, going to be our match MVP this time. 5 eliminations, 805 damage, that good 52% team contribution. And you mentioned it last time, they do have up there the MVP points. Solke himself grabbing 3.1. I mean, Foot, they ended up this match getting to be able to take down Na'Vi in this one. They didn't go on ahead and take the full win, but they were able to kind of scrap it out all the way into the end there, but kind of fell. So that's kind of interesting to see that they went on ahead and grabbed this MVP, right, Zute?
It just goes to show how much Solke actually did. A lot of times, usually the MVP is awarded to, you know, one of the players in the late game, but we do get those occurrences where a player just kind of pops off really early on, and we did see that Footballers fight with Na'Vi super early, so that is why, you know, Na'Vi did so bad. We thought it'd be Alpha 7, but it's actually Footballers, you know, taking that fight to them. So shout outs to Solke, very experienced player. He has played in PMGC before. So that experience coming into play. And in the head-to-head, we got someone from Supermassive Blaze, Catch, right there with 1 kill. A lot of damage, unable to convert it into the points, though. And Supermassive Blaze, I still think we still got 2 games left. I still think there's a chance to really show, for them to show us, you know, that massive blaze, so to say, that they had in the regular league stage, right? Because I remember we were cheering for this team in the regular league stage. They were doing pretty good. They wiped out Ghost, like, really convincingly at Miramar during a league stage, but now it's just, I don't know, Super Weekends, they're just something else.
I don't disagree. Well, they were a team that I was definitely keeping an eye on. So Pepper Supermassive Blade, kind of surprised to see their performances this far. But I was going to point out that they ended up having a really good match this time. They ended up getting 12 points in this last match. So maybe they're kind of going to be on that up. And speaking of ups, there we go. Once again, we're seeing this leaderboard move around a little bit. Ghost and Unicorns of Love are definitely just playing chase at this point. It's back and forth they go. And Eastern Gaming, though, they're finding themselves in that 4th place position. 7. I mean, they ended up jumping up higher, kind of like under my nose, I feel like.
They definitely did. I mean, with Easterns, with the performance that we just saw there out of Erangel, I was expecting a big jump from there. We definitely got to hear something else to keep in mind. You were mentioning, I mean, Ghost Gaming, Unicorns of Love, kind of switching places back and forth here. I'm all for it, that 2nd place. But when we go to 1st place, I mean, SGG, even though they didn't get that chicken dinner in that Erangel, that match was actually super impressive because we saw a lot of just adversity towards that team. Another team I really want to point out, we do see Knights, after such bad performances, they moved down a little bit more. And then for the first time here in this Super Weekend, we finally see Alpha 7 at least within those top 8 and being able to showcase themselves within the first page and also passing Navi. As I said earlier in the day, I feel like Alpha 7 is going to be looking to be ahead of Navi, and they currently are. They have Nexria right there with 47 points, Navi with 45. As Sute was mentioned earlier, they just really haven't had the performances that we saw from yesterday. Maybe going into this Sanhok, it might be a little bit different. And then Supermassive Blaze, a team that I called out in the last segment. I wanted to see more out of them. Guess what? They were able to showcase me that now they're currently sitting in 13th place with those 37 points.
Yeah, so it looks like some teams are really being able to kind of bring it back at this point. Some teams still struggling, though. Kind of hate to see it come being in our first Super Weekend, but there's still another day tomorrow as well. So maybe they'll be able to turn it around just like Supermassive Blaze and some other teams are so far being able to do so. We do have 2 more matches after this, though, and that means you guys can, of course, use that time to just jump into PUBG Mobile and vote for your favorite team. So go ahead, launch PUBG Mobile, vote for your favorite PMGC team, and win rewards. Get a voting ticket, log into the game, watch live in the Esports Center, or share your voting page with your friends. You can find more information in-game, and, of course, go play PUBG Mobile to get rewards such as various pink level permanent items, of course, only during this PMGC League period. And on top of that, some of the rewards can involve a treasure box, a PMGC exclusive treasure box also found in that Esports Center. All you have to do is watch live PMGC on YouTube or in game, get that PMGC token, redeem it, and of course get those awesome permanent items for yourselves. There's 2 more treasure boxes coming during PMGC, so go on ahead, stay tuned, pay attention, go on ahead and grab those for yourselves. So y'all, we're officially done with 3 matches at the halfway point. We only have 2 more matches left, but let's take a look at what Ghost did with Zute.
Yeah, so we're going to look at Ghost Gaming rotation. I think we should highlight this one right now because Ghost Gaming, we see them really develop their playstyle now and how they get their points. Pay attention, they still have 4 alive in this situation, and they make these rotations to the very late game to these more obscure spots, so to say. It's not too commonly played, but because of this riskier rotation, they do sometimes lose out on players. But it's calculated in a way where it's so late into the game that they could still get their points through the rank points. They don't get as many elim points. You see right there, they only had 4 elim points, and at this point right here, they only got 2 players left. They did take out Rise. I believe Rise drove into them, not expecting anybody to be in that position. And then, of course, they just snaked their way out. Tensa ended up backstabbing 2 of the S2G players. You'll see 2X pop up right there. Yep. And that's when Tensa took out those 2 players. Came down to a 1v2, and their grenade finished Tensa off. Now, S2G. Yes, I want to also highlight S2G because this game was finally a game where they had a lot of camera time and they had to scrap their way through. It wasn't like they just hovered around the edge of zone and, you know, they got the circles. So we really wanted to take a look at this one, Seven.
We definitely did. I mean, you can see it right there, but one of the trends that you can see with S2G is they're always moving a little bit closer to that middle circle, right? This is when we see them on the match. We saw them in a fight there with Knights, and then we saw, I think it was Furious Gaming that decided to third-party that fight. And overall, S2G, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, you can see right here, they didn't have middle circle. They're able to kind of squeeze their way up, find themselves a location. And something that I love is just their usage of the smokes, their usage of the cars that they had available to them as well for cover. And I mean, for them to be able to get 12 elims with 2k damage, that is just impressive, considering we're used to seeing this team get more of those final circles in regards to them being towards the center. So overall, I feel like this game was definitely impressive for S2G. As we go here towards the fight we were just alluding, I was just alluding to, S2G kind of being hauled off by Knights. Knights was able to take a player from them, and at this point, you can kind of see the patience of S2G. They were just waiting to see what happened, and boy, did they get lucky, because if Furious Gaming decided to, you know what, we're gonna full send it and we're gonna try to just attack on Knights. They were able to actually win this engagement, and I love that S2G at this point, they decide, you know what, it's time we kind of start pushing up. They waited a little bit, but they waited for the right time. They pushed up. Ultimately, they ended up getting those extra kills too by the help from Furious Gaming. Overall, Sue, I've been saying it over and over again today. I'm just so impressed with the way S2G is able to kind of just flip that switch.
Versatility. This S2G team, they could scrap their way through. They know when to go aggressive. They're not scared to take close range gunfights, and they have good team synergy to make sure, you know, nobody is just pushing by themselves and getting thirsted. And that's why I wanted to highlight this. This is a completely different S2G that we saw in the first 2 games when they got the chicken. And even up to this point, this is a different, you know, skill set in of itself. All they got is vehicle smokes and maybe a few rocks. They're forced to snake it out, just really crawl their way through into the rest of the zone. But you can see right there, they also have the gun skill. They were constantly getting knocks, constantly putting in damage from distance, and they managed to confirm some of those too and rack up those elim points. So this team, super versatile, but I think the core skill that they have the most is what you mentioned earlier, that patience. They know when to be extremely patient, and then when they do need to go aggressive, everything just falls into place and everything is done correctly. So this S2G team, I'm willing to say this is not a fluke. I think I've seen enough out of this team to say they are a top team, and no matter how difficult the circles get, they might have a bad day, so to say, but I think they're very consistent and they'll always kind of manage up there, at least in the top 5 in my books.
100%, and something to kind of go back to is none of these teams have been able to kind of readjust to what we're seeing out of S2G, right? We haven't really seen any teams kind of challenge them. We saw Knights being able to challenge them there, but then they realized S2G wasn't going to be aggressive, so they started being just pretty much roommates. They started being roommates in that compound that we saw them being at, and by them just winning it out, it allowed that third party. So I would like to see a team be a little bit more aggressive. Don't just wait towards the end, because I feel like towards the end is when S2G can be the strongest, because that's when most of their elims are coming from. If a team does come across them earlier in the match and they're able to get a knock on S2G, I would like to see that team full sending it, and I would like to see S2G being able to be in a defensive position where they are actually forced to fight. I think that will be able to tell a lot, but I'm completely with you here in regards to this team. I don't think it's a fluke. Going from week of league play, even though we currently just disregard it, the way they have progressed, the way they're able to improve, not just on placement points, the rotations, everything overall, amazing gameplay that we're seeing right now out of S2G.
Maybe now we'll be able to see them going ahead and be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe we'll start seeing that early knock onto S2G, because we're going into Sanhok after quite a bit of a longer break. So don't go anywhere, y'all. We still have 2 matches left, so we will see you guys after this.
Sightlines, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly, fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Move does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills.
But is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's Solitude. Stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them, and
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
Losing 1 for 4 points. That is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshot from
Polo goes down, force to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves of steel from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time, B-Town hot off the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addition. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take, find the shots. P in a 1v3. What can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one, let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. Lead do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure, they'll get that revive. X at full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not, kill switch is done, and Thurston.
Aynısını söylemeyeceğiz. Son HP Vesi'yi çekecek. Sonrasında uzun mucizeleriyle beraber tabii ki Erangel'de çok güzel puanlar toplamıştı ama ikinci bir mucize yüksek ihtimalle gelmeyecek burada.
And their careful approach, their caution, their patience, it's paid off. They've had to wait a couple of months for the package to arrive, but the circle's here finally. But jumps out of the vehicle. Now it has to be a really slick movement. They've controlled the lower floor. This is really well played, getting that. I mean, there's nowhere for him to...
Come on, Mad Bulls, you can do it. The advantage in terms of position, they push on forward. Effect is trying to help him on the sideline. Saltgate gets a knock on the Ying Yang, and Effect can do nothing about that.
У них серьезные проблемы. Вивикар продолжает душить, но эффект падает. Но с помощью осколочной гранаты, которые слетят масоны, потому что Сузи очень агрессивно въезжает. Янг с двух сторон будет прострел. Чат по сути.
Продавили они в меньшинстве. Коллектив Magic Pride.
He's gonna cook up a nade. We've seen the next phase pop up. It's shifted down to southeast. It is going to be that coastline finish. Rip 7 takes a hell of a lot of damage, but yet to get confirmed. So this is going... There you go.
Rotasındaki rakibine oldukça iyi headshotlar yekta. Hemen burada Timur görüldü. Kudur. Kura almak isteyecek. Bedava bir puan var burada Kudur için. Next kaldı.
Açı vermek isteyecek orada Dark.
Vermek istemiyorlar Fenerbahçe'ye. Rip 7'da bombasıyla çok güzel bir bombası var. Araç var. Araç aracı çarptı orada. Bir kıvılcımlar çıktı. Rebellion ne yaptı? Ne?
24 players alive, and Savian tries to make something happen for Papara, but the blue is ticking away.
Beautiful nade from Lavaz, and that sealed the deal for Fenerbahce. Now we see Supermassive Blaze, but power coming in. Tron!
Ranan gonna take the buggy, and that's how it ended up. Meanwhile, amazing spray coming from Fresh, finds one.
Continues to put pressure on the last player, 12-18. Lin jumps in.
What kind of a situation it is, and Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made.
Force has gone towards the more eastern side once more, and unfortunately it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip dive dodge missing. This is definitely where we say don't give the points over, because Team Queso, as we know, are also struggling. But actually saying that a double not coming through for Manin, it does not just previously have given that up towards Na'Vi, who weren't even in the vicinity coming in.
Exactly. Exet though again. Just unfortunate things happening to Exet again. And it's a prime example of that kill switch, and Polo got taken down. I feel like Polo has always been the man who is the first one to go down, no matter what kind of a situation it is. And Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made. Bullock looking really strong in this fight.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, that zone, of course, has gone towards the more eastern side once more. And unfortunately, it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip dive dodge missing. He's found 2. Can he find 3? That's the surprise factor you were looking for. And unfortunately, Team Case was feeling like it's lights out already. And they've only just got back onto Miramar. And this feels dastardly. That's the double knock that we were looking for. Goodbye, my cheesy friends. The Yalla will be the final one to drop to second place. They can survive and get those 12 points. But here comes the pain train to the mad fools. It's just like the Spanish bullfight. They're gonna charge their way up. And there's no escape. There's no jumping over the wall. They come up for that miracle game, but it's not happening this week. Gonna have to sit out. You gotta believe, Exil. It might just be able to survive both for now a little bit longer as Eastern Stars.
Sidelines, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly. Fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Move does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills.
But is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's Solitude. Stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them. And
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
Losing 1 for 4 points, that is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshots from
Polo goes down, force to hop up, and that's one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time, B-Town hot up the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addiction. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take. Find the shots. P in a 1v3. What can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one. Let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. They do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure. They'll get that revive. XSET full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not. Kill switch is done, and Thurston.
Welcome back to PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League Super Weekend 1 Day 2, as you guys saw that fly off of our screens. I'm the host, Spancargo, with Zute and the Seven Worlds Gaming, and we have 2 matches left for today, about to be going on to Sanhok. Zute, how do you feel about this one? Do you think this is where we could potentially start seeing S2G be that aggressive person that you kind of wanted?
Well, if I remember correctly, S2G fights Ghost Gaming in Paradise. Yesterday, I was about to say last week, seems so long ago, but yesterday on Sanhok, we saw S2G almost win that Sanhok game. It came down to that grenade that, from Rise, that 2-piece, that one grenade that completely stopped S2G from getting that chicken dinner. But in the very beginning of the match, S2G did fight Ghost Gaming, and S2G won that fight pretty pretty dominantly. It started off with S2G getting, you know, that off angle in the very beginning of the Paradise fight, and that caught Ghost Gaming off guard. And this is all coming back to me right now. So the more I talk about it, the more I'm excited to actually see this fight happen in Paradise, because Ghost Gaming, they're looking in shape. They're looking in form just as well, Span.
I agree. And man, you said that, and that's making me realize S2G, they have 4 chicken dinners, 1 second place, and now a 3rd place. So now it looks like maybe they need to go ahead and get a little bit of revenge coming onto this Sanhok. Man, 7. I mean, man, we saw their domination up there on top of the hill last time. This time, Sanhok can go completely anywhere. We already know that. We're not in control of the zones, contrary to some people's beliefs, you know? So going into this one, I mean, it could go somewhere completely different, that they'll still have to force them to be making some big rotations. On a map like Sanhok, since it's smaller, do we think that those rotations are really going to be coming into play like we're so used to for S2G, or is it going to be lesser? Will more people have the advantage that usually S2G usually has with their great rotations?
I mean, it comes down to where that map ends up, right? If we end up in a map, especially a zone, where it's right close to Paradise Shore, assuming that S2G is going to be landed there, they're not really going to have to do anything. That's going to play so much in their favor because this is just such a passive team right up until the end. If we end up with a maybe southwest circle, then you'll be interested to see how they readjust to that, what kind of rotations they do. As you mentioned, considering Sanhok is a lot smaller, considering a lot of teams are usually tend to hide or try to tend to third party somebody that's currently rotating. I'm interested to see another team that I'm actually really interested to see on this one. It's going to be Navi. Yesterday, they really didn't have the performance I expected to see out of Navi. I would like to see how they're going to come back here today, especially where the zone ends up. That's pretty much the thing that it comes down to, right? Where is the zone going to end up? We saw it yesterday as well. They ended up towards the north, and it didn't play into Alpha 7's aggressive game style. If the zone usually ends up on the south, that's when Alpha 7 is kind of more comfortable and they decide to be a little bit more aggressive since they do end up going Buka. But it comes down to what's going to happen between that S2G and Ghost Gaming's hot drop. I know YouTube chat wants to see it. I know I personally want to see it. How about you, Span? Do you want to see that hot drop?
I mean, yes and no. I love to see hot drops because we get to see that early action, and no, because it also kind of makes me, you know, worried in a sense, because these teams, you know, usually getting in early fights in a match isn't the best. You know, you want to stay alive as long as possible, get those placement points, and of course those eliminations. So I mean, we'll just have to wait and see though, because S2G and Ghost at this point have really kind of shown up. I gotta say, Ghost Gaming, you used to really go hard for eliminations, have been focusing on the placement point a bit more. But now that we're on Sanhok, you don't have to focus on that macro as much anymore. It really does come down to that micro play and those kills. So teams like Ghost Gaming and other teams that usually go for those big kills, we already talked about them, Rise, Alpha 7, Knights, maybe this is their time to once again go on ahead and shine. I feel like, Zute, that could be a big possibility.
Definitely. Rise did shine on Sanhok last time. They got that chicken dinner. Alpha 7, though, like Seven mentioned, the zones just didn't shift in a way where Alpha 7 could be really aggressive. The zone shifted to the north, and from boot camp to the north, there's that huge, like, dead open space, and I think that's what gave Alpha 7 a lot of trouble in terms of just fighting their way in. This is the second Sanhok match of the Super Weekend, just like the Miramar we saw earlier. It's only the second one. We're playing so many Erangels, and these other maps are not getting played as much, so we can see, or we don't know really what to expect, and it kind of depends on the circle.
Well, luckily we don't have much longer to wait, because we're about to be jumping straight into our Sanhok match. You already said it for the second time, throwing it on over to Highland Wolf and of course Necro for the action.
We are hitting my favorite map, Necro, to rumble in the jungle. It's that time of night to get spicy, as we are hitting a straight plain path over to 4K by 4K already. Navi changing it up a little bit, heading towards that more northern side, heading further back though to Camp Alpha, and my eyes already drawn, of course, to what we saw yesterday. Paradise Resort, ruins. Those are two areas that we're looking at straight away. I mean, you can see already most changes happening too, right? Supermassive Blaze, they were the winners last time. Somehow, some way, that other team isn't there anymore. I wonder why.
Oh man, I mean, they're now in the ruins, and well, yeah, as you mentioned, the team that challenged them is just nowhere to be seen, at least for now. But now Furious Gaming going against the Extra Drop Clash coming in from their side. And well, let's just see who comes out on top. Furious Gaming are on those struggling phases. On the other hand, as you mentioned, Paradise Resort is another thing that you're really eyeing out for an Ace2G, having a fantastic day so far. Have already gotten one casualty on their name, but they're able to trade things back.
Still, S2G, they're looking to win out on this version of the fight this time, and it looks way more dominant than the fight that we saw yesterday between Ghost and S2G. It was slow, calculated. This time, S2G, there's none of that. They just take out, they execute 3 of Ghost. Now there's only 1 standing. I should say 2, actually. There's a sneaky Beowulf coming in from behind. He's looking to prowl and pounce upon his prey, but he needs to do so quickly because Tensa, he's on his own, and there's no one there to save him. It's all members of S2G versus him as a solo player.
Seems like quite a lot of miscommunications on the side of Ghost for sure. Spec is still knocked out. Beowulf trying his best to give that cover fire from the top. But Tensa is just too aggressive inside this house, and he's getting challenged from both the angles. And while he will be pinned inside the room and taken down. And this leaves Ghost with only 2 players alive. Spec will be back up on his feet, but again, Ghost, they're bleeding, and they don't really have the man advantage going inside this one as well. And it does make quite a lot of sense that now S2G is just pushing against Ghost. Beowulf falling down this lift, just Spec with the only man alive, and he's barely on sliver of HP, able to patch himself back up, but that's not going to be helping him to survive this fight.
Yeah, they went for the revive on the Spec. I think that actually he's trying his best. He's trying valiantly to at least grab one, but big mistakes coming through from Beowulf. The moment his Spec gets knocked, Tensa's left on his own, and you can see S2G are roaming forward. Beowulf should back off from that fight. You don't need to continue to try press a losing position. If Beowulf goes back and actually just survives for the rest of the game as best as possible, there's a potential that you can at least grab 1-2 points in the rest of this game, which is at least something better than nothing. Yes, Ghosts don't have to worry because they are in 2nd place and they are looking comfortable, but it's, again, a 2nd place team, and we're not expecting to be so easily run over, even if it is by S2G.
Exactly, and so Unicorn's Love as well is not really far away from Ghost, right below them at 96 points. And look at this, A7 Cario finds one, finds second. Oh, a one-man army striking again. Cario able to find 2 Supermassive Blades on an instant retreat. They do not want to challenge a fight against a team like A7. Understandable. This is where the nerves are hitting them now. Supermassive Blades, they're quite nervous, and it's pretty understandable. Not really looking good on the overall rankings, as you can see on 13th position. So this game of Sanhok means quite a lot for a team like Supermassive Blaze.
You can see immediately Supermassive Blaze do not want to do anything about that previous situation. I think it's all again down to, of course, this zone. You look towards the zone and actually you would say, well, they could have challenged that position. They could have gone for information, but actually at the end of the day, Supermassive Blaze is still in the center of the zone, and they still don't have to worry about roaming too far into that next 2nd shift. They can actually hold out on this L compound with the remaining players. I think you're looking towards more holding a specific area, potentially that north side of the uppercase of the L, and then actually stopping teams like Na'Vi, potentially from roaming further in. I think that is what Supermassive Blaze should be doing, because you cannot hold this current position where they are trying to hold both A7 with less players, and also that L compound too is S2G. BD, Black Dragons will at least assassinate one, more so than can be said than what Ghost could do, but now they're giving their position away, and there's still a little bit of ways before entering into the compound. S2G, they could play this slower and more calculated to try bait them further in.
They definitely can, but yeah, talking about Supermassive Blaze, just running on top of that hill like headless chickens. Didn't really have a lot of intel to work with, but still, they just wanted to take that hill control, and guess what? Who was present there? It's, of course, A7, and that's a prime positioning as well inside this kind of circle, and a team like A7 would want to challenge that. But, I mean, we have the access to the map, and we are seeing like A7 are being closed upon by a lot of teams. A lot of teams are trying to get a real up close and personal against a team like A7. On the other hand, in Paradise Resort, it has came down to a stalemate. S2G, one member fell apart, and well, now they're left with only 2 players alive.
Still, we're coming through closer into the fight. Black Dragons, they are pushing themselves further closer. You see the Fox Squeezing has moved up in towards S2G's compound, can circumvent round in onto that south side entrance as the rest look to make that approach to the north side. But slow is the name of the game. As S2G have moved back, we talked about them controlling more that compound, playing to their strength and playing to actually the buildings that they have already under their control. But to look at control, actually, A7 on, of course, that map side, starting to again be surrounded by more of these teams roaming around. Knights from the bottom in particular as one. That top hill, so crucial though when it comes to a central zone like this, because being in the central side of play, that's actually what you're looking for in terms of information of all of these other teams heading in. And you can see, of course, back to why we say keeping those buildings is the advantage. S2G just dismantling away Ghost once more.
Yeah, just able to single-handedly rip them apart, and Ghost as well were not really able to defend themselves. As I mentioned, the communication seemed kind of lacking in those initial movements. They were being caught off guard. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but that's what it at least looked like. But yeah, as you also brought up the point of A7, how like there's so many teams closing up on them, Rise being one of them. Then there's Knights as well from the back lines, and Supermassive Blaze we saw they tried to close up, but they got taken down at least to that one last man alive. Still, though, A7, they have the prime positioning for now, but again, if A7 make a lot of noise in that position they have, they are going to be attracting a lot of eyes towards them. And already, it's slowly and steadily starting to happen. But on the other hand, S2G, spawning out the presence of Black Dragons, do hear a lot of footsteps. That means they have a lot of intel to work with. Timber, he needs to play this position to perfection. The timing is what really matters.
The element of surprise is the most important thing here for S2G because they don't have the numbers advantage. It's double the players here for Black Dragon. So, crucially, to not reveal yourself, to trigger discipline coming through from Timber is so important. And actually, holding off in this fight isn't the worst decision. And I actually appreciate that Timber, even though he did have an open shot target onto one of Black Dragons, in taking that shot, they would have found a position where Kelsey cannot realistically support and duo fire with Timber onto that push. And actually, as a result, Black Dragons, even though they would have lost potentially one in that engagement, it's very likely that S2G would have lost both members. But I'm not sure if Black Dragons themselves know what they want to do. They looked like they were escaping out of compound and heading further into zone, but instead, we'll look to try potentially bait them in. Using the vehicle sounds, of course, make them think that they're leaving the compound. And now, as Timber steps further up, they are really able to see exactly where that S2G member is. And the cover of darkness is lifted through from S2G.
Oh, Timber revealing his position away with that. Black Dragon, of course, they do realize they have the man advantage inside this fight. S2G need to play things a little safe and cautious. Nade quite close to Timber, takes a lot of damage from that one, decides to back off this time. Has learned his lesson pretty well. I feel like Timber should have kept that trigger discipline going inside for a little bit longer. That could have helped.
It was all a bait,
S2G.
right? It was a bait through from Black Dragons.
Yeah,
they were
exactly.
Like, we're going to leave. We're going to make them think that they're not going to have to worry about a fight, but then we're going to sneak him back. But they come straight back in the way we came in for the first time. And we spied them out, so you can see the shots. And they will go wide through from the rest of Kalse. Won't land. And Black Dragons now, they make their push. And emergency grenade put down by Kalse because Timber is already gone. It's Kalse all on their own, and they didn't even find one kill. They tried to find the shots, but from the peak fire, it's Ghost who had their revenge all because that's exactly where they died. And now S2G join them.
Well, there you go. Instantly, S2G as well falling apart now. But it's fine. S2G have performed already. They've got themselves those 2 first chicken dinners, and they're looking pretty good. They've already like 4 chicken dinners on their name. As we were having this conversation, right? S2G, they can pretty much sit back, relax, and they can play however they want. It's their game now. They can do whatever they want. If they want, they can also try and screw a couple of teams over it, which are really making them feel uncomfortable inside the game. But yeah, now teams like Na'Vi as well, we still have our eyes out for them. They're all the way down on 10th position. A7 has slowly and steadily started to ramp things up.
Still a slower approach here in the 4th game, you could say. A lot different compared to what we saw Necro from that first match yesterday. I think these teams the immediacy of Sanhok has started to wean off on them, and now they're getting used to it inside the jungle, and they realize that fighting all day, every day is, yes, exciting, but also very chaotic and very much not the plan when you want to make sure you're getting inside of that chicken dinner areas. Eastern Stars, a little bit of a dip there. He's put on their L plates as they do drive in onto the truck, but they'll make it across that bridge just fine as they do head over towards that ruined side. Second phase has shifted over towards the south end and towards the ruins island itself, but actually now you look towards Painan. Those two bridges there is Fenerbahce under some fire to Aton.
Aton spawning at Fenerbahce. Same thing goes on either side as well. Aton taking a couple of shots and revealing their own position to Fenerbahce, and now seems like they're not interested anymore in fighting Fenerbahce. Makes quite a lot of sense, right? Aton as well on 14th position. Imagine how much pressure they must be having on themselves to just make sure that they're giving their best inside the map of Sanhok, or at least giving their best in the second day, because moving it forward in the third day, the start of the bat, they're going to be having a lot of pressure to start off with, and it's going to be such a difficult task to perform in the third day as we were talking about it. But on the other hand, Esta, with some, well, clean shooting, I guess, finds Bomb. And now Fenerbahce, that shouldn't really be that difficult of a task to get Bomb back up on his feet. He should be able to stand up, yeah.
No, sorry, they do find that one, of course, killed, that one knock, but to echo, of course, that point, actually, Aton, as they escape through from the cave, they may just actually, because we talked about Painan, these two bridges. These are the locations which we're going to be eyeing up heading into this second phase. These are the coin flip locations. Wherever we go in this third phase, as it does shift finally in, is going to depend who has this control. And it does shift over towards more of that more eastern northern side. So yes, it's not going to be as chaotic potentially as it could have been. More teams are on that northeast front, but there's still difficulty for Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars, because guaranteed, unless they go down towards Camp Charlie, like Unicorns of Love are smartly doing, and make that very quick rotation, they're going to be forced into Painan, more that Ruins Bridge coming into boot camp, and it's going to be a much more uncomfortable time, whereas actually Gate Kept is Supermassive Blaze, they get kept back front door real good, and Na'Vi, they head it in the hard way as they'll lose one, but Corsair is even worse for him, because here come the cavalry, 3 members strike on back and eliminated Supermassive Blaze. But had there been more members, Supermassive Blaze actually could have come out without surprise.
Na'Vi just running in that compound like headless chickens without having any intels, and well, Kitsune was almost being confirmed, but quite lucky that he had his teammates in the back to provide that cover fire. But again, now Mad Bulls spotting that crucial rotation from the side of Fenerbahce, taking a couple of shots onto them, but bullets not really landing. But this is also their chance to kind of a chance to dig in the enemy hills. And if you talk about a team like Mad Bulls, things not really looking good for them, Jake. All the way down to 15th. All the teams that are at least in the bottom 5, they will need to ramp things up in these final 2 games of the second day. But now Na'Vi taking a couple of shots. They're being rained down by death and destruction from the side of A7.
I just sometimes wonder, just in my mind, why is it like this? Why is A7 always with Na'Vi? You think Sanhok, it could be different. It could be a new start for A7 and Na'Vi, but no, they go back to their old ways and they still fight somehow, some way together. A7 do strike down that first confirmed kill onto Na'Vi, so it will now be reduced to 3. But A7, they've not moved. And to be fair, actually, I've got a little concern there for A7, because the fact that they haven't moved from Boot Camp Hill and they were there in those opening minutes of the game, they cannot have a lot of loot inside their backpacks, guaranteed, because they haven't been looting up as comfortably as these other squads. So on an extended Sanhok game, possibly here, they would surely be in a lot of trouble if they get caught out and don't have a way in, which on the edge of zone could be likely.
Yeah, definitely. They will have to make those bullets count. But on the other hand, now Mad Bulls spotting out the player in the front lines. Yin Yang trading few shots. And Fenerbahce are the one in the front lines. Still, as we mentioned, Mad Bulls, this game is really crucial for them. And they would want to make sure any kind of things, they would want to make sure at least they're not really going bad for them. But on the other hand, Na'Vi making that bold rotation out in the open. A7 spotting that rotation happen. It's quite a risky one as well, but at least they're able to make it out alive. That's what really does matter, especially in the shoes of Na'Vi for now. But Na'Vi one trouble away, and now they're into another one. Knights is the one they will have to pass through. It's just like waves of trouble.
The zone. Look at that, Vodecro goes all the way up in another hardship. They all went towards Quarry. They got juked by base number 4 as it heads in over towards Knights. It heads in over towards Bootcamp, and I think actually A7, they're going to be singing some prayers here when it comes to actually that zone, keeping them in relevance. That could be so much worse for them, but now it also comes to defending away these spots, because yes, they do have not the worry of teams coming in from that southeastern front, but they do have to worry about getting down that hill in towards more of that center zone, because they still had to keep some space clear, which is already occupied by Na'Vi and occupied by Knights. So you would actually expect the rest of A7 to make more of a rotation through to Bootcamp, but the problem there is actually that A7, Mafioso, although he holds on to that information, is very tricky to do due to the nature of upside Bootcamp being very open, being very difficult with the roads, leaving you need the requirement of the smokes, which they don't have, because we said that they don't have the equipment being so early on top of that hill, coupled by the fact that that is a requirement, judging by the fact that Black Dragons have taken up spot on the opposite end of those roads past Bootcamp.
That's on spotting some rotations from Unicorns of Love, another team that is doing pretty fantastic so far. And with that kind of shots already, Aton's position being revealed, Unicorns of Love can now try and capitalize on that, or at least they can try and adapt and maybe try and move forward for better positioning inside the zone. Again, they still need to make their mark in. Furious Gaming and Rise, it has came down to a complete stalemate. I do want to see inside this fight, again, Rise, they have way better position compared to Furious Gaming. Instead, Furious Gaming's backs are completely exposed to a team like Unicorns of Love. As soon as Furious Gaming makes a little sound, as soon as they give a little sound cue away, I'm pretty sure Unicorns of Love, they're going to be gathering their attention onto them, and maybe they can find themselves some free kills, because they will be pinned, they will be sandwiched between two teams. And on the other hand, now Black Dragons, look at this rotation. Mad Bulls spotting them out, but still not really able to take him down. But heavy amount of damage inflicted, though.
But Mad Bulls, they don't have the position advantage, despite the fact they've got a compound, in the fact that the squeezing is being pressured by that zone. You've got the entirety of the hills you can rotate for squeezing around, and then Mad Bulls, where do they go from this situation? They've been 4-man surrounded from 4 different angles by Black Dragons, who can dip in and out of the shadows of that hill and actually come out and surprise them from a new angle entirely. So Mad, they're actually in a very difficult spot when they actually give way to their position firing onto Black Dragons, but don't know how, as a result, to escape that situation. Has it gone sour? As the zone does shift away from them. Unicorns of Love also heading forward, but in behind them, you said they were trying to get hit by on Furious Gaming, but it's those behind them that are the problem here. Is now it's a three-way fight.
This is exactly what I was saying. Furious Gaming's backs were exposed, and Unicorns of Love, as soon as they heard those gunshots, they directed their attention towards it. But Lindo, in that return fire, gets caught, but it shouldn't really be that big of a deal for Unicorns of Love to get man a hand. But Aton Esports, another team they need to really worry about. They're slowly and steadily trying to make their way in the zone, but they will need to surpass through Furious Gaming and Rise. And at the same time, Unicorns of Love, Furious Gaming spotting out the player of Aton, being taken out. Now Aton left with only 1 man alive, and they only have 1 point secured in their pockets. Black Dragon, one more team. GC got in the clotheslines. Mad Bulls has spotted them out. This nade might just be it, but no. Too far away from the mark.
Mad, I think it's all over, but at least they strike down 1. That's at least going to try and confirm 1 extra point, but effect falls to the zone before we can confirm it. Is inside the compound, though, of the zone. Knights versus Na'Vi, and Knights, they are getting dropped 1 by 1, but Na'Vi, Meku is going to not be able to find all of them, as it is Koops, the MVP with Alucard, to be able to clean up what has been done by Na'Vi as they fall. Now Knight hold position on the opposite end. It's still Unicorns of Love trying to find a way inside of the zone. Also 2 drop to Rise. There's 7 kills in Rise's pockets already. And it feels like Rise, we didn't even see more game, but suddenly they're almost topping the charts when it comes to those kills.
Yeah. A questionable move from Fresh over there, though. He went for that complete thirst. He went for that flush. Was able to get it though, but again, I mean, he could have tried to fight that out, but instead he went for the safer play and tried to confirm that point. Circle moving in no man's land. Black Dragons is the only one kind of close to it in the edge lines. And look at this, A7 spotting out a player from Nice. Chico is the man who's not going to be spared. A heavy amount of damage being inflicted, him being taken out of the game. Knights now left with only 3 players alive. Not really a good sign for a team like Knights. And look at that, A7 looking so dominant in these final zones.
But they did get Coops over, so there is at least one, and now Sanhok makes the push. The smoke has been put down. Alucard is still to run, and it's one at a time. They pray that they can survive past the raft, the range of A7. But look at behind. Look at who's coming up to sneak attack. It's Black Dragons, and they're the ones with a zone, and they want to stop A7 from crawling their way inside. As that zone has got Mafioso, jumps back inside, but you can see already, even 1 second of tick does already 25% of their HP bar. Is Coops, they will lose Linux on the back line. He drops down, finds one. Can he get a second? No, Gary, with the help of a third, will be able to find it, but Gary's down 2. Is this all on the top side? A7 with another knockdown and the high ground advantage, proving so worth for A7 as they push their way onto a zone that has gone away from absolutely every single player remaining in this game. Is Revo.
Yeah.
Sneak down. He's coming closer, Necro.
Yep. Oh, man. Rise now left with only that one last man alive. Newness is there. And look at this. Well, it seems like A7, this is A7's game. There's no way they're going to be able to lose this, right? They have been looking dominant throughout the game. There's no way they're going to be losing this game just like that. And look at this, Black Dragons plus 1 out, takes him down instantly. Rebel being taken out the game. That's huge, man, down as well. Oh, A7, they're not going to be looking good at this time. Black Dragon already griefing A7's game. And now A7 are down to just that 3 man alive. Black Dragon, though, they still have 1 more man alive, it's for Kuzin, but again, let's just see how he's able to play the situation now, because A7 still need to make their way downhill, and inside the circle, they only have trees to work with as cover, and Black Dragon can again try to play that small sports and make sure A7 aren't really getting that chicken dinner in their hands.
They're still trying to play slow. Oh! They're going to fall down to Rise in 3rd position, 10 kills at it now, double digits, but I tell you who's a big fat winner. It's not A7 in the zone. It's Unicorns of Love. They're still alive here, Necro, and they're in the top 3 once more. They are making it worth. That is worth money right there when it comes to getting in that 3rd position. They might even get 2nd here. As soon as we'll fall, A7 do get a chicken dinner. Where do Unicorns of Love land? In 3rd position, rightly so. They will drop, but regardless, A7, more importantly, back on form here is now. We wanted to see the rest of A7 step up, and it took them all but 9 games to do it.
Exactly. I mean, they look dominant throughout the game, right? And I feel like that's a well-deserved game as well from the side of Unicorns of Love. And, well, guess what? The Met strat again strikes in the map of Sanhok. I mean, who guessed, right? I mean, at this point in time, I'm just so used to it, right? Coming in from the SA region, I'm just so used to seeing that Met strat. Over there, it's like each and every single team, as soon as you see it's the game of Sanhok, you're always going to be seeing at least 1 player from every single team going for that Met strat. And now Unicorns of Love doing the same thing over here. It's just so easy to get those placement points in the map of Sanhok, right?
You know what it is? You know what the big brain play here, though, Necro, is the Unicorns Love, right? Team Queso, they used to be the Sanhok heel strat masters, but they beat out Team Queso inside the league stage days. Then they ate the cheese to power them up, and now Unicorns of Love have the power of Sanhok healing strategy. That's big brain coming through from Unicorns of Love. They were the ones who knocked them out, right? In 16th position, barely.
Yeah.
So now they make it worth with, of course, as we said, worth money. Points coming in on 3rd position. 20 points so far, garnered 5 of them in Sanhok. But actually, to be fair, you do look towards also Rise, who actually, through the game, so by so, have been picking up these points too here and there. And it's a big game coming through from them, even if they did fall to A7 at the end.
Yep, it started all off with this fight initially with Furious Gaming and Nexteruya, and Furious Gaming, well, almost single-handedly, as I would like to say, they almost destroyed them. And then H2G and Ghost, well, a big team falling apart early off. I feel like that was like a huge sigh of relief for a lot of teams inside the game. And I don't really like this play from, Supermassive Blaze, just running in like headless chicken on that prime positioning on top of the hill. And of course, I feel like at this point in time, if I was in shoes of Supermassive Blaze, I would have definitely expected that position to be like camped by someone, right?
You could expect it to be camped, but it is quite early, right? I mean, you're looking towards that 3-4 minute mark where they do come up the hill. You don't expect someone to be there. You expect those in boot camp to have not rotated there quite so early. But I think actually equally, you should still, as you rightly say, be expecting the possibility that someone could be there. And because they just roam up aimlessly, they do get rightfully punished and they do lose a member for that, which as a result clearly hindered them later in the game when it came to trying to navigate their way through that trickier shifts, as it did go ping-pong back and forth on that final few series of phases. But you also have to expect that it was a surprise coming through from A7. They actually were able to dismantle Na'Vi with the helps of Knights. And actually, I think Knights were the reason why actually the rest of A7 could walk in on that zone so much easier, because had Na'Vi still been there, you would expect it maybe actually A7 would have lost a player or two, and it makes it a lot more difficult of a time to actually hold out on those final zones navigating in had they had to take a lot more fights, which wasn't the case. But to break it all down more and to make it in deeper detail is of course back into our analyst desk.
Looks like A7 is going to go on ahead and join everybody else with at least one winner chicken dinner. And we were just talking about them before that match. We're talking about them and a couple of other aggressive teams as well. One of them being Rise, actually. So them being the first, second place team. I mean, Zute, I feel like we kind of called it.
Yeah, it comes down to that circle, right? Like Seven even mentioned, we saw that northern circle, which doesn't really favor Alpha 7's, pathway into being more aggressive. And well, we got a more southern circle, and it worked out perfectly. But Rise, they got that chicken dinner yesterday on that northern circle, and this game, they got a second place finish. So Rise, I think Sanhok is really their map. They had two really good games on Sanhok, and Sanhok is not a map where one thinks about consistency, right? Sanhok is one of those maps that is just like, everyone feels like it's just more RNG based, and sure, you can have good gun skill, but usually it doesn't take you that far. Rise, though, having two really good games. And on the other side of the thing, I see the Knights finally kind of showing up on the first page again. Mad Bulls getting good amount of rank points, and Unicorns of Love, shout outs to them. They realized, like, hey, Medstrat is a thing, and they definitely took advantage of it, Seven.
They definitely did. I mean, I think it was Rolkis, the last player from Unicorns of Love there, just being out in the distance. All of a sudden, I was like, there's 3 teams, but I only see 2. Oh, okay, Rolkis is pretty much in the middle of Bumville nowhere, just healing off. And you said that Mad Bulls being able to put up a good performance here might have not been in regards to Illims, but hey, any points will go towards them, and any points will be happy. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy right now to get them. Knights, kind of, I don't know if you mentioned this too, they kind of just scratch off the slump that we were seeing from them. For them to be able to collect 6 points right there is huge. And then we go to S2G. We saw S2G once again landing, or at least hot dropping with Ghost Gaming. They were able to win that engagement, but they just took out so long that I think everybody heard them, and all the teams were able to set up. I think it was Black Dragons that was able to set up for them and just camp them and absolutely eliminate it. Then we go to Na'Vi. Na'Vi being able to collect those 2 points. You heard the casters mention it. Alpha 7 was just on them, and they kind of forced them to rotate to Knights, and Na'Vi was just pretty much running loose the whole time. Overall, what a match, and oh, baby, finally, we get to see him here in the MVP overlay. Carrillo being able to get 6 Illims, 1,000 damage, 4.5 MVP points. All right, I know he's going to be happy about that. And 36% team contribution, which is crazy. I'm going to be looking forward to that head-to-head, because if he was only able to get 36% contribution with 1,000 damage and 6 Illims, I can't wait to see what those other players are going to be getting, Span.
Yeah, you're right. That means they all definitely went ahead and did something this match. Reminder that team contribution is the percentage of a team's points earned by a player as well as their share of the team's total survival time. So obviously 36%, definitely a good amount for 4 players, but not the most. So you're right. All these team members definitely were able to go ahead and pull their weight. Interested to see who he's going to be actually put up against, because Alpha 7 winning this last match, I wonder if it's going to be another member of Alpha 7 or if there's going to be another player that kind of went on ahead and showed themselves off. And we're going to find that answer now, and it actually looks like, look at that, it's going to be from Black Dragons. It looks like Rami Lozen is going to be able to go on ahead and get 588 damage. Nice conversion to the 4 eliminations. Also, look at that, 36% contribution, Zute.
Yeah, both of these players putting in work for their team. I was going to guess it was going to be a Rise player, but both Black Dragons, Rise, and Alpha 7, I think all three coming from the Brazil region. So aggressive. What an aggressive region. All three teams did really well, too. I think Black Dragons finished points-wise in that last Sanhok game in 3rd or 4th, and then Alpha 7 was 1st. Black Dragons, or not Black Dragons, Rise was 2nd. So, like, yeah, the aggression on this map, it really does show through in terms of which team, you know, gets the better advantage of other teams. So, really good to see the damage numbers from all of these players. And special shout outs to Carrillo for getting that match MVP. When the camera comes back to me, I'll get a little bit closer to the camera because I did get, you know, that Alpha 7 eyebrow thing, and I got it after, you know, the man himself, Carrillo. So, you guys could take a look at that after we go over these scores. So S2G, of course, still in 1st place. Unicorns of Love, though, jumping past Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming getting 0 points there because S2G took them out. And you were talking about it earlier, 7. I just want to say, S2G, maybe they only got 4 points that match. Probably one of their lowest point games, but it was a 4 points on a hot drop against the 2nd place team. So it's like, those 4 points to me may as well be like almost 10 points because it makes a statement, right? It goes to show S2G, they can pretty much do everything. We talked about it. We saw them able to rotate. We saw them able to third party, take advantage, play patient. We saw them able to scrap their way into zone. And now, I mean, we saw yesterday too, they could take a hot drop fight, but we saw it back to back. So I think this team, they could do almost everything, 7.
They definitely can. I mean, as we go here towards the 2nd page of the Super Weekend rankings, going back to what you were saying, I think this is what we are so impressed with S2G. Obviously, it's easier to be impressed of a team when they're currently in 1st place, when they're leading by a lot, if they're getting chicken dinners. But it's the variety and in the way that this team is currently able to get those chicken dinners. You mentioned it perfectly. We were looking at it. It was like, if they're able to hot drop like that, if they're able to flip that switch that we're used to seeing from champions before, where they can go from super passive to super aggressive right off the bat, and they're able to actually win those engagements, that's huge, because it might come down to a point where it might be in the future a team might decide to hot drop them. They have showcases here that they're able to know, they're able to know what to do in that situation, and they're able to actually come out on top. So just the way they're able to diversify themselves, the way they're able to get those points, whether it's by chicken dinners, whether it's by just working their way into that circle, what we saw in Erangel, or whether it's here hot dropping the what was the 2nd place team earlier in the day. I mean, it's just so impressive what SGG is currently able to do, even though, as you said, they only got 4 points there.
Do not disagree, and that is again a reminder, if you guys are a fan specifically of S2G or anybody else of that matter, go on ahead and remember to go on ahead, launch the PUBG Mobile game and vote. So play PUBG Mobile, vote for your favorite PMGC teams, players, and get rewards. You can get a voting ticket by logging into the game, watch live on the Esports Center, or of course share that voting page, and you can find more information in game as well to get millions of rewards, various pink level permanent items only during the PMGC League period. On top of that, get yourself a treasure box as well. It is a PMGC exclusive. That means you're going to go on ahead and want it. So go on ahead, get into the Esports Center, see more information, see what is live, PMGC, get in YouTube and in-game, get that PMGC token and redeem it to go on ahead and get those boxes. There's 2 more treasure boxes. Go on ahead and continue to stay tuned. So a lot of stuff for, of course, the fans watching, and for the fans of Alpha 7, let's get into the recap, Zute.
Yeah, so for this recap, we'll see a lot of Alpha 7, but we're also going to see a little bit of 2 other teams. We're going to take a look at the Knights and Na'Vi here. We saw the Knights breach up upon this compound, and of course Alpha 7 did come in and third party this, but the Knights, you know, making a little bit of a splash again, getting a few couple of points, and then the end game, Alpha 7, there was like 2 other teams left. It was Black Dragons and Rise, and Alpha 7 maintaining that high ground position. Well, they just closed it out, and they closed it out with a bunch of kills, but as for the other 2 teams you see on the screen, they also closed it out with a lot of elims.
They definitely did, Sue. And with this here, something that we even saw at the beginning of the game when we saw Carrillo being able to kill some of the players from Supermassive Blaze was how aggressive he was playing that too. You said it perfectly when we were watching it. You said, this man does not stop peeking. This man just continues to peek. Even if he's getting tagged, he's just so confident and so aggressive too. And right here, I mean, we just kind of see Alpha 7 trying to get different angles. So Nunes kind of think about what he was going to do. And then you have, at this point, you still have Rolkis just healing off in the middle of Bumville. Nowhere getting those extra placement points. Alpha 7, though, super impressive. Something that I really enjoyed as well and that I kind of wanted to mention during that match is I'm so glad they didn't want to do any rotations. There you go. Show him that eyebrow right there. Show him that you want to get
let me
those
get a little bit closer.
Carrillo powers.
Yeah, maybe,
there
maybe
it
there
is.
we go. Production probably like, Sute, you're out of frame. Maybe the lighting isn't too good.
What I was saying with Alpha 7 is I love that they didn't try to do any other rotations. They stayed put in that mountain. Some I think the casters were worried that maybe they weren't going to have enough loot or something along those lines. They looted boot camp all to themselves. That's plenty of loot. And on top of that, when Supermassive Blaze, they actually eliminated a player. And on top of that, they got to pick up their loot. And then when they eliminated a player from Navi as well, and they saw Navi rotate, I think it was Revo or Mafioso being able to go down to that player and kind of collect the loot. So they were staying where they felt comfortable. I mentioned this earlier. If it goes north, it's not going to be what we're used to seeing from Alpha 7. But if it goes south, we're going to continue to see that aggressive Alpha 7. Of just kind of maintaining their floor, and I love that Sanhok, and I love that all of these Brazilian teams are being aggressive in Sanhok too. They're taking full advantage of it, man.
That they are, and it's just interesting to me, right? Because we talked about the differences of the maps. There's obvious differences, and we even got to the Sanhok match and we're like, okay, well, here's the aggressive teams. They're going to go on ahead and do really well. I mean, what is the difference from this match to the others for them, other than the usual explanations that we usually get to? Like, is it specifically the map? Is it some sort of mentality? Is it a mixture of both? Is it just how their team specifically knows how to play these matches? Like, what is it?
It's a combination of everything. The main factor, though, is like rotations. There's not many rotation options on Sanhok. The only rotation is through the team that's in front of you because the circle went that way, right? And the only way you get through teams is you shoot them down. The aggression. That's where, I mean, it's as simple as that. That's where it plays in, and it's beautiful to see some regions just, or I don't want to say they purposely specialize in a map, but it's just the way they play in Brazil. I mean, if we had a graphic to just add up all the points from that match from the Brazilian teams compared to the rest of the lobby, I think we would see something really cool and special there with Brazil really coming out on top for that Sanhok map. But unfortunately, we only get one Sanhok a day. So we're back to Erangel, which we get 3 games of. And I think it's pretty fair that way. Erangel's more of a diverse map where more strategies come into play. But we've seen Alpha 7 do well. We've seen other Brazilian teams do well. We've seen every team, have a shine at brightness in Erangel. But it really comes down to, like, who could really get the points in on the Super Weekend, though.
So in regards to what you were saying there, I think we started the game with 64 players, if I'm not mistaken. For the Brazilian teams, I just got to do the math real quick. So somebody in YouTube chat, please double check me. But the Brazilian teams ended up with 33 Illims. So they ended up with definitely a little bit more than half of the whole lobby. That's how aggressive they were.
I don't even know what to say about that number. Yeah, I didn't realize that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot to keep in mind, especially every single match. It seems like, I guess it was nicely spread out between all those teams. The thing that we have been kind of noticing, I feel like, is usually maps go pretty top heavy of those matches. Usually it's the teams towards the top that get the most amount of points. Sanhok, I feel like, is usually that map where it is supposed to be a little bit more spread out, but this Sanhok and the Sanhok before, that definitely was not the case. And I guess we have figured out the reason why. They're just going to go on ahead and take all of the eliminations just for themselves. But you're right, now we're going to be moving on to Erangel for our last match today, and it is a little bit more equal when it comes to both macro and micro gameplay, in my opinion. And of course, teams usually have their own specializations getting on to Erangel. The next thing that we're all kind of wondering, as per usual, is so now we've seen both Alpha 7 and of course S2G going ahead and take some wins there, but we're gonna go see who's gonna take that last match after a short break. So we'll see you guys shortly.
Ready for extract.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back to PMGC West League Super Weekend 1 Day 2. We're about to be going into our very last match of today. Definitely going to go ahead and set the tone for our last day, of course, happening tomorrow. But first, before we get into this next Erangel game, there's a couple topics that, of course, our analysts here want to go and talk about. The first one, though, I think is something that's going to be on all of our minds, and that, of course, is S2G7. S2G going to get one, of course, our first Erangel of today. Didn't win our second. How about the readjustments coming into this next one?
Yeah, I think for this one, what I was kind of hinting at is I want to see how are the teams going to be able to react if S2G is still alive towards that middle, towards the end of the game. I want to see if any of those teams, if they realize that it is S2G, I wonder if they're going to try to challenge them now that S2G has shown that they can be very strong on those final circles we saw earlier. And the reason why I wanted to bring it up is because earlier we saw Knights kind of just coexisting with them in a compound. Instead of Knights wanting to be the aggressor, they decided to just wait for it, and then they ended up getting third party. I want to see that team that's just going to take the fight to SG in the middle of the match area and see how SG is going to react to it.
Do you think there's anyone that could potentially go on ahead and take that challenge, Zute?
Well, last game, it was the Black Dragons. They just camped S2G out and were perfectly in. Black Dragons ended up getting a bunch of points. So maybe defeating S2G early gives you like a power boost, so to say. But we'll see what happens in this Erangel game that's coming up.
So definitely situational. So you think that there's probably a good amount of teams that would want to go on ahead and take that challenge if they, of course, have the opportunity. Speaking of opportunities, there's a huge one for y'all. If you guys want a great experience with gaming, you should get yourself a 1+9 or 9 Pro, because with flagship performance and an immersive 120 Hz display and Hypertech technology, this phone is made specifically for gamers. So that is the 1+9 and 9 Pro to, of course, climb those leaderboards. So that is, of course, what we wanted to talk about when it came to S2G and all these teams potentially going on ahead and taking that fight. And of course, the second thing is some teams that haven't quite been performing. What are some teams that we want to see perform, Zute, coming into our very last match of day 2 here?
A big one for me is Na'Vi, right? Na'Vi, we know they haven't been doing too well, but I'm going to tell you guys exactly how bad they've been doing. They came in today with 41 total points. Guess how many points they're at now? They are at, after 4 games, they are at 47 points. So if my math is correct, I know these are two big different numbers, right? Sarcasm right there. But from 41 to 47, that is 6 points. That is 6 points in 4 games. All right, and we're about to play the very last match. If they have another bad game, let's just say they get 1 point, that's 7 points in 5 games versus the 40 points they got in 5 games yesterday. So today's performance is looking really dim and dire for Na'Vi as far as, you know, compared to how well they did yesterday. And maybe that's because Alpha 7 is catching up and readjusting as well.
Could be. It's interesting that it's 6 points, I have to say, because I instantly had to check, because I'm pretty sure Furious Gaming also ended off the first day of the Super Weekend with 6 points as well. So it does seem like maybe they're kind of bouncing around maybe a 6-point curse. Let's go see if they're going to be able to break it in this last match on Erangel. For the last time, throwing it on over to our casters, Highland Wolf and Necro.
Final game here, boys. We are here ready, and girls, and whatever you decide to identify yourself as. Personally, myself, a beautiful floofy wolf could be the case. What do you identify yourself as, Necro?
A human being.
Oh, is that a thing? Do human beings exist?
Well, I mean, I
didn't realize this before.
I'm left speechless by that one, man. Come on. But anyways, yeah. Well, let's get our heads back in the game over here, man. Playing flat pass starting all the way from Sanhok on military base all the way up to Stalber. Teams that do want to kill nothing Georgia Pole, you know what I'm talking about. A7 and Na'Vi going to be having a lot of distance to travel.
Still, albeit, still got these teams jumping down onto the playing path. As it looks to be a pretty similar one coming through with the planes in these drop locations. But I'm looking towards that first phase zone. It's going to be back to where we started. So towards that northeastern side. And towards that Yasna Polyana area. I actually really interested though about one thing. And that is that this plane path has stopped some of those stereotypical locations that we saw these teams drop on by. Don't do it. Don't say that the paraglider is useless, okay? He can dodge it. It's good enough for that. I need to have faith, okay, Necro, in the paraglider. I'm a paraglider advocate when it comes to that. But to get back to my point, it was the fact that Na'Vi and A7, they're not in North Georgia Bowl this time. Because that plane path don't allow them to go there. So how are they going to change it up with a different strategy?
Well, let's find out. I mean, this is the unique test of their adaptability right now. How they're going to be able to adapt to the plane fly path, how they're going to be rotating, are they even going to be going to Northern Georgia Pool? That's what we really need to find out in these kind of moments. But teams that I really am looking out for, of course, going to be Mad Bulls and the Furious Gaming and Aton as well. These three teams are all the way in the bottoms, and I definitely do want them to at least end the day on a good note, right? If they're going to be having a fantastic game of Erangel, I mean, at least they can have a good night's sleep, as we like to say.
Good night's sleep. Something that it's eluding me, to be honest. It's eluding me, Decro. I wish I had that luxury. But to be fair,
same.
I have the luxuries of PUBG Mobile, because we get to watch East and West all through the day. But the West, it's better.
Yeah, of course. It's all the way on top, man. There's no comparison. But yeah, now, anyways, we do see teams slowly and steadily making their way to their drop location. Next Ria as well, on their way all the way on the left. And we do see Na'Vi. They have gotten themselves the weekend, and it seems like they're on their way to Northern Georgia Pool. That means they're going to be taking quite a lot of time to loot and then make it inside the zone. And this is what Na'Vi has always been dealing with. This has always been the problem with Na'Vi so far in the Super Weekend, is that they just rotate inside the circle pretty late, and there's a high chance of them getting caught off guard in those rotations, and that's what exactly is happening.
They're still roaming towards North Georgia Pool. You can see it in their movements. They're heading actually towards footballers who are coming outside of that South Georgia Pool towards the Everest compound and past that bridge. And I think with Na'Vi, they just feel a little bit one-dimensional. I'm not going to lie to you here, Necro. I want to see something. There's so many different opportunities, like Saverni, shooting range, that are all inside of this compound, inside of this first phase zone. When instead you're going to a compound like North Georgia Pool, which isn't inside of the zone. So it just confuses me why they are so focused on going so far out, only to have to rotate possibly so far in again.
Yeah, that's the same thing as well, right? You can take a look at A7. They have whipped out their another strategy to go inside Lipovka and get that loot done. Did realize the plane flat path isn't really favoring the Northern Georgia Pool side, so now A7 have at least found themselves a comfortable home for now. But another team that is in the clotheslines of A7 is going to be Furious Gaming, but I feel like that's not really a possible threat for them. And look at this. This is how the highlights of the previous Erangel game look like, and quite a bold rotation, right, from a team like Unicorns Love. But again, they don't really need to worry about it. They're also on the safer side, including Ghost Gaming and Eastern Stars. They're the top 4 teams, right? And they can always always try and go for those bloodthirsty games.
They're on the top side. They got a luxury. I mean, there's some teams, though, that are, quite frankly, disappointing. I mean, the Sad Fool's going to be one of them, but I think also you got to look like teams of Furious Gaming, right, who have been even sadder when it comes to being at that bottom. They have not left that bottom overall since we started Super Weekend. And it's weird to me, considering that actually Furious Gaming, when it came to the league stage days, and not to put a comparison on the level of skill from these teams between league and Super Weekends, but Furious Gaming definitely did look better, right? They took that chicken dinner on Erangel. They were able to find so many more kills, but that aggression just hasn't felt like it's been there from these teams. And I think echoed that by also Atten, who were another one of these teams who also secured chicken dinners in that league stage, but have just not performed adequately when it comes to transferring that aggression into the Super Weekend.
I mean, this just tells, right, how many things do change coming inside the Super Weekend. It's just like the complete change of pace as well. And League Days, we saw so many early fights happening so many of the times. And now inside this one, we're just seeing teams kind of taking things quite slow. They're trying to play their prime game. They're going for those tactical, they're going for the strategic plays in the game. And it has been working out for a few teams like A7, Ghost, Unicorns Love, and Ace2G. Up till now, they're able to make their mark on top. But still, teams like Supermassive Blaze, Ghost Gaming, coming inside, didn't really expect to have such kind of a start.
Still though, right, they are shooting down on Supermassive Blaze, and they will run for the hills. They're being caught out in another wider rotation, and instead will have to settle for only what they have in that pity compound, that pity building. It's one building to their name, one car to their name. But we still have 4 players. That's a plus. Yep. We don't have to worry about Sanhok. At least they kept their players alive, and Tron did get home free. But it is looking also very crowded towards that center of that zone, particularly around those barrel holes as well. I mean, nice, one of those teams directly around that situation. But so much space further out, and you can see that all of these teams, and I think, as we said, very stereotypical of the Western side, they love to go for the center plays, but I think when you have so much other options to you further out, you've got Pachinki completely untaken, Farm completely untaken, Mansion, yes, Prison, awkward, potentially, but even if you're looking even further atop towards Severny, Stalber shooting range, all of these locations, which aren't taken up, and that's even to the extent that Eastern Stars, who potentially could have taken Stalber, also switched that drop spot up, even despite the fact that the plane path could have easily taken them there.
Yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, Eastern Stars, they definitely didn't drop in Stalber this time. Instead, they went for that Milta drop. I mean, hey, as long as it's working out, you might as well try and do it, right? I mean, in Stalber, they were always being kind of like that in no man's land. They were separated out from everyone. They used to always be the safest team. They used to go for the safest drop early often. Now going inside Milta, it tells us that Eastern Stars is now feeling way much more comfortable and way much more confident. And it has been shown in the overall rankings as well, right? And as I mentioned, it's the final game of day 2. You might as well try and spice things up when you have that safety cushion.
Up towards, of course, Watertown in Next Warrior as we head into that second phase zone now. And Necro, where is it going to go? Because I think that we don't have to worry about teams rotating far towards it, unless it goes towards the north side. I might have just jinxed it. We pray. We put
I
on
think
a
so it
women
is.
of prayer.
I think so it is.
Oh no, don't do it. It goes towards the south side. Phew. We can avoid a castle curse for now. We've successfully dodged at least one today.
Oh man, the circle, I mean, favoring a lot of teams right in the smack center. And guess what? Fight panning out. Black Dragon is the one engaging in one this time. And Fenerbahce, one man short from their squad. Rebellion and Flaky are in the back lines, all the way far away, but they were kind of separated out from that man. There's no way they could have been able to get back to him. So now Fenerbahce, they might as well try and play things a little safe inside this one. And yes, that's what they're exactly doing. Backing off from this one, do you realize they're already a man short? And might as well take things a little cautiously. So Fenerbahce, not really to count in that fight. They're going to be instantly backing off. But the circle shift definitely kind of screwing A7 over, because they will need to again make it in though, because I saw them going all the way up north, and now they will have to traverse down south from Yasnaya.
We do have some freedom when it comes to Yasnaya Polyana, though, being completely free, and actually towards those barrel holes, completely free also, but they won't go there. They will head over towards the bridge, which will be located towards the east, or western side, should I say, of Yasnaya Polyana, and then rotate their way further from there, or also an attempt past Roshok could be an option for them, which is also left unattended inside of this zone. And Na'Vi, who rotated all the way, of course, over to North George Pole, where are they going to go? That's the question I'm keeping in my mind, because they have such a distance to travel to come back all the way from that far rotation. I mean, it's going to still be the looting phase, just finishing for them, right?
I mean, it's just too late, man. Navi's always just late to make the rotation, and that's the problem, right? It's like making those late rotation means you can also be caught in those rotations. You never know where to expect enemies. You don't really have that intel to work with. But all talking about intel, footballist, just making that bold rotation through so many teams, they just don't care. All they're looking for is that the position they want to place themselves in. They're just going straight through the center. They're going for that center spot right next to Ghost. And, well, do they know Ghost is right in that compound?
I don't think they do. I don't think they spotted it. But we might be safe for now. If we don't see it on the kill feed right now, it's also Fenerbahce. They too roamed their way in, past everyone into the center of that zone, and successfully to their own delight. An unattended compound, rare, but it is possible inside of this second phase zone. There's also, you can see the rest of them on towards the northern side. Eastern Stars not so lucky though, as they shoot into a fight versus Ass on a 1-for-1 trade just now. As Milos does step further forward, will find a revive, but there's no support there coming through from Athis on the side of Eastern Stars. They are also only just entering into the fight, which buys the time for Atten, who have already finished that revive and should be able to back on their to push coming in.
Exactly. 12 minutes in the game, and finally we're seeing some fights happen over here. We did see a couple of fights in the past as well, but it was nothing really special. It was just some one man being taken out from squad, just trying to handicap those teams. But this time, it might just be head-on-head fights from these teams. Eastern Stars going head-to-head against Aton. Does know maybe there's a rotation, possible rotation going in his back. Eastern Stars was one of those teams that dropped in Milta, and now it seems like they're also in possibly a lot of trouble. Aton, they're looking to charge in forward, but guess what? Eastern Stars are just really quick on that reply. Bazi finds that opening. That's going to be given so much window of opportunity for a team like Eastern Stars to try and make things happen in the position they've gone themselves. But again, Aton in general, they just have a high ground over Eastern Stars, and if they're able to play this spot perfectly, maybe they will be able to at least try and dismantle Eastern Stars slowly and steadily.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
doesn't look like it here, Necro. It's finally the last full card he drops, but it was all actually to the extent of Eastern Stars' ability to send a maze, of course, into that shed. It blocked the vision. It did rumble the screen, of course, and that sound ability to hear Eastern Stars approach with a ring of that grenade in their ear, and then the smokes combined to block out the vision as soon as Atom wanted to move forward, forced him in to go even deeper to try see Eastern Stars pushing, and they punished him for that for going too far front. Is also Black Dragons lose their vehicles, lose a life of Iden, as he will be the sacrificial lamb as two more go around, but rotate back in as they potentially do want to still push this one. Instead, we'll actually head back over to Rumalosi, who will hold up that high ground distance now, but Footballist all the while can be happy with that one kill they're able to garner themselves.
Exactly. Up till now, just seen some fights happening. We did see one team also getting wiped over here, but now Mad Bulls, we've been talking about this team since a long time now, and one of those teams that isn't really performing well throughout the day. Since yesterday in the Super Weekend, we're doing pretty good in the league days though, but just seems so absent in the Super Weekends, and this is where you really need to perform, not the league days. League days is where you just need to try and qualify in, but Mad Bulls, somewhere down the line, they need to try and crack the code, man, because if they don't, this is the final game. Day 2 slipping away from their hand, left with only one more day in week 1. You don't want to be in that uncomfortable spot, trust me.
Man, right, the same with, I think, Furious Gaming. I've run into that similar problem. It's just been these same teams that have struggled time and time again. It feels like almost like the Da Vinci Code that we're trying to solve right now. I mean, they're trying to figure out all the possible solutions, but they're not searching for the locations and the ways in which they can solve that puzzle itself, and they're trying the same things except the same things aren't working. So when are they going to step back? They might need that second week, of course, to come back and have those new solutions on board, but plus, of course, assuming that you can get back into the Super Weekends, week 2 and week 3, and that's all down to your ability again, which we've not seen from them so far in the top 16 in this first Super Weekend.
Unicorns love. Rolkis is the man. And look at the separation being shown from them, right? Lin all the way to the left, Rolkis kind of on the right compound, S2G right in the center. There's a high chance S2G might just be sandwiched by them, but again, Unicorns love, they're really far away. I don't really feel like they do even have like any line of sights on the players of S2G. For now, S2G looking pretty safe, and Timber as well. This man has been performing up to the mark so far. And the entire squad of H2G has been doing a pretty phenomenal job, but the past 2 games have been kind of slipping away. As I mentioned, it's fine though. They've already gotten those points. They've already got like 2 chicken dinners in the day. And guess what? Moving it forward, they're looking to get some more. And well, Unicorns of Love are the first one they want out of their way. Unicorns of Love now, of course, they are on the 2nd position. They're looking to take over the position of H2G. Is that going to happen? This fight will decide it. Again, H2G have quite a comfortable amount of lead, but again, it would just be kind of like the confidence boost, right? Unicorns Love would be getting if they do take out a team like H2G. But H2G isn't a team that's going to be that easy of a job to take out. They're also replying back in style. And on the other hand, another fight's panning out. It's between Footballists and Black Dragons.
The Footballers and Black Dragons, yes, but you got all the third parties jumping in because we said we're all so close together. And they shaking hands and singing Kumbaya, Necro. We are putting the bullets into each other's faces and watching them go down into the dirt. That's what they're doing tonight here in the Saturday evening. Is Black Dragons put down a smoke. They put down a nades, and that one lands onto Loazin. Will feel pain. The second jumps over the top, and it will go slightly short and won't execute him down. But Roman Luzny got burned out equal-wide. Look at that one.
Oh my god.
That was like the best one we've seen yet.
Yeah.
That one went for a journey.
Yeah, definitely. That was a huge impact. The Waco just kind of blew out the way. I guess that's new kind of thing you can do. Just use the nades to kind of blow the cover away if someone's trying to use a Weekle as a cover. But now Matt Bulls all out in the open, has a lot of eyes attracted towards them. Kind of being they're kind of being the attention people over here. Matt Bulls, they're being sandwiched between 2 teams. But front lines there is 1 team, and then from the back lines you have a team like A7, and they also need to deal with likes of Na'Vi. What's going on? A7 and Na'Vi now. Mad Bulls, they've found them right in the smack center of these 2 teams. And they're trying their best to try and make it out alive, but, well, guess what? It's not going to be the case instead. Na'Vi, what just happened to them? I mean, Na'Vi seems like they just took so much time to rotate that they're now just down to that 1 last man alive. We weren't even able to track that.
Yeah, we can talk about it again and again, but we know the mistakes, right? Coming from Na'Vi. They're just playing way too eager for the same location. They're being way too predictable. And, well, so teams are punishing hard for that. I just feel bad, actually, A7. We're a little bit too short on those nades because Mad Bulls, that was lining up for producing 1 nade quadra kill coming in on there. 1 smoke was the only thing protecting Mad Bulls in that initial push. And thankfully for them, of course, those nades did go short from A7. There's still both of them to make it in across that road into the zone, as that zone did continue to keep those barrel holes alive, and teams emptying themselves from the previous location towards these barrel holes, in towards those Yasnaya fields. But because that Yasnaya field is so unplayable, that's why you see so many of these teams crunched up together on the south side. You can see it goes Footballers, they jump in, and it's an absolute carnage as all of them execute each other. But Footballers, they're looking worse for wear, and Soke will drop down and leave them lovers in to the only one remaining. It's a 1v1 versus Beowulf as a nade.
Oh my
Will
god.
go slightly over wide. He steps back up. Can he shoot down? Yes, he does. Onto Beowulf on the backside. Has to barely dodge out of bullets of Knights. It was quick pop up, quick shoot down. Ghost in 13th.
Oh, Beowulf unaware of the position of the final man of Footballist. And just like that, Ghost Gaming as well, take an exit from this game. Not really having the past 2 games in their pocket over here. Things not looking good for them, but it's fine. They're still looking pretty solid on the overall rankings of the Super Weekend, and that's what you really need. H2G and Fenerbahce right next to each other inside the zone. H2G, one of those teams that have been pretty consistent so far. And, well, if Fenerbahce try to go against them, I don't really know what to expect, what the outcome's going to be, because Fenerbahce clearly do have the man advantage. On the other hand, Supermassive Blaze trying to push against Footballist. Maybe that's possibly what they're trying to do, but it doesn't really seem like that for now. They're trying to back off over here, and there is one more team in the front lines. It's going to be Rise. They're down to a 3-man squad, but still, they can make a lot of things happen with those players.
SUG Fenerbahce going for the barrel holes themselves, but it's over the top of the hill. Inside the barrel holes, Fenerbahce, they're getting swarmed by Supermassive Blaze, but it's just free ones given to them as they fall down, and Fenerbahce say thank you very much, sir. It's fresh. It is going to be hot trailed by Furious Gaming, and they will also drive by, but only to their own demise too, as all of them start to drop down. And Unicorns of Love, Beitu, look into the hole of Fenerbahce, but Fenerbahce with a defense will hold firm as Furious Gaming, they are the perpetrators. They are the ones going to still be alive. They're the ones that will execute fresh.
Just a completely send-it moment from the side of Supermassive Blaze, and well, they will have to pay the price for it. This is what you like to say, right? Headless chickens, and they just ran straight in that ball. And now H2G as well, they have got them that dip, and guess what? H2G decided to strike in at the right time. One man of Fenerbahce didn't really expect H2G player to just peek out like that, and 7 just got that perfect timing down. Knights in the front lines. H2G seems like they're pretty well aware of what's happening in the surrounding.
S2G, they have that dip. That is how crucial it is. Talking about Bulls. Talking about sad Bulls. I want to see happy Bulls, okay? As I've been enough pessimisticness already, I want to see the positiveness. I want to see Mad Bulls be able to crash his compound, decimate A7. I want to see the bottom rise up, because this is a chance, right? This is their final game, as you said. They've got one more day after this. We don't want to be going in. Unfortunately, they might be going in just like that into day number 3 already, because A7, they're packing them there. They're packing their suitcase, and they're putting Mad Bulls inside of it. They are sending them a one-way ticket through to the After City, day 3, and the Mad Bulls gone. Joined by Footballist is 8 kills already for A7. And actually, as that zone moves away from everyone in this game, we're going to snakes in the grass. We're going to these final flats.
Oh, Mad Bull now yeeted out the way. A7 they don't really have a lot of things to worry about, at least when they want to make it in the zone. But guess what? Another fight panning out. H2G spots the player of Knights. Coops is the man, and we do know what Coops is capable of. We have seen a lot of bright moment from this man. And H2G, Salas goes down instantly. The kill will be confirmed. The thirst is real from the side of Coops. And Knights, they get that dip control for themselves. Now 7 is the only man trying his best to hold this position down. But I feel like the chances of him being unsuccessful are quite a lot. But still, he's trying his best to reply back. Coops taken down off the equation. But still, Knights, though, with that beautiful nade from Xenox, catches the final man. And that's going to be it for a team like H2G. Out the game in 7th position.
Knights, Coops down, but they'll make the revive work. They've got the cover. It's into the Yasna Fields, baby, as we're going to phase 6. And A7, they made their way further forward. So, of course, have Fenerbahce moving their way further forward. But it's Furious Gaming and Ari who join, of course, A7 in that zone. And they who have the advantage is Knights on the edge. Fenerbahce still to cross over from their own Beryl Hill. They tried to nade over Knights. We couldn't find them. Now, I think Knights, they may have spotted though. A rogue member of Fenerbahce is Falky. Will be shot down upon, but the slight dip, the smoke, enough to defend him. His Dokkan machine also does the same. Do not forget, though, Fenerbahce up into it. There is a rogue, also Lin, Unicorn on the back foot.
Exactly. And now it's just all those signature M416s just coming into play in the final games, in the final zones. And A7 being one of them, circles out in the open. There's not a lot of cover to work around with. Smokes is the most essential utility you need in these kind of moments. And Knights, they're trying to sweep their way in forward. And look at this, Fenerbahce Dukin machine on top of the buggy, gaining a lot of intel. And this nade might just be it. This might just be it, but no. A little bit shorthand on that. Not really able to make it up to the mark. Maybe Dukin machine needs to make sure the nade's covering a little bit more distance. And yes, it does this time. Coops falls down. He was just back up, and while he's going to be going down, he's going to be feeling the pain from that nade.
But it was crucial that the revive came through, but we're going to have to turn it once more, because Dokkan Machine's had enough. He goes in for the kill, he finds it, and Knights are done and dusted on the edge of the zone. And now Fenerbahce of the zone heads towards him. They're rewarded in handsome gold of that zone, moving in. And so many kills, a possibility. A7, Rusho into Revo on the front. Cinetex are flanking around. Mafioso doing the same. Kitsunivo in line of Mafioso, but of course so hard to see. The backpacks off makes it only more difficult to find him inside a snake. It's in the grass. Fenerbahce do have, though, even more importantly, that ridge. That slight dip, of course, does defend them.
Oh, quite close. Nade. Fenerbahce, Dukin machine must be thanking his luck. And he moved out the way in the last second, and now instead he falls back a little bit. Unicorns love the final man being spotted out by Furious Gaming and will be taken out in no time. And now A7 looking to close things on Fenerbahce. We do see Revo slowly and steadily closing up and finally stands up out in the open. He is looking confident while he's taking those shots on the enemies. He wants to inflict the pain in all the enemy players. But again, A7, are they going to be able to get these back to back?
Still, though, they found the next shot. That's the nade that they were looking for. Fenerbahce downs were solo, but it's still to call him further forward. They've got the zone in their hands, but can they execute Fenerbahce out of it? They still need one more. Dokken Machine back on top of the vehicle, using the smoke, using the vehicle as best they can, but we best be careful, because also that smoke is appearing out of the vehicle. Just to blow up in the face-off, and one nade could execute them down. Senatexevo. 87, more preoccupied with Furious Gaming. Still keep in mind the trio alive.
Oh, and look at this Navi now playing this ball sport. Kitsune takes one player out of A7, and that's not really a good news. A7 were looking so strong going inside this, and Furious Gaming, now they have a fair share of chance to try and get this chicken dinner in their heads. Fenerbahce, Furious Gaming, and A7. And Navi was the one who played the spawn sport, all thanks to Kitsune. Carrying his old squad on his back and making it up to top 4. Gotta give props to that man.
Kitsune saving a big mistake from them. Yes, and Pan getting shut
going
down
on?
in front of them as Furious Gaming are trying to be baited in to the fight, but we're gonna find it. Triggers in. It's gonna be blown up by his own vehicle. It's now they lose another. Big Milo and Furious Gaming down to a duo. Dokken the solo. Revo who's playing as that solo remaining. Yes, they got Senatexa on the backside, but everyone is on their own. There's no saving it. There's no revives coming down from each other now. It's a 2-on-2-on-2.
All these top 3 teams have 2 players alive. Yeah, it's a 2v2v2. A7 versus Fenerbahce versus Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming do need this one the most out of any other team right now inside this one. So Furious Gaming, I'm pretty sure they're going to be having those nerves rattling right now. And they would want to make sure they're holding their nerves at those guns. If they're not, well, we do know this is their game to lose. If they're not really able to get this one, well, we talk about good night's sleep. They're definitely not going to be having one of those. Revo taking some blind shots, spots one out from Fenerbahce, takes him down instantly, and Flaky now, the only man left alive, is looking to inflict pain back on the A7, takes down Revo, and guess what now? They both are on equal page, 1v1, V2.
But this is best game ever coming from Furious Gaming. They find the final shots. Necro, they've got it. They've got themselves a chicken dinner. They've got themselves finally those points that they were looking for. And what a game to do it in. The last game of day number 2. Yeah. The final chance coming into that final day to secure those points. And they at least got that big win and going to move up in the board, because so crucial those points are for making sure they can stack up those super weekends overall.
And man, gotta say, what went wrong with Navi? Like, we've been talking about those rotations.
Oh, we
we've been
know.
talking about.
Come on.
It's like
we know.
no, but the thing is like, they just got wiped out so quickly, man, in those rotations.
Right? Yeah, they kind of disappeared, right?
Yeah, they just kind of disappeared. Like, they didn't even get the spotlight in that game. They didn't even get to see them.
What happened, dude? They dropped to 2. Then there was only 1. They got half and half again.
I mean, they gotta thank Kitsune for sure, man, making it to the top 4 and then pretty much ruining A7's game. I feel kind of bad for A7 though. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be taking that revenge tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a big confidence booster for Furious Gaming, but A7 back on form as well. Fenerbahce rising up as S2G, not their best games that we've seen so far from them. So actually that leaderboard, albeit it's still a big margin for S2G, but closing as we head into the highlights, we get to see exactly how Furious Gaming took that win.
Exactly, Ghost Gaming, it all started off with that. And gotta say, I mean, the bodies weren't really hitting the deck. until that 11-minute marker, and that's when we started like squads getting wiped out like one after the other. Ghost Gaming as well tried their best, and this is how, well, there we go. This is how Na'Vi really did go down. It seems like they were one of those teams that really got sandwiched between Mad Bulls and the other team, and the A7 in front lines. But Eastern Stars as well, got to give props to them, were able to show themselves up inside this game as well. Ghost Gaming, Beowulf, I don't know, it's just something about Beowulf, right? He's always the final man standing, no matter what, from Ghost Gaming.
Still, I think they're definitely Ghost Gaming. They have still improved. I think this slight shape is not going to be something that we look at coming into
tomorrow. This was interesting.
Oh yeah, it's something tomorrow, rightly so. They're gonna be worrying about. I think the Ghosts are still on board, but albeit there was definitely some cars, and I think cars were still the show was also that nade. That was the beauty, and that was the one that of course sealed the deal as well for the other in squad of Knights. And heading into that final phase, it was all about snakes in the grass. I think a slight mistake coming through Fenerbahce is they did keep up the backpack there for Dokkan Machine, which ended up getting them spotted. And then the rest of Fenerbahce, they had to stand up Falky. They couldn't really stand at that point anymore in a comfortable fight because their position was known, and Furious Gaming were able to clean it up nice and easy and take, of course, that chicken there.
Yep, I mean, Furious Gaming, gotta say, they literally gotta thank Kitsune from Na'Vi, man. Like, he helped them win that. If A7, they had 2 players alive, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have been this easy for them to win this game. Because we do know A7, like, they are pretty good when it comes to those final, like, few teams alive.
That is very true, but it's also true from us today. Myself, Hunterwolf, and Necro is going to head back one more time to the analyst desk.
2 was absolutely crazy. The perfect game to go on ahead and end off on, as per usual, I feel like. But Zute, I mean, Furious Gaming doing so well into the very end there. They were able to go on ahead and grab that chicken dinner.
Yeah, congrats to Furious Gaming. And I guess it's something about the last game of the day. The teams that really need the points, they kind of turned it up, because don't forget, Na'Vi was up there as well. Na'Vi right here getting 9 points. That's more points than they've gotten in their previous 4 games today. And of course, Furious Gaming, that chicken dinner was huge. And we don't talk too much about this team, FB, Fenerbahce. There we go, Fenerbahce. They have been a extremely consistent team. Not in the top 3, but they're just, you know, getting the points, hanging on in there, up in the higher ranks of the team. So shout outs to that team as well. Alpha 7 really showing up today compared to yesterday. The Knights, you know, they started turning things around towards the end of the day. Maybe they could keep that momentum coming into the last and final day, which will be tomorrow, 7.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think with Knights, they definitely started performing with what we expected out of them, especially I think the last 2 games. And then Ghost Gaming, hey, they weren't able to secure any of the placement points. They kind of made us look like clowns here. We're always talking about how they're able to survive and do all of this placement points. But hey, they recover with at least 5 elims. Then we go to Footballers being able to secure 4 points there. Eastern Stars with 4 points. Supermassive Blaze and Mabels. This team, so hopefully tomorrow they'll be able to kind of switch it up, because they're definitely going to need a lot more points there, just 4 or 3, to feel somewhat of a cushion going into the next Super Weekend, because we don't know if they're going to be able to make it rise. Only being able to collect 2 points right there, and we had 2 at the bottom with 0 points. And we go to the MVP, Fenerbahce Dokkan Machine. I like the name, actually. 911 damage with 6 elims and 49% team contribution. Love to see those kind of numbers out of Fenerbahce, especially out of the Dokkan Machine. And going back to Furious Gaming winning, I mean, I wasn't a believer. I'm gonna put it out there. I was definitely not a believer, Span, of if they were gonna be able to win that game.
No, I was even asked, okay, who are we going to go ahead and bet on, Fenerbahce or Furious Gaming? And the consensus was, you know, Furious Gaming, they have that good location, but will they be able to pull it off? The answer is yes. And, oh man, I was really thinking, because even Dokkan Machine, he's still up here, so I have to go ahead and call him out. He was the one that got that disgusting 3K nade, I believe, in the matches yesterday. And even today, we saw some insane gameplay coming through from him once again. So that's why we're kind of thinking, Fenerbahce Fenerbahce. And Zute even said, you know, Fenerbahce, team that we haven't super been paying attention to because they're not a top 3 team, but they actually started today in 4th place. Obviously, it's changed now, but definitely a team that has been doing consistent, and it looks like they're actually going on ahead with a head-to-head with Revo from Alpha 7 Zute.
Revo coming in right here on the head-to-head. Of course, Alpha 7's up here as well, because like the caster said, they were in that late game, and who else other than to ruin Alpha 7's day than Na'Vi, right? And earlier in the match, it wasn't caught on camera, but if you guys paid attention in the kill feed, Alpha 7 forced Na'Vi to rotate in another way, picked up, I think, maybe 2 to 3 elim points to Na'Vi, and the last player, Na'Vi, Kitsune, managed to stay alive the whole time, and just like Destiny, they ended up, you know, coming in and fighting each other again, and ruining Alpha 7's chance at winning that game. But now we're on to the overalls after day 1 and day 2, and well, S2G, first place, no big surprise there. Unicorns of Love stay in 2nd, Ghost in 3rd, and Alpha 7. If I can't remember off the top of my head, 7, you're gonna have to help me out with this, but Alpha 7, what place did they start in today?
I got you, baby. So they started the day, they ended up in 11th place with 22 points. Today, they're able to jump up all the way to 4th place. Today, it was an 81-point day for them. I mean, this is the Alpha 7 that we kind of expected to see for a minute, too. And if we go in comparison, even though we didn't really want to talk about it, they're always wanting us to talk about them. Na'Vi with Alpha 7. I mean, Na'Vi today, I feel like they had a very, very lackluster day. They started off the day, I believe it was with 41 points, and for them to only be able to get to 56, not the best day for Na'Vi there. I'm pretty sure they're going to go back to the drawing board once again. We're just seeing that big clash. Guys, honestly, I feel like we talk about it so much, even when we don't want to talk about it. These teams make us talk about it. During that segment, we're like, oh, hey, look, Alpha 7 and Na'Vi are kind of close by. Nothing's going to happen there. And sure enough, Alpha 7's like, you know what? Let's start shooting at them. Let's try to see if we can get some elims. That we're able to get some elims. Kitsune, though, we got to give him some definitely props. I agree with Necro there. Kitsune was able to do so great, man. At least secure them those placement points was huge to kind of save their day.
What's interesting as well is Alpha 7 is one of the only teams I feel like that ended up being able to jump high up on that leaderboard from as far down as they were. Otherwise, we saw Na'Vi fall down from a position. Otherwise, I feel like people kind of stayed around the same areas. But of course, just as a last final shout out and reminder, y'all, if you are a fan and you have PUBG Mobile downloaded, go ahead and launch that game and participate in the PMGC 2021 fan favorite vote. So play PUBG Mobile, vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players, and get rewards. Get a voting ticket by logging in the game, watch live in the Esports Center, and share your voting page. You can find more information in-game in the in-game Esports Center, but go play PUBG Mobile to get millions of rewards, various pink level permanent items, of course, only during PMGC League period. Also, gotta get those treasure boxes. It's a PMGC exclusive. If you guys like rewards, if you guys like those skins, go ahead and get a box for yourself. What you need to do is watch live PMGC on YouTube or in-game Esports Center, get the PMGC token and redeem it into the PMGC permanent items in PUBG Mobile Esports Center. So hopefully you guys were able to go ahead and participate that and get some for yourselves. But back to the matches, of course, focusing on the last game again. Zute, what happened in this last match?
Well, we got a lot of gameplay clips lined up. There were a lot of crazy fights early on. And first one to start, I got Ghost Gaming, right? I always say Ghost Gaming, they're really good at making those, you know, crazy rotations toward the late game in the center of the circle. They lose 1 or 2 players, but they stay alive and get a lot of place points, and they can pick up some of the 11 points as well. This is the first time I saw Ghost Gaming try to push into the edge of zone and fight their way in. And, well, I mean, this is why they don't do it. They got absolutely stuffed. Maybe they ran out of vehicles and whatnot. And, okay, 7, I'm going to let you take that. Yes, that was a flying buggy on your screen just now.
Fenerbahce, I mean, with this one, we're all kind of impressed of what was able to happen as we move on to the Alpha 7. Like, go back to that. Like, what? That man was able to survive that, too. They go over him, it seemed like. I might have to go back and slow-mo it here. We do see Cinetex going around trying to help out Mafioso. overall, man, Alpha 7, what an amazing day that they had today. Revo, you see him climbing up to the roof, trying to get different angles. That's going to definitely help out his team. And then Carrillo, we saw he got MVP earlier in one of the matches. He's going to push up, try to get those knocks. This is a man that never backs down from a fight. And guess what? Ultimately here, he kind of ended up helping them out. Even though he did get knocked, kind of allow his team to reassess the situation. He was used as bait. Imagine using Carrillo as bait. I personally wouldn't, because that's one of the best players in the game.
Well, Carrillo, usually when he gets shot at, he shoots back and he wins those fights, right? So, I mean, I just put Carrillo as bait all day long. He'll just end up, you know, just winning the impossible fights. But we also want to highlight Furious Gaming. They were the last place team, and they got the chicken dinner on the last match of the day. So shout out to them, picking up 6 elims as well. So we're going to take a look at their rotations. I think their rotations for this last game, it kind of worked out for them. The zones kind of shifted a little bit more towards them. They definitely optimized, though, the positions that they decided to fight for. This position right here on the bottom right, it's got that hillside, so they could see a lot of those open fields, and they picked a really good spot to go into. They lost 1 player there on rotation, but they kept 3 alive towards the end game, and that's as much as they needed to secure that chicken dinner. Of course, the zone did keep shifting away from them. They picked up elims here and there, those red X's popping up left and right, and then that chicken dinner. The big important thing, though, for Furious Gaming is last place team getting a chicken dinner on the last match. Hey, that's momentum to carry on into the very final day, which will be tomorrow. Momentum that I feel like Furious Gaming really needs to work off of.
You're right, 7. I mean, just being able to do really well in a singular match, tomorrow being the last day of Super Weekend, that could potentially launch them higher up on the leaderboard tomorrow, couldn't it?
Oh, it definitely will. And I mean, this was something that even at the beginning of the day, we were talking about some of these teams being able to take advantage that they are here in this Super Weekend. Those other teams, remember we mentioned it, they were salivating at just seeing Furious Gaming being able to put up 6 points after one whole day. For them to be able to bounce back, for Furious Gaming to at least be able to put up a good 45 points, I think that's huge for them. Not only just to be on the rankings, but the morale is gonna go up, the momentum is gonna go up. These players are gonna be feeling even more confident, and in the future we might have to actually double think our choices when we ask each other who we think is gonna win if we do see Furious Gaming there towards the end, Sue.
Yeah, you asked me, I said, yes, Furious Gaming has a man advantage. They do have a better position, but I didn't pick them to win the match. Well, because, like, performance-wise, they really haven't stepped up. But you're absolutely right. This does change things. They closed that one out. Mentally, they might be coming in on the 3rd day as a completely different team. We'll just have to wait and see tomorrow. But that same goes for all these other teams. They're going to have a 24-hour rest period, so to say, to go over, you know, what went wrong, what went right, what do we need to change. So each day, we've seen a big change in certain teams. Alpha 7, of course, huge change from day 1 to day 2. Navi, same thing, but, you know, going the opposite way. And Furious Gaming, they're turning things around. There's so many storylines to go over that we may as well just wait and see what happens on the next day span.
It's exactly what I was going to say. You know, Alpha 7, they ended up really being able to turn it around for themselves. So honestly, maybe we shouldn't have gone ahead and started questioning Furious Gaming, because at this point, anything is possible. Teams are still able to go ahead and perform well in these matches to get higher up on that Super Weekend leaderboard. And luckily for us, there is still 1 more day tomorrow. There's still 5 more games tomorrow. And that means day 2, which is today, has now officially come to an end. So, same place, same time. You guys know the drill. Tune in tomorrow to see which of these teams are going to be fighting for those top spots for our last match of our very first Super Weekend. See you tomorrow.